القاعة الرئيسية حيث سيتم استئناف الحدث. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to commence. Please take your seats. سيداتي سادتي، يرجى منكم العودة إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سيتم استئناف الحدث. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to commence. Please take your seats.
has tremendous potential to leverage AI for the good of humanity. AI is here. AI is now. Together, we have the opportunity to define the vision of AI technologies and research. We must devote our energy and our commitment to ambitious policies so AI can contribute to its fullest potential as a force for good for all. AI is next. To understand tomorrow's AI landscape, we must understand the current state of algorithms, research, and infrastructure, and we must make choices about where and how we invest in AI infrastructure. With AI, we immortalize the past, optimize the present, and imagine the future while keeping people's needs and interests always at the center. To succeed in that endeavor, we must unite disparate visions and contrasting frameworks for AI. And AI is never. Yet, as we promote the use of AI for good, we must also agree on red lines we shouldn't cross. Ethical and moral considerations that need to be taken into account when building technology for humanity and never against it. Our shared challenge is to leverage data and push use of artificial intelligence at scale to meet the challenges of our time, which include to fight climate change, support mental health, and reimagine the future of food. AI leaders must be prepared to take risks, push boundaries, and try new approaches. The future is for us to build. We are the leaders. Welcome to the Global AI Summit 2022 in Riyadh.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dumi Makabo, and I'm going to be your host and your guide for the day 2 of this really extraordinary event on artificial intelligence. I have to say, before we do anything else, how cool was that performance? Can we get another round of applause for that? I think so. That was so cool. I wish I could do that, but I think I'd have to do a lot of exercising first to figure out exactly how. I come from a country called South Africa. I'm sure you've all heard of it. And in my country, we have 11 official languages. So, of course, I'm not going to greet you or anything in all 11 of them, but I'm going to choose 3. The first, Dumelang. The second, Sanbonani. Both of those essentially mean, yes, I see you. So I see you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to those of you who were here with us on day 1, and of course to those of you who are only able to join us today. It really has been an incredible day of really getting to grips of how we got here in terms of artificial intelligence. What did that road, what did that journey look like? What is it that had to happen to make today and performances such as those that we saw a few minutes ago a true and actual reality? I certainly find it very interesting and exciting. I wish I was one of those who was able to practice in this field, but I'm really, really honored and pleased to be able to be here today, not just to experience and hear the conversations about what needs to happen next in terms of artificial intelligence, but also in terms of how we make that an additional reality, that extra that we need to push us to the next level. But as you all know, none of this happens in isolation. We all have to come together to create systems that are not just in terms of technology, but in terms of human beings, so that we can maximize the intelligence that we build. So, what is the best way forward? An ecosystem approach to AI adoption. To take us through that consideration and discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Majid Al-Tuwaidri, the CEO of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Agency, SDAIA. A very warm welcome to him.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's okay.
Good morning. What a great way to start the day. I think it's amazing. Today we're going to speak about some real solutions developed in Saudi Arabia by Saudi engineers and AI experts for the good of humanities. But before we do that, let me talk about a little bit about context. A lot of our really international guests hears about Vision 2030 and hear about the transformation that Saudi Arabia is undertaking. And in summary, we can summarize Saudi Arabia as the biggest country in the world that's being transformed. And it's a result of a great vision called Vision 2030. But vision alone is not enough. You know, if vision is not executed well, it stays dreams. However, in this country, everybody believes that this dream is getting or coming true every day. And we all believe more and more in this vision. And those who have doubts about the vision no longer have that doubt. I think if you look at the Vision 2030 and the programs and the initiatives, two-thirds of those vision initiatives are really directly related by data and AI. Almost every initiative directly or indirectly impacted or affected by data and AI. This is why the government and the leaders of this country created an entity that was actually born great by the name of SDAIA, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, which is hosting this conference. SDAIA actually has a unique structure where data and AI is in the same place. You don't see that a lot in many other countries, but you see it in Saudi Arabia because we want to do the multiplier effect. AI without data will not work, and AI is the best way to stress test the data and get the best potential of data. So we have three entities: the National Information System, which is offering the G-Cloud, the National Data Bank, and building all the data infrastructure that the country needs to realize the Vision 2030. But we have also the National Center for AI, where innovation comes and start building on top of this data. Not only that, we have NDMO, which is the National Data Management Office, to ensure that we have trust, we have the right regulation, the right policies. I think yesterday we heard it a lot, the AI trust, and I think we want to apply it for ourselves first. The National Center for AI, when was actually activated almost 2 years ago, the direction we received from SDAIA's leadership, and SDAIA actually is the board of SDAIA is led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is to play the ecosystem. There's no one entity can lead everything, but we all together can lead the journey for the kingdom to be among the top, hopefully 10 countries in the world in the field of AI. And we can only do that if we build the right ecosystem. Ecosystem means organizations, means the national labs, means the academics, means the private sector, all of us working together. And yesterday was really a good testimony of that when we saw Aramco announcing the AI corridor for example. That's really a step forward towards really achieving that excellence in AI. And I think we will do the multiplier effects if we work together. We have started actually many centers of excellence with great partners, and I think today we will have some of these, the great leaders of those organizations talking about the real experience. But those centers of excellence to us are not just center of excellence. They are also center of gravity. Researchers working, for example, in agriculture, AI, for example, sustainability, we will direct them to work with the center of excellence. This way, we can provide them the right data, the right excellence, and their work will not only be a publication in a nice journal, but in reality a product that our citizens and visitors will enjoy. So today, I'm really happy to be joined by our partners from across different sectors of the ecosystem to share some early success. And I would like to declare this is just the beginning for Saudi Arabia, and hopefully you will see more in the coming years. We will start with the future of environment sector. So please join me in welcoming His Excellency, the Vice Minister Mansour al-Mshaiti from the Ministry of Environment, Water, Agriculture, to highlight the work we are doing together on the climate and sustainability front. Your Excellency. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. I'm pleased to be here this morning. Our journey to the future is limited only by our limits of imagination. Let me repeat this once again. Our journey to the future is only limited by our imagination. Consider this. If a farmer is having a problem with one of his plants and he doesn't know what to do with that, he can simply take his mobile, take a picture, and upload it to the ministry extension platform, and the system will provide him with the solution around the clock and with no human interaction. This is the promise of the artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence will help us to speed up our multi-progress and achieve our strategic goal of sustainability in alignment and in perfect harmony with Vision 2030. This will also help us in transform to a digital society, digital economy, and digital nation. Once again, sustainability is a fundamental pillar of our national priorities. Sustainability is our goal, is your goal, it's my goal, it's everyone's goal. Of course, this will not be easy. Let us bear in mind that providing water and food while preserving environment will be challenging. Equally important, balancing industrial and economic growth along with protecting the planet is crucial for our future here in Saudi Arabia, inspired and led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. At the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, one leading question that keeps repeating and revisiting our line of thought is the following. How far can we go with the conventional strategy into the future? in a record time. Definitely, conventional means and business and doing business as usual will enable us to achieve our strategic goal. But at what cost? To what extent and when? We need disruptive solution that unlock our potential, unlock the potential of our untapped resources across the kingdom, and will enable us to depart from the old legacy and implement the state-of-the-art technologies and deploy artificial intelligence when, where, and how best is needed. For example, cloud seeding, smart irrigation, remote sensing, and many others. Let me share this example. With the big thanks to artificial intelligence, the satellite imaging enabled us to save almost 10 billion cubic meter of water per year. This in turn will help us to achieve the following: facilitate the working in concert and in unison, also promote a smart and effective decision-making ecosystem, and create synergy not among environment, water, agriculture, but also includes food and energy. Let us talk numbers. The language of figures can be more compelling. Here in Saudi Arabia, the bill for food, the annual bill for food is 100 billion Saudi riyal, while the budget for the water for the upcoming 5 years is around 300 billion Saudi riyal. In the same vein, the time, the money, the effort required to preserve and protect environment and the impact of the climate change and mitigate the impact of climate change and reach the net zero carbon by 2060, and also planting 10 billion trees in the upcoming decades. At MIWA, we are proud today to announce the establishment of the Artificial Intelligence for MIWA with our strategic partner, the Saudi Data and AI Authority and Google. This will help us to implement the sustainability solution and also cutting-edge technologies and AI application. This will have 3 programs and 11 initiatives. We are also proud today to launch the Earth Observation and Science Program, known as AOSP. This will address the risk of the climate change and will enable us to improve the protection of the environment, not only here in Saudi Arabia, but also in the region. Finally, and this is my message today, working with state-of-the-art technology and with all of us here, along with the AI application, with the support and vision of our leader, sustainability will become reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think it's a great news to announce that MIWA and Sadaya and Google will be launching a program for climate change in Saudi Arabia, the first of its kind in the whole region. Next, please join me to welcome His Excellency Lieutenant General Mohammed Al-Bassami, Director of Public Security, to underline the steps Saudi Arabia has taken to ensure the comfort and security of our holy mosques visitors.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, it is my pleasure to talk to you today in this important summit about the utilization of AI in the field of security works and the realms of the two holy mosques. Therefore, we ask ourselves a lot, and our colleagues ask as well, are we heading towards providing the provision of smart security services? How can we go there, and how and when can we do that? Therefore, public security in the recent period has been bestowed with partnerships and a number of initiatives. An important initiative, one of these important initiatives within the Guests of God program, is related to enriching the cultural visit of pilgrims and visitors of the holy mosques and providing services of high quality, in addition to facilitation of welcoming more visitors and pilgrims in the coming periods. This partnership wouldn't have been realistic without the partnerships and the initiative of the program of the Guests of God, and with the great support we receive from all entities working in the field of the holy mosques services. The availability of such services and the use of AI, in order to achieve that, public security worked on a number of enablers. We launched Amn, or security platform, and now we also have a partnership with a number of companies that provide security solutions in order to build centers for data analysis. And we also enabled the security people and officers and on the field to implement these programs using Bashir and Amn in the field. And these are programs and also a system for security services. And we also have another service for the administrational area. And we work with our partners to provide. We now are working on providing data services, and we for the National Information Center, and we integrate with all of the partner organizations. There is no doubt there are huge opportunities for using AI in the fields of pilgrims, Hajj and Umrah, in order to identify the pilgrims, the missing people, also having a heat map for pedestrians and all of their movements, and also how to manage them and all of the rituals process. We also prepared security officers with advanced security systems, and we also are using a number of technologies in order to provide, in partnership with other agencies, how to use some equipment like drones in order to monitor the movements of the pilgrims in the sacred places. In the field of training, we also enhanced the benefiting from the virtual reality in terms of Internet of Things and others. Also, we have another important initiatives in Mecca, the holy city, through Mecca Amir program related to programming all of the permits for pilgrims at the gates and how to identify those who have access to enter the holy city of Mecca. There is no doubt that the holy city of Mecca are also impacted by the pilgrimage events, and it is important to have organization in order not to impact all of the livelihood of people in this holy city. But we are now going towards, in partnership with Sadaya, we're going towards establishing a program, a technological program, depending on artificial intelligence in order to be used in the two holy mosques. And in the coming period, we are going to build algorithms and models that are specific and customized to Saudi Arabia, because there is no other similar place in the whole world like the holy mosques in Saudi Arabia. We are now working on understanding the nature of these works, and we will move towards analyzing and understanding the data and building models for learning and training the electronic model and the machine model through the understanding of algorithms. And in this way, we need to build trust, and we will not be able to build trust until all of these softwares and programs are customs on the behaviors of pilgrims and visitors. We had great outcomes last month. We have partnerships with Sharaka, with Sadaya, and with Saudi experts, and this is something that makes us proud, that one day we will be able to provide this technology for the whole world, so that all the behaviors and pilgrimage behaviors of pilgrims at this place, whether it's connected to the circulation around the Kaaba when coming or when leaving, or the farewell circulations, and also other rituals inside the holy mosques. Also, this technology will help us in elevating the efficiency of operation and also knowing the behaviors of the visitors of the holy mosques. I know exactly that there are some parts, if we are not ready for them, and if we are not ready to align fully with the requirements of the users, and with also how to know the nature of these technologies, we will not be able to succeed. But one of the things that I witnessed last month is that there is a huge interest from our colleagues in Sadaya and our colleagues in the security sector to have these technologies available. Thank you very much for listening.
Shukran, Ma'ali.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Healthcare is very close to all of us, and healthcare is really one of the sectors that has not yet been disrupted by technology. And we all know that no matter how rich is a country, capacity is going to be an issue. How data and AI can contribute in really improving the population health and enhancing the capacity for doctors to see more patients. We have with us today, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Abdel Al, Assistant Minister of Health.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful, may all have a very good morning. I'm pleased to be amongst you today, and I'm proud to be here in this international elite in this summit that is led by Saudi Arabia in this field. I'd like to thank the organizers for allowing me the opportunity to be here with you.
Our Kingdom's Vision 2030, the Health Sector Transformation Program, has identified multiple opportunities, among which are the data and artificial intelligence, and considered these two to be key enablers in achieving all the targets and the main targets of this health sector transformation program. We know from different aspects that achieving these targets are going to be met with multiple challenges. And we know with appropriate implementation and utilization and adoption and belief in the importance of these two key enablers, it's going to be much more easy and high rate of success in achieving these targets. The positive impact of implementing and utilizing data and data analytics and artificial intelligence in different aspects are improving the healthcare sector. We know that meeting the growing demand is going to be easily handled with the appropriate utilization of these technologies. Plus, we know also from different previously successful initiatives and experiences that it's going to be also helping us in the prevention programs, helping us in the primary, secondary, tertiary, even much more complex kind of healthcare services. It's also going to be helping us in providing the healthcare services in a more successful and with high quality and more access to care. MOH and SEDAIA have established the Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence in Health. And this Center of Excellence, the aim of its establishment was to support and unify the national efforts, unify all these national efforts to increase the knowledge and experiences in the field of data and artificial intelligence. Also to drive AI solutions and to develop more and more of the partnerships and strengthen and drive the ecosystem and its strategic partnerships. The center, with no time, has studied and identified more than 100 use cases in artificial intelligence and focused around 3 of them related to diabetes, cardiovascular disorders, as well as oncology. And we know that the selection and prioritization of these 3 conditions or diseases is matching the targets that we are looking for in our transformation program and main needs. The National Breast Cancer Screening Program that Ministry of Health established around 10 years back is one of the most important programs. Why? Because it's touching one of the most important conditions and diseases that's impacting thousands of individuals per year. Just in 2020, around 4,000 registered new cases with breast cancer. We know from some studies that around 50% or more of these cases are diagnosed but in late stages, so with poor prognosis. The earlier we detect these cases, the more chance and the highly that they are going to be having better survival rates. Not only that, but the number of these cases is representing something between 15 and 17% of all discovered cancer cases per year. And this is a big portion of all cancer. So this is really a priority. Add to that, the bottlenecks in the journey of an individual to be diagnosed and then treated appropriately is going to be passing through multiple bottlenecks. Among them is the shortage of specialized practitioners who can diagnose these cases. And that's why we know that there are chances like 20% to misdiagnose these cases or inappropriately label the conditions, and the coverage is not yet reaching our targets. With the use of AI, we know that the success is going to be huge. Why is that? It will increase the accuracy of the diagnosis. It will improve the access by empowering and adding more productivity rates to the practitioners. So our dear physicians and all other practitioners supporting them are going to be supported, as well as empowered with the artificial intelligence to diagnose more cases and faster. And faster diagnosis means early detection, and early detection means high rate of survival. Not only that, but the unnecessary repeated diagnostics, recall of patients, multiple referrals will be also controlled appropriately with the artificial intelligence and the utilization of data. And this is really, really very promising. And this prioritization and selection of this program or this detection program is a very important thing. From here, we announced the first result of this cooperation and the launch of the initial version of AI-based breast cancer detection program. And this program, in its initial version, is going to be a step, but a very important step. And we know in the chapters of medicine, when we add pages, paragraphs, sentences, or even a single word, we are improving our health. But now, in this very important moment, we are in front of a very big opportunity to write new chapters in medicine. I invite you to visit the booth where Ministry of Health, in collaboration with Sadaya, are presenting this system and demonstrating it, as well as other several showcases. Thank you very much. Proud to be here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Al. We will still be in healthcare, and this time we will talk about diabetics. And this is a serious issue in Saudi Arabia and the region. And we have with us Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Rajhi, the CEO of King Khalid Eye Specialists, to talk about the efforts they are making on this subject.
Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. Ladies and gentlemen, they say the eye is the window to the soul, but it's also the window to your health status. Ever wondered how can we see and what's the mechanism? When we look around us, the light comes through the eye, through the cornea, and the cornea is the transparent part of the eye, the front of the eye, and then goes through the pupil and the lens inside the eye to be focused on the retina, which is the inward layer that is lining the eye from inside. From there, the light is transformed into electrical pulses that go through the optic nerve to the brain. So anything that affects that pathway in any way will ultimately lead to decrease in vision and sometimes, unfortunately, to the loss of vision. One of these diseases that has a great impact on vision in Saudi Arabia is diabetes. As you know, it is estimated that we have approximately around 4 million people in Saudi Arabia who are affected by diabetes. And it's a chronic disease that unfortunately you have to live with and control, but we cannot eradicate. And unfortunately, within the patients or the people who are affected with diabetes, almost 20% of them have diabetic retinopathy. And diabetic retinopathy is a complication caused by diabetes that affects the retina, which we said is the internal lining of the eye, where there are some abnormal changes that take place on the surface of the retina and within the structure of the retina itself. That eventually, if untreated, undiagnosed, undetected, will end up in losing vision. So in order to preserve vision to this great percentage of our population, we need to screen for diabetic changes within the eye. Currently, the difficulties that we are facing and the challenges is that the cost is very high to screen this huge number of people. The waiting time is very long to get an appointment, and there is a big strain on the facilities and the human resources that are quite limited to do all of these screening to all of these patients, which they need to be periodically, sometimes once a year and sometimes every 6 months and sometimes 4 or 5 times a year. Plus, there is a huge cost and a burden on the economy to screen for all this huge number of patients. So this is where artificial intelligence kicks in and has a major impact on decreasing the difficulties and the complications that we face with diabetes. If we have an artificial intelligence-based module that will help the patient get diagnosed and screened without the intervention of a human being. You will have a station, screening station. It can be in a mall, it can be anywhere. And people will just go in, an automated camera will take a picture of the fundus of the eye. The AI algorithm will diagnose at the initial stage whether or not there is a complication in the retina, whether it's normal or abnormal. And then from there, it will refer him to a physician if it's abnormal. If it's normal, it will ask him to come back again in a year. The next step would be to differentiate the type of abnormality and even direct the patient to whom he should go for treatment. And this by itself, using the AI, we will increase the capacity by 4-folds, decrease the time of the clinic visit by 80%, and decrease the number of staff and human resources that we need to develop this. Once we develop this system, we can then screen all of these patients and provide them treatment before they go into complications. And I'm happy to say that and announce in this forum that the King Khalid Eye Specialist Hospital, along with the Sadaya, in the form of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence, and the Saudi Company for Artificial Intelligence and Lean Company of the Ministry of Health, and the Center of Excellence for AI in Health of Ministry of Health, we have joined together to start the first national project where we will validate an AI-based module for the screening of diabetic retinopathy changes in our patient. With that, that will be a very important tool for us to pick up these changes and these complications before they become advanced to a stage that we cannot treat it anymore. And I extend the invitation to all of you to go to the booth of Sadaya, where we have a live demo over there, and try the tool for yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. AI is about understanding. Machine can understand human, and human can interact with the machine. And language technology is a major part of AI. We want to talk about now the Sadaya's effort in the Arabic language technology. And please allow me to welcome Dr. Yasser Al-Anezan. He's the Deputy CEO of National Center for AI, an individual who spent 20 years in the US between IBM Watson and Amazon AWS. And he just joined us to lead this effort in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words and the introduction. I don't think I deserve even one bit of that, but I'll try to, justify it. So, communicating is key to exchange ideas, to understand each other, and so on. And when you're communicating with a human, the human brain has a significant ability to understand humans and exchange ideas and so on and so forth. As AI becomes ubiquitous in the workplace, in the home, in the car, and so on and so forth, you need to be able to communicate with the AI systems in an effective way. So far, what has been done so far is that we are expecting humans to adjust and to communicate to the machine as a machine, and this is completely unacceptable. Humans need to be able to communicate naturally and to speak naturally, and the burden is on the machine and on the AI system to understand them perfectly. So as part of that, we think that Arabic is key to our communication in Saudi Arabia and the Islamic world in general. So that's why we established a Center of Excellence on Arabic Language Technology at Sadaya. And the goal there is to make communicating with machine in Arabic is as simple as communicating with a human. And with the first program that we're focusing on verbal communication, I'm talking to you verbally right now, and I would like to have people be able to understand me and to have also machines be able to understand me. So we are establishing our focus for speech, what we call speech recognition. You speak in your own language, in your own dialect, and the burden is on the machine to recognize that and convert it into text. And this is the first piece of the communication puzzle. We worked on developing this system with, as Dr. Majid said, with Saudi engineers, Saudi scientists, Saudi data, and we, as part of this exercise, we collected the largest data to be able to train the system. We're employing the latest and greatest in deep learning technology and end-to-end speech recognition systems to build that system. So, we have it actually in the booth. You can try it out for yourself. I'm not going to tell you much more about it, but as we are developing this in the lab, we come up with these questions of how good is it? This system that we're calling Sautek. Sautek is It's Saudi audio technology, and it happens to be your voice. It means your voice in English if you translate the word. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Hassan Sawaf, who will be talking about how good is the system. You know, we have it in the lab, we test it, we love it. We just wanted to see if a third-party validation of how good is the system. And Dr. Sawaf has spent 20, 30 years of plus, you know, although he's a lot younger than he looks, but the issue is that he worked in AI for many years, and especially in particularly speech and language technology. He was the former director of AI at Amazon, a former director of AI at eBay, a former director of AI at Facebook, and he's currently the CEO and the founder of AI Explain. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasser. Thank you very much, Dr. Majid, for inviting me over. So, we at Explain build tools and capabilities to deploy, analyze, benchmark, improve, and fine-tune AI capabilities. As part of these tools, so we believe that basically benchmarking is a motor, is a motivator to do innovations. And that's why we built basically this tool set. As one of the tools which we are using for this effort, we used benchmarking for transcription to test out how Sautak looks like. And we used well-established metrics to analyze that. We defined a standard data set. We defined basically the metrics which we want to improve. And I mean, we worked in research for a long time with metrics which are predefined in the United States, for example, by NIST. And this is basically the metrics which we're using. We're using the metric called word error rate, meaning how many mistakes, we're counting basically the mistakes the system develops. How many differences are there between a human reference and what the machine generates? So, as I said, we used the benchmarking for transcription. We analyzed the system against leaders of the field in speech recognition, cloud providers and specialist suppliers of that technology, and we measured 9% improvement over the next best speech recognition engine for Saudi dialects, which is impressive, especially for the small time which basically the scientists had to develop this kind of capabilities. In addition to that, so you would say, okay, we are in Saudi Arabia. There is data which is unique to Saudi Arabia. Maybe this is one reason, but it is not only for Saudi, but also for Modern Standard Arabic, which is very commonly used in other countries, obviously, and the technology providers focus on. Even there, we have 8% compared to the next best technology provider measured, which is impressive. The system, as Dr. Yasser said, the system is here to test. So these are quantitative metrics. Go and test it qualitatively and see if it works for your voice. Thank you very
much. Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Really appreciate it. Now we finished from the lab and it's time to go to the market. And I couldn't be happier to announce that we are partnering with Sky, the Saudi company for AI, to take it to the market. So really appreciate it. Not only that, but I'm also happy to announce that we will be joining forces with Saudi Airlines as our launch partner to take it, not just to the market, but to, drive it through the customer experience of Saudi airline customers. I wanted to, recap the session. So we mentioned a few things. You can take my word for it. They're great, but I would invite you to go to the booths and try them for yourself. Some of these things are with our strategic partner with Sky. Some of that is at the Ministry of Health, the breast cancer screening. And last but not least is the climate and sustainability engine with in the Google booth. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Dr. Yasser, thank you very much. We missed STC. We are also signing with STC also as the second partner that we will be trying the speech recognition with.
Yes.
So,
thank you, Dr. Mayor.
With this good news, I think we are ready for the next speaker, and sorry for taking a few minutes of your time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Dr. Al-Duwajri, thank you so very much, and to your panelists, thank you. I have to say that as I was struck by not just the fact that AI has moved so far forward, but the way in which we can so actively and so readily make it part of our daily lives. From the question of allowing people to have a very different experience when they visit Saudi Arabia, to looking at how AI can be better used to enhance our health and our well-being. I think it's personally really fascinating. But not only that, I think the potential and the opportunity that AI presents us is quite extraordinary. So thank you once again for sharing that with us. And I think as we move forward through today, I'm looking forward to hearing the discussions around how those ecosystems can be increasingly better enhanced and increasingly utilized to make the human lived experience so much better without necessarily being to the detriment of our health and well-being. One of the key aspects that was mentioned during the previous discussion was also around climate change. I don't know about how you've experienced it as you've traveled to different parts of the world, but certainly in South Africa, which again is where I'm from, it's proving to be a significant challenge. We're seeing increased flooding, we're seeing increased torrential rains, and of course that's becoming a significant threat to human life. What's encouraging is how we can use technology to enhance the lived experience by measuring and looking at weather patterns, but also ensuring that human beings are living in environments that they can feel more protected in. So thank you very much once again for sharing those insights. Now it's time for a really special presentation. And to assist me in ensuring that you receive the best news, please give a very, very warm welcome to His Excellency Majid bin Abdullah Al Hugail, the Minister of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Professor Abdullah bin Sharaf Al Hamdi of Sabaya. To both of you gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Very good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity in such great summit, such great imagination and dream. I'm proud to be here in this summit and proud to share our vision and dream how to have a smart cities in Saudi Arabia. You know, our country is big, but our ambition also is big. So we are working in municipality sector how to provide the best service using AI powered by data. So one of our dreams is how to have more than 200 smart cities in Saudi Arabia using AI, an area of inspection, an area of waste management, an area of parking, an area of spatial planning, and most important is the city engagement, citizen engagement, and how that will improve the quality of service in our country. However, we cannot deliver smart AI and smart cities without changing our way of doing business in Saudi Arabia. So as a government who deliver the service, we start doing change in our system using AI. How can we do AI-based engine so we could be more predictive, more proactive, understanding the need of our citizen? How can we solve the municipalities that face customers, citizen, visitors, whoever, proactive and predictive, that cannot make the municipality issues as a pain or something that Saudi and visitors that are not happy in our service. Also, in order to utilize our people, as I said, our country is big. We have more than 550,000 streets need to be clean every day, need to be maintained every day. We have more than 500,000 permits for excavation. You know, the infrastructure, just water, have received more than 100 billion riyal to upgrade the quality of water. Just telecommunication, fibers. You see the street has been excavated every time, and you know we need to upgrade all the infrastructure we have. So we need to promote, give the permit, but we need also to ensure the safety, the quality of the street to be maintained. So we need to create allocation, AI allocation model that we use our people, our system, very smart and very efficient. So in conclusion, our dream is big, as our vision is big. So we all hope with this partnership with Sadaya to deliver the smart cities in Saudi Arabia for future, and we cannot wait more to you guys see this delivered.
Next, and joining us via video, is His Excellency Fahad Al-Rashid, the Governor of the RCRC.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the city of Riyadh. Our cities are hives of productivity and innovation that bring us together to produce the best of what humanity has to offer. Yet, while we've been building them for years, for centuries, we know how to build the hardware very well, the buildings, the roads, the infrastructure. But the software, how we operate the cities, is still suboptimal. That is where artificial intelligence comes. With the help of artificial intelligence, we can operate all of this hardware much, much better. And this is where you come in. With the best and the brightest minds in the world working on this Smartathon, we know you can produce innovations to improve our cities and improve our lives. Thank you so much for your participation, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Professor Al-Hamdi.
Thank you. Indeed, Your Excellencies, we cannot wait to see what the future holds for us. So, and we do not have to wait. So today we launch the challenge, an exciting global challenge for the smart cities. It is a chance for the participants to dive into thousands of data sets about cities and also to find solutions for challenges facing the mega cities from around the world. So today, whether you are in this hall or around the globe anywhere, you are invited to participate in the Smartathon, a global competition on the smart city for you to extend the artificial intelligence horizons to create smarter, safer, and healthier cities for the globe, for around the world. So I take this opportunity to invite His Excellency to launch the Smartathon. So, Your Excellency. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Your Excellency.
Our world becomes more technologically advanced each day. Now we dream of living in smart, sustainable cities, enhancing the quality of life, providing opportunity. There are challenges to that dream, and one of them is visual pollution, which requires innovation and ingenuity to overcome. Today, we announce Smartathon, the Smart Cities Challenge that provides an opportunity for everyone to develop innovative AI solutions and win 1 million Saudi Riyals. Join us in our global collaborative effort to build a smarter future together.
I have to say, that round of applause doesn't sound as excited as I was. Can I hear that again? I mean, how exciting is that? I have to say, when I was looking at these robots, I kept thinking to myself, I wonder how long it is going to be before the really smart people in the room figure out how I can get 1 or 2 of those in my house. So I'm going to put out a personal challenge to those who love to play with technology and do artificial intelligence solutions to figure out how soon I'll be able to get 1 or both of those robots, maybe a smaller version, into our homes. Part of the primary discussion today, as I mentioned earlier, is the question of communities and ecosystems. How do we work together to ensure that the work that we are doing today around artificial intelligence, around smart cities, around solutions when it comes to climate change, around solutions when it comes to our health and well-being, how do we ensure that those systems function, not only to help the solutions, but also to ensure that they are enhanced on an ongoing and sustainable basis? Sustainability, of course, is not just key in terms of our climate and the environments in which we live, but also in terms of our health and well-being. So, we need to figure out how to catalyze artificial intelligence communities and solutions. I love to think that I would be able to have this conversation all by myself, but in reality, I cannot. So I have a handful of really special people who will be joining me on stage to talk about just that. So please give a very warm welcome to Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, Constanza Gomez Mont, Eldred Jordan, Essa Muhammad Ali, and Marluz Pomp. A warm welcome to them, please. Thank you once again to you all for joining us here today. What's really encouraging and exciting about AI is that it gets better with every younger generation. And I think when I look at this stage and I look at how maybe our children, or I think about how our children are engaging with technology, it's infinitely different to how I did when I was younger. Let me give you an example. I don't know how many people in the room, perhaps you can just give me a quick show of hands. Do you remember those phones when you dial, you had to do this? How many? Exactly, right? So my son, I showed him a picture of this thing, and he looked at me and he said, "Mom, how does that even work?" Come today, and I think about how I have to figure out my phone and how it actually works. It's certainly been a huge leap. But what's also encouraging is when we look at the way in which we can use same technology to find solutions for very real-world problems. Eldred, if I can perhaps begin with you. One of the important works that you've been focused on is how to ensure accessibility and linkages between communities that need help from AI solutions and how we can create those solutions to help those communities. Can you share more?
Thank you, Tumi. I think it's important that when we create ecosystems or platforms, that we first and foremost focus on access. In South Africa, there's a big challenge around the cost of data. Secondly, it's the type of mobile phones that South Africans have. And so what we did at GovChat was we didn't create mobile applications. We created technology that integrates into messaging platforms that you already have on your mobile phone, like WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger. And obviously, during COVID, we saw massive spikes of usage. 13 million South Africans getting access to their social grants, 15 million people getting access to information around COVID. So first and foremost, think about that access part before you go and develop certain ecosystems.
Essa, if I can come to you, think about that access, think about the utility, but what happens when that engagement part doesn't quite work and the people who have to use the tech don't necessarily have a say in how it's built?
So I love what he just said, because it ties into it very nicely. When we talk about the accessibility of these platforms, we see a lot of innovators building with the approach of, I have the skills and tools to build, so I will build. For whom am I building and how will they have access to that is more of an afterthought that comes into place when they're like, okay, let me go deploy this now. And they realize that the people they were targeting don't have the systems and structures to access the tool that was built. And we see that to counteract this, to build actual systems and solutions, we really need to engage our audience, our people who are going to be affected and impacted by this solution from day one, from the problem definition, before we even decide, are we using an AI or ML-based tool? Can we make sure these people have the necessary say and understanding in the tools? How will they access them? And how will they engage with the development of the solution going forward? So by the time we have something that's meant to help them, they've been so part of the process that they feel it's a tool that they have been part of building. It's part of them now.
Marloes, how then do we ensure that that process that both gentlemen were speaking about begins to actually happen?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's one way of working. There could be multiple approaches, but in the Netherlands, we have, the people are open-minded to new technologies, so that's not a problem. Most people do have the skills and do have access, but how can we give them a voice in how the technology is developed? That's the main question. And we are building a network of ELSA labs in the Netherlands, and ELSA stands for Ethical, Legal and Societal Aspects of AI. And we are building 25, maybe 30 labs across the Netherlands to explore how can we build AI for society. And they have to build programs with the legal aspects, the societal aspect, and the ethical aspects. And we have labs for example, AI and health, AI and the energy transition, AI and mobility. And there should be at least the government should be involved, universities, the companies, but also the citizens itself. So they have to think about how are we going to have this conversation, how can we involve their opinion. And these labs will run for at least 4 years. And besides of that, we have some projects in libraries. So there's a AI parade, and it travels across the libraries in the Netherlands to have this conversation with the citizens.
That's a really interesting way to go about it, that you're physically, literally taking the lab on the road in the country. Yeah. So people not necessarily touch it, but they can experience it and engage more directly with the issues related there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Kashifu, you also are looking at a sort of governmental policy perspective when it comes to AI. Not that that's all you do, but that's a significant part of what you do. How are you approaching that question of ensuring that the legal and ethical frameworks exist in order to support as the development of AI becomes more complicated and complex, and as the way in which we interact with AI similarly becomes more integrated and complex?
Okay, thank you. As AI becomes so embedded in our life activities, and to the extent that we hardly notice it, so it is very important to get people, the community, to be part of building this AI, because if you allow just few people, the people in the techie, to just build it. They will build it with the techie mindset. While if you look at it, we use this system in so many things. In criminal justice, we use it in recruitment, we use it in profiling and so many things. So we need to look at them. These software engineers, they are beyond software engineers, but they are social engineers. Therefore, the government need to make sure there is ethic, there is a code and standard for anybody designing any system that will make decision on behalf of the government, or that will make decision that the community must follow. Because the way it is today, we obey most of the rules of this technology than the rules of our country. Before you use any system, you have to agree to follow the rules. Before you use access to some places that they are controlled by a technology, you have to agree with the technology. And we have seen it in a situation whereby this technology has become biased because of the kind of data used. Because AI learn from data and experiences to build its model and patterns which it use to make decisions. So if the data is not available, or if certain people or demography are digitally invisible, they will be discriminated in the decision AI is going to make. So the technology now, we need to stop looking at it from either a consumer's perspective, where can I buy one or how much does it cost, or as a capitalist, how can I exploit it, or how can I build products around it? We need to start looking at it from the citizens' eyes. How does it change the way we live together, and how can it be used for public good? And this can only be achieved through policies, regulations, and laws. And this, what we are saying, it has to be co-created also. We are not encouraging government to use armchair theory to come up with laws or regulations, but we are saying the government should co-create it with the ecosystem, because this technology is new and is evolving. You cannot regulate what you don't know, because regulation is synonymous to putting a traffic light in a traffic place, which you need to understand the traffic patterns before you put the traffic light.
Chief, thank you. I think one of the key aspects of our discussion is around catalyzing, right? How do we almost push it forward in a rapid way, for lack of a better way to, my English is failing me, for lack of a better way to explain it. So if I can come to you then, Constanza, when you, someone like you is working on the ground and you're dealing every day with people who are looking at finding solutions to improve their lives, and there are environments where you can say the right policy conversations are being had, but oftentimes they're not being had. How does that, one, materialize on the ground? And what are the solutions that people are beginning to ask for to try to bridge that gap?
Definitely. So for us, it starts with one philosophy, and it's one sentence: inclusion by design. And when we're talking about inclusion by design, we're not only referring to the life cycle of the tech development, but rather from the start and the designing of the project, we question, okay, what's the policy component? How does the academy play into this? How does a big tech play into this? And especially for us, where we work directly in the jungles and in biodiversity conservation projects that harnesses AI, there is a very specific question that is as important, that what is the role of local communities? That especially in Latin America, these are indigenous communities. So what is the role of this co-partnership between all stakeholders, and how do you create a project that is inclusive by design, not only in the tech, but in the systemic perspective of this? This enables us to ask, for example, right now that we're working with having AI systems for better monitoring for the jungle and the jaguars. But also we're working with the government parallelly to create this readiness for this credit system. We're working with the schools and the university to create talent at the same time for the students to create the technology behind this. So I believe that zooming out for us has been a very effective enabler of thinking about inclusion, yes, at its core through technology, but there's a systemic nature of it, which guarantees, in a sense, more appropriation and more impact in a more integral way.
So what are the solutions and the tools that you're finding useful in that process?
So basically in the tech tools that we have, and we're an AI ecosystem, I can go on the ML, on the normal image recognition and sound and ecoacoustic, but I think the more, at least for us, the more creative and impactful tools are ecosystem design, the incentive mechanism, understanding the incentives between and behind every of the actors that are behind this, and curating a project that responds to these incentives. How can we create a project that responds to the policy needs of the government? How can we respond to a need for talent in Central America and Latin America for these topics? So I believe it's more of the design of these projects rather than technology, what is pushing us forward.
Aldred, you've been nodding a lot. So you clearly have something to say about that.
I have a very special journey, both on the public sector, the private sector, but as a citizen as well. Our president talks about creating a capable state, and that, I believe, he talks about partnerships with civil society, academia, the private sector. It's not the government's responsibility on its own to try and address societal issues. But it's special for me because, back in 2015, when I had this idea and concept to try and connect citizens with government, it was a 3-year journey, took my own resources, and then lost it all. The entrepreneurial journey, right? Lost the house, kids got suspended from school, really, really tough. And then, out of nowhere, someone was watching the work that I was doing on LinkedIn and came and said, "Do you need help?" And I said, "No, thank you." And he said, "Well, here's $1 million. See if you can take that concept and turn it into something
Do you have
tangible."
his number so we can...
I still do. But I think, again, there is real importance around the private sector getting involved and co-creating with governments. I think that there's a lot of value there, there's a lot of learning, and together we can strengthen the work that we're trying to do with various governments around the world.
One of the things that Kashifu said, Esen, I'd like you to respond to this. One of the things that he said was that oftentimes the technology is built in the context of the techie, right? It's the techie who decides what it does, how it looks, how it functions, and the end result. And here it is, hope you have some good luck using it. One of the things that I would like to hear from you is this view of how we literally, and I suppose more deliberately, infuse that end user into that process. Can you share your views on that?
Sure. So I'm gonna go anti-tech right now, which is ironic.
Okay. Do we need to tell the techies that they mustn't listen?
They're probably the ones who should listen the most. At the end, I think the best way to include the end user into this process is to not start the process with the technology. Why are we starting a lot of these conversations as technologists? Sure, that is our bias. It's a bias that just becomes implicit the more we're in the field. Suddenly, that's our bubble of understanding influence, of our sphere of influence. So everything that we see it through the technologist's lens. What tool do I know that I can apply? But if we're talking about realistically building solutions for particular groups of people who need it, then we start with the user and the problem, and we identify which tool is the most relevant, rather than coming in with, my bag of tools only has AI in it, so I will look at how can I only apply AI into this. So instead, one of the projects that we did with the AI community was we did have the bias that, yes, we want to use AI. So that did limit us a bit, but that's our bias, again. But what we did was we went to a sector, the health and well-being sector, and we were like, okay, we know that we really, really, really want to apply AI. So, okay, let's call the health practitioners, the doctors, the patients, people in mental health, and let's ask them what problems are they facing. Based on the problems they're facing, which of these could realistically be solved by AI? And when we talked about that, we mostly talked about the foundational concepts necessary. Did we have the data? If we built a solution, could it be accessed by the people? And then we built very thorough problem documentation. We haven't even started talking about what AI, what methods, what web app are we using. No, we're still focused on the problem definition, the understanding, talking to the stakeholders within that space. And then we took that problem documentation, went to the technologists, matched them up with some of the problem owners, and were like, here's resources and references to solve a relevant problem that could benefit from AI, and the user is at the center of this journey.
Marloes, from a policy perspective then, how do we make that more practicable? So it's one thing to talk about the ethics and what people should do and what they should consider, but we also know people, and they don't always do what they should do. How do we ensure that we better build or encourage that process in the real world?
Yeah, good question. I think it's also important to realize that the importance of communities is not only for AI. We are transforming from Web 2.0 to Web 3. And Web 2, it was the techies were in the lead, but not only the techies, the bigger tech companies. So it was a very centralized model. In Web 3, it will be more a maker community. It will be more, the importance of communities will be bigger, but it will also be more decentralized. And for that reason, it's also good to take a look at the blockchain community. I'm also involved in the blockchain community because there they do understand this model of decentralized communities very well. And they also have a concept, decentralized autonomous organizations. And these are, I think, the new way of supporting communities in building Web3 products and services. And of course, in these products, AI is also involved. But we need to take a look at the new structures which are needed to build other solutions, more fair, more distributed solutions. So working with other types of organizations and learning how to work with communities, I think that's very important. Another way, in the Netherlands, for us, it's really important to bring all these stakeholders together. So, like you also said, it can't be only from the government, it can't be only from the companies. So, we should bring them together. That's one important step. I think it's also important to educate people. For example, I train a lot of management teams in the government in AI. And in the first hour, I teach them the basics of AI. The second hour, we talk about what kind of experiments can you do by yourself. Because learning by doing is also very important. You can talk a lot about AI. You can read a lot about AI. But you also need some practice. Because then you will have a deeper understanding of the risk and the ethical aspects, but also what is a good solution and what's not.
Kashifa, what is the broader conversation that is being had around the monitoring and ensuring that these things happen? So we've spoken a little bit about, again, what needs to be done. But at the end of the day, there is also a sense that sometimes when people do whatever they choose, there's nobody who's going to come back and say, well, actually, from an ethics perspective and from a definitive policy perspective, you should have done ABC, and therefore you need to remedy that. Not necessarily a stick-up approach and always sort of punishing people for not having done the right thing, but maybe figuring out how we encourage that to happen. So what is the conversation that is being had around that?
I think the major conversation is around not allowing some group to hold and exercise unaccountable power over others. Because if you look at it today, most of these big techs, they are more powerful than sovereign nations. They have more data, they have more information than any sovereign nation. Like in December, they were having meeting with President Obama in December 2013, putting pressure on the government to slow down on surveillance. Then President Obama prophesied that he has a thinking, one day the guns will turn around. And today that is what is happening. What the government is saying, we want you to be accountable. We want you to enhance competition. Because if you look at most of the laws and regulation around the world, it's either talking about anti-competition, antitrust law, or increased accountability, or safeguarding privacy, because they take a lot of information about us on how to improve the products and services. But beyond that, there is this what is called surveillance capitalism, using behavioral data to manipulate us. Because anybody that has more information about you can manipulate you without knowing that he's controlling you. And that is what is called instrumentarian power. So the government is saying, be accountable, be open, be transparent of what you do. Also, don't dominate the market, because one thing that plays in the technology sector is domination. Any big tech, if you are trying to do something in their niche, they try to acquire you or to smart you. So, and to avoid that, we need to have a level playing field where we can allow local startups to also grow. And thirdly, we are talking about transforming the governance itself, because this technology is beyond just the way we see it as a tool, because you use it for so many things. So the government also, we should not allow the government also to have total control of the technology, because that can lead to an authoritarian regime, or a dictator, if has access to that kind of power, can do whatever they want. And lastly, we need to use it to protect our democracy as well. Because when we started, we used to say these tools, they are improving democracy and increase freedom. But today, we realize that they are actually eroding democracy and diminishing freedom. So how can we hold them accountable? How can we use the community to create the laws? Yes, we know they have a self-regulation, but that is not enough, because that self-regulation mostly is built in another jurisdiction. And the way the AI is evolving, we are today at a narrow intelligence stage. By the time it reaches the general or super intelligence, we cannot control it anymore, because we don't know what it's going to be. We always talk about the promising potentials, while we mostly keep silent on the deadly perils of this technology.
That is a great moment to talk about something. I mentioned this at the beginning of our conversation, and I'd like to bring it back in. The question of young people and the protection of young people. So it's one thing for us to talk about the building and the catalyzing of ecosystems and communities and so on. But we also see on the flip side that with that increased access, ease of use, etc., increased vulnerabilities that have emerged. One example that comes readily top of mind is the question of cyberbullying, or the fact that many children become vulnerable once they're online as a result of the manipulation of some AI, which leaves them exposed. You talk about, the fact that self-regulation doesn't help. How, and I'm going to put it out a little bit as a broad question, because I'd like to hear all your views on this, but I'm going to start with you, Constanza. How do we, even though you work specifically in terms of conservation, how do we ensure that as we enhance, speed up, intensify the AI, that communities that are particularly vulnerable, such as our children, are sufficiently protected, not just in terms of how they know how to use the technology, but ensuring that from an AI perspective, it's not being manipulated to their disadvantage. It's a bit of a big question, I know, but I'd like to hear your thoughts nonetheless.
For sure. For example, with COVID, all schools went into the digital world so fast that sometimes, there was a great need to continue education, of course. But sometimes this movement and this shift happened so fast that the privacy concerns around their data, accessing certain platforms that had zero considerations on what happens if there was a hack. So I believe that the rhythm of the technology, especially in emergencies, which when we lived, accelerated everything so fast that it was a great opportunity cost, not necessarily in the positive side, but sometimes in the negative side. Okay, like, let's halt this. Let's step one step back and let's rethink what does it mean for a school system to go completely online. So for example, in Latin America, we did a very interesting project with IDB Lab and the IDB social sector, which we worked together with schools to create awareness. Like, many schools and many teachers did not even know about the vulnerabilities about working online. So I believe this simplifying, understanding the complexes behind in a very easy way, not with the techie words and the techie concepts, but in a very understandable way. And again, empowering school teachers and the school community to own, again, the rhythm of this tech development inside their sector. And parallelly working with the government to understand, well, okay, this happened and we're not going back. What are the school policies now in this new era? And how can we prototype these new policies before regulating, which I believe in general, policy prototyping as a way for new governance structures is a very interesting way to go on technology.
Okay, I'm going to want time for a rapid fire. So on this round, I'm going to ask you really to be brief in your response so I can get to the rapid fire round. Essa, you are next. Really, really brief answer to the same question.
I wish the best to parents in the future, because I honestly have no idea how that's going to turn out. We need to find the balance between giving them access to the significant amount of resources and information we have, but at the same time balancing what they have access to, because we're easily suggestible creatures at the end of the day. And with personalized recommendations scaling so significantly, we really need to be careful. And parents to be, I do not want that position.
Oh no, Essa, don't discourage people from having children. That's terrible. Okay, Marloes, let's hear your view.
Yeah, we have recently started a program for the digital rights of children. So it's just started, so I can't say much about it. We also have some programs about, is this real? To educate children in deepfakes, synthetic media. Education is, of course, an important part of it. But to be honest, we just started to think about this.
Okay, so the conversation is on the table, and that's
yes, definitely. Yeah.
Great. Eldred, your turn.
Gender-based violence in South Africa is a massive issue. And what GovChat did in partnership with the South African government, the UN and UNICEF was to create a reporting capability that when someone reports domestic violence or bullying, that we understand exactly where that person is and then provide them with information around the closest safe space. So whether it's a healthcare clinic, whether it is a police station, whether it is a civic hall, that information is an important one. And so directing that to citizens is really, really helping a lot.
Kashifu, can you answer really, really quickly, because I'd like to do the rapid fire.
Yeah, we cannot cut them off from accessing digital because they are digitally native. So like in Nigeria, we started by coming up with code of practice to make the digital space safer for everyone, including children. What we are trying to achieve with that is to make sure what is illegal offline is illegal online, mean trying to move our all legal laws to the digital space. Against, when it started before, we used to say cyberspace is ungoverned space. But now we are saying, yes, everybody agrees that there is a need for regulation, but what is the right regulation? But creating the right regulation is not something we can do today. We need to evolve it. So,
Okay, Kashifu, I'm going to start with you first. Thank you very much. We're running out of time. Quick question. We're going to have, literally, I want 2 words from each of you in terms of how we are catalyzing these communities, what we need to do. 2 words, not 7, 2. Okay, here you go. Kashifu, you first.
Okay, bridging the digital divide and building capacity.
How many was that, Kashifu? That was too many. All right. Constanza, you.
Inclusion by design.
Okay, that was 3, but Kashifu had more, so I'll give you your 3. Eldred?
Access and co-creation.
Oh, good one. You stuck to 2. Okay, Essa, can you beat Eldred?
Value exchange.
Oh, that was a good one. Marloes, you have the honor of the last one.
For me, it's decentralized solutions.
Okay, that was great. You guys are awesome. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this really esteemed panel of fascinating and really smart people who can do things that I wish I could be able to do. So I'd like to thank them individually. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi is the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency of Nigeria. Constanza Gomez Mont is the founder and principal of Sea Minds and AI for Climate Initiatives. Eldred Jordan is the CEO of govchat.org. Essa Muhammad Ali is the co-founder of Tanzania AI Lab, and Marloes Pomp of the International Partnerships ELSA Labs and the Netherlands AI Coalition. Another round of applause to them. Thank you so, so very much. You guys were amazing. If you can make your way off the stage, thank you. I have to say that as I was listening to that conversation and the responses of the panelists, I was genuinely intrigued, particularly on the question of young people, because in reality, when we talk about the next decade or so, or more, it's going to be the people who are now, 10, 15 years old, who are going to be developing, using, enhancing, and catalyzing artificial intelligence solutions. So in as much as it is important for us to consider how what is happening now and the development of that AI is impacting us, I think it is equally important for us to ensure that those who will come after us, those who will be working with AI, those who will be developing AI, those who will be implementing some of the solutions that we're even talking about today, are actually protected in themselves and are able to use that technology without necessarily having to worry about their personal safety. So once again, to those panelists, I really do appreciate your inputs and perspectives. And speaking of the future, the next question is empowering future industries with artificial intelligence. We touched a little bit on it in that previous discussion, but I think we're going to hear a lot more perspectives from His Excellency Bandar Ibrahim Al Kharayev, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. Dear guests, colleagues, it is a pleasure to be with you here today. First of all, I would like to congratulate Sadaya for the exceptional organization of the Global AI Summit. I'm honored to be here with you to talk about the role of advanced manufacturing and artificial intelligence in the manufacturing and mining industries. This topic is extremely important and definitely timely, as advanced manufacturing and AI-based technologies are disrupting manufacturing and mining, bringing a lot of value from productivity, improving reliability, enhancing employee safety, and making our industries more sustainable. Advanced manufacturing and AI-based technologies are no longer a luxury or a choice, but have become inevitable to ensure growth and profitability. However, transformation requirements for industry sectors have changed. In the past, factories were able to realize the benefits from different technologies by simply working with vendors to set up and deploy new solutions in their own facilities. But today, many of these technologies need to be part of a more integrated ecosystem that links external partners and requires advanced digital infrastructures that is provided by connectivity, cyber security, and cloud platforms and services. Therefore, the role of the government has become more and more key in enabling the sector to deploy and adopt new technologies. Governments today are expected to be more involved in enabling the adaptation of advanced technologies through different means, but I will focus on 4 very important areas where I think are essential for government to ensure that are being done. First is providing the digital infrastructure and applications so that companies can seamlessly almost plug and play their industrial technologies and solutions. And secondly, by attracting technology providers, investments, and incentivizing the growth of the technology ecosystem. Thirdly, by ensuring having a platform that develops human capital needed for the ecosystem to perform in the best way possible. And finally, governments need to be sure to introduce the right policies, regulation, and enable execution. As an example of executing the role of the government, we are here in Saudi Arabia taking this very seriously in different fronts, from our strategy to our industrial cities, to the way we do business in the ministry, and to how to spread in the private sector as a whole. AI and advanced technologies are a main pillar in our industrial development strategy. We are also upgrading our industrial cities to be smart, able to plug in with different solutions. We are introducing AI solutions within the ministry itself to provide insight and support decision-making and policy enhancements. Developing the technology ecosystem will require partnerships with strong technology and service providers who can develop smart industrial infrastructures and enable the transformation of factories for the future. We believe there is a huge opportunity to transform, and we invite all technology companies, consulting firms, and service providers to join these efforts to cultivate advanced technologies in the Saudi industrial sector, in our industrial cities, and in our mining sector. Today, the kingdom has a strong industrial base made of more than 10,000 factories that are spread around the country in 40 different industrial cities, making up 11% of the country's GDP with an impressive growth rate of 10%. To support the transformation of our factories and grow the technology ecosystem, we have launched the Future Factories program. This program will aim to transform 4,000 factories to become automated and adopt advanced manufacturing technologies. The first step in this program was to define a maturity measure and standardize the factory transformation technology. It was important to find an appropriate measure covering both technical and organizational aspects of transformation, having international recognition, and benchmarking capabilities. Also, having a governing body with a clear certification process. This led us to choose the Smart Industry Readiness Index series as a measure that is also recognized by the World Economic Forum as a standard for Industry 4.0 readiness. We then partnered with the International Center for International Transformation to deploy SERI on a national scale. So far, self-assessment of SERI index have been conducted for almost 70% of our industrial capabilities. We are establishing also the second world SERI assessors training center here in Riyadh, where we plan to train 100 SERI assessors in the first year. After completing the audited SERI assessment, the Future Factories program will offer numerous enablers that can raise the manufacturing sector maturity, create the opportunity to leapfrog in productivity. This includes various initiatives such as incentive packages covering financial and advisory support, training, technical tools, and knowledge sources for industrial best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the factories of the future will become more sophisticated and interdependent, with complex interaction and different legal precautions, and we must be ready. Governments must instill the right policies and regulation and play a more active role enhancing the ecosystem to enable industrial sectors to grow. I'm certain that here in Saudi Arabia, we are definitely prepared to overtake such a challenge as a result of our national drive to transform that is empowered by our Vision 2030. The Kingdom has an advanced digital infrastructure with 5G connectivity, capable cloud services, advanced e-government systems, a strong cybersecurity measures. Also, we enjoy in Saudi Arabia a strong financial position and can make the necessary investments to transform. Moreover, the Saudi economy is rapidly growing, diversifying, also supported with a strong education system and blessed with young, tech-savvy population. Saudi Arabia is also determined to boost research, development, and innovation outcome, and has established a new RDI authority to achieve these goals. Dear guests, colleagues, and friends, I would like to invite you all to be part of the exciting journey in empowering future industries with AI, where I'm certain that Saudi Arabia will be very soon the home of many technologies and innovation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you again. I'm very pleased to be back here for day 2 of the Global AI Summit. I have an absolute treat of a panel for you. Before we get started, please do have a seat. I'm going to give you 2 numbers to think about. I mentioned them at the end of the day yesterday, but they're so important. I just want to tell you again. $65 billion. That was a loud ring. That's how big that number was. That's the value of the global artificial intelligence market in 2020. Second number, $15 trillion. And that is what it's projected to reach by 2030. Now, what's important about 2030 to me is that that's also the date by which we are hopefully achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But my question to you and to the panel, overarching, is how will we embrace this financial growth, this investment, and ensure that all citizens, cities, communities, and ecosystems benefit from investment and development into AI infrastructure? So, I've got a fantastic panel for you. So we have immediately to my left, Shahad Attar, and she leads tech and media side investment for PIF. Delighted, thanks very much for coming along. Dr. Hans-Paul Böckner, Managing Director and Global Chair Emeritus of the Boston Consulting Group. Thanks for coming. And we have on the far left, or stage left of the stage, we have Dr. Anna Patterson, Managing Partner from Gradient Ventures, and also very pleased to have joining us virtually, the founder of Emar and Noon.com, Mohammed Ali Rashid Alabar. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I hope all of you are well. It seems like you're having a lot of fun.
Very well. Well, it's great to have you with us today. So what I'd love to start off with is when you're thinking about investment, what do you mean by investing in AI? Are we investing in the general artificial intelligence? Are you investing in what's going to take us to Mars? Or are we talking about something that's much more down to earth, shall we say? Shahad, start us off.
Thank you, Edie. It's a real honor and pleasure to be talking to you and this great audience here today. And you ask a really great question. What are we talking about when we talk about investing in AI? The Public Investment Fund, the PIF, the vision is to invest in human future. And what that means, we're looking about growth areas. What are the problems that humanity is facing today? And that's what really drives our decisions. You mentioned just a few minutes ago that AI's predicted future is $15 trillion a contribution to the economy. So imagine the type of problems that we need to be looking and fixing. As the kingdom aspires to become a global hub for technology and media, AI is absolutely the foundation for all of this. Most importantly, we're thinking about all the different verticals, such as healthcare, such as logistics, such as even smart cities and culture. All of these different verticals have great applications for artificial intelligence. I'll tell you just a few examples from companies that are in the PIF portfolio.
I tell you what, I want to come back immediately to that.
Absolutely.
Let's just get a brief answer from all of our panelists on what they mean by AI, and then I'll absolutely come back to you. Dr. Hans-Paul, what do you mean when you invest in AI?
Well, obviously, there is a broad range, and Shahad has already mentioned many of those. But I would like to draw your attention to really helping companies optimize their processes, also reduce waste energy usage, CO2 emissions, for example, cement plants, steel plants, refineries, the pipeline system. There is such a massive opportunity to really use sensors, but also better algorithms to optimize these processes. And while not all of them may already be self-optimizing processes and self-learning processes and algorithms, I think this is a big opportunity for really having a massive impact on the performance of companies, but at the same time also, for example, reducing emissions.
Okay, thank you. Mohammed, what about you? What do you mean when you're investing in AI? What does that mean to you?
Of course, specifically at Noon, we are quite keen and we are investing, of course, when it comes to product discovery, understanding our customer, planning merchandising for us based on historical data AI does amazing work to really makes our forecasting better, makes that we predict your needs easier, even predict what the most efficient delivery routes for us, especially that now we are into 15-minute delivery, which is a new science that we are going into. If you look at the real estate side of it, we are quite advanced, that we are really talking to AI engineers. How can AI design our buildings? It's one of the most amazing achievements in human life, where it will take us a year and a half to finalize a building design. With AI, it could take 30 days. And there's so much more to do.
Okay. Anna, what about you? What do you mean when you're investing in AI?
I guess to me, AI is now the new high-tech startup. So we invest in high-tech startups, and as a former academic, it really means any technique that's in Russell and Norvig. So if that algorithm is in Russell and Norvig, that's what we mean by AI.
Okay. Now, you've got an interesting job, because you're actually investing on behalf of Google into AI. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're Google's seed fund, and we invest only at the very beginning stages, where there's 2 entrepreneurs or 3 with an idea, and then those ideas can be across a broad range of industries, but really use AI to make a difference in those industries.
Okay, we're going to come back to you. So, Shahad, I very rudely cut you off. I'd love to hear about some of your investments, and particularly because I imagine this room might be full of entrepreneurs waiting to collar you guys as you come out of this session with their fantastic idea. So, what are you looking for in an AI startup, given the kinds of things that you're investing in now?
Not at all, Edie. If you don't control us, I'm sure every one of us is so passionate, we'll just stay for hours to talk about this. But what I'm looking for, usually, when we look at growth stage companies, we're looking for problems that have been solved, and then they're using techniques such as computer visioning or NLP or deep learning to further enhance, like Dr. Hans said, their operations or further reduce costs. And these things today can be clearly quantified, and that's what most businesses are looking for. There are great ideas, but the real ideas that make it are the ones that, in the end, either cut costs or make money.
Right. Okay. So give us some of the companies that you have invested in. Just get a little flavor of the kind of things that somebody might, they think, ooh, I'm a bit like that, but a bit different.
So I'm sure yesterday we've seen the great announcements from the Saudi company of artificial intelligence. This is the company that has been established by the Public Investment Fund, PIF, last year. And the objective from Sky is to create AI-powered solutions by looking at the problems in the kingdom and hopefully in the future in the rest of the region. Some of the challenges that Sky is looking to solve today, for example, in safety and security, such as in traffic control. And these are some of the greatest examples, because car accidents and speeding has been always an issue, and maybe the highest cause of death. But with these solutions in place, they've been able to predict and catch those bad driving. And, you know, I've been myself a victim of that. I've made sure, oh, absolutely. And I've made sure that I improve my driving, because I know that this is being solved by the power of artificial intelligence. And there's so many others. Lean is another example of a company in healthcare that during COVID, during the pandemic, has been able to bring together solutions for the Ministry of Health and try to provide solutions for the pandemic. Another example is Ilm, a company that has been the digital transformation partner for the kingdom. And there are a lot of examples for other sectors that I'm happy to even share more.
Okay. Anna, what about you? Tell us a little bit. You've got a company, in fact, that you've invested in who's here. It may even be in the audience. But tell us what you're specifically looking about. We've heard about safety, healthcare. What are you looking for?
We really look broadly. So, like I said, you know, a high-tech startup. But one of the things that we look for in a founding team is a real connection to the problem. Because, you know, growing a company is hard. And if that company's mission and what they're trying to accomplish doesn't resonate deeply with the founding team, then it's going to be hard to overcome those problems. So that's one of the things we're really evaluating with the founding team. Obviously, it has to have a market. There's no company without a market.
So give me an example. Give me an example of a company that's really connected to their mission.
So I'd say we have two that have really taken off. Elsa is here. They're used by more than 40 million people worldwide, and they help people train their English accent. So it tells you, it has recordings of millions of people speaking, and then it tries to correct your accent. And then Mural took off during the pandemic.
And just to go back, why were the founders so closely connected to that mission?
I'd say they are from an area where they saw the difference in money that people make between the lowest level employees who might have English as a challenge. They saw that promotion opportunities were open to people that had better accents. And so it really is about social mobility and about, getting people paid more. So
that's fantastic. Yeah. Really interesting. Sorry, and the next one you were going to mention?
Mural is a company that helps people do brainstorming remotely. So COVID was actually a tailwind for them because it's hard to have a meeting and like you were thinking about doing a Blackboard or having a session with your team where you brainstorm on an idea, and the software is just around that, being able to do that effectively remotely. And previously they had done only in-person onboarding, which is very funny because it's a remote first tool.
Right.
And they pivoted right at the beginning of COVID.
And why was their mission so close? Why did they feel passionate about that?
The founders are from Argentina, and they had started hiring around the world. They were actually starting on something else first, and we funded them right when they saw this problem that they had themselves with a remote team. And they had built something in-house, and a lot of people who had seen it with them, like customers who had seen this brainstorming tool, wanted to buy it. So their kind of second act was doing this tool, and now they're over 100 million in revenue.
Interesting. Mohammed, what about you? Somebody's going to come and pitch you. They can't collar you after the session in person, but they might be stalking you on LinkedIn. What are you looking for when you are looking for an AI machine learning investment?
Well, I think we have the real answer is this is going to be a little bigger than this. The AI is, I think, it's the greatest achievement in human life. It's more important than electricity. It's more important than water. It is bringing transparency. It is taking human capability to a different level because, as the audience knows, that human beings are very capable people, but our skull, limit the size of our processing power, while the AI is the warehouses of servers that can do amazing things. So therefore, when I hear about what AI is doing in drug discovery, as an example, that's why, for example, we were able to get a lot of drugs very early to the market for COVID. It's not because of human mind. This is because of a smart human mind that deployed AI. Therefore, it's very encouraging for me that I almost question everything I do. And I say, okay, I know that there's a new world. How can I really get...
Oh, you've unfortunately frozen, but in a very passionate moment. So we're going to come back to you, Mohammed, because you're looking like you care what you're talking about. Okay. Hans-Paul.
Okay.
Have we got you back, Mohammed? Let's keep going.
I can hear you. I was saying that my responsibility now is really to work with the talent I have in my companies to make sure that we deploy AI almost in everything we do. I give you a small example. We run the largest food company, especially when it comes to restaurants in the Middle East. And I know we are running a very successful delivery system, but now we're using AI to really help us which restaurant should be in which area. Because the intelligence that comes out of our ordering system and delivery system will tell you that this neighborhood will need more Lebanese restaurants than Indian restaurant or Italian rather than anything else. While we ran this business for 20 years, we will never ever be able to collect data like this to really make us smarter, more efficient. We grow and we reduce cost at the same time, and we value, of course, our performance. So therefore, I think our biggest challenge as this old world that we live in, especially with my age, of course, I'm not 22 years old, and my management as well, is that how can we really motivate, train, and encourage our senior management to go to the AI route to solve our performance issues and improve our performance and have a smarter decision. And if I can just say one thing, I really believe that the world has a big challenge, and I'm changing the subject now, but the world has a big challenge with democracy. And people are doubting, is democracy working or not? I really think that AI is going to solve democracy problem because it can collect data, it can give recommendation, and I think politicians should just relax and don't do anything.
Okay, well, we could have another panel on that, but we might come back to that issue. Hans-Paul, I want to come back to you because you mentioned that AI is really good at improving efficiency, and there's some areas in the world where we could really use that, including food production, including energy production. So give me some examples of some of the things that you've seen companies work on that you think really help and illustrate the kind of thing that you're talking about.
Well, I really like the examples that Mohamed, Anna, Shahad have been using. But I also would like to draw attention to the fundamental issues of very traditional industries, food, agriculture. Companies like John Deere really help to reduce the use of pesticides, insecticides by really targeting specific amounts of insecticides and pesticides on specific plants or weeds, in the fields. Really through precision agriculture, really, or precision farming, really ensuring that you use the minimum needed to get things done. The same is with fertilizers, analyzing the ground, analyzing the air, the moisture, and so forth, and combining this in order to really be, absolutely, spot on in terms of what you do on the fields in order to get the maximum output, the maximum yield with the minimum inputs on, fertilizer, insecticides, pesticides, and so forth, because we need this in order to really feed 10 billion people in a few decades. The other thing, of course, is, given that we are working here in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, I think oil production, gas production, I think there are so many opportunities to optimize the process, the drilling, ensuring that there's higher yield by, through smart sensoring, really using the massive amount of data that we all have from these production facilities, from the refineries, in order to reduce energy consumption, in order to reduce waste and leakages, and to do this in a continuous process, not just doing it once, but the algorithms become increasingly better, and therefore you can continue to reduce emissions. And that's why I think both efficiency and reduction in emissions, I think, go hand in hand.
Interesting. I wonder what you think, Anna, you mentioned that you're investing in Argentina. I know that you've invested in lots of places around the world. Do you see a hotspot for AI investments where you're always going, or is it truly something that is coming from around the world?
Yeah, it is coming from around the world. I'd say, 20% of our investments are in Europe and maybe 15% in LATAM. I think it's surprising to me that it isn't like one city. It isn't like, Silicon Valley used to be. It really is finding these companies in various pockets. And some of the times where we have more than one company from Copenhagen, it's because the founder that we first found in Copenhagen was like, yo, my friend's doing something good. So I think that kind of effect is just happening, yeah.
Okay. Are there any other companies you want to highlight in terms of the impact they're making? We heard from Hans Paul about impact that an old-fashioned company like John Deere can really have. When you think about the impact that your investments have.
John Deere is using one of our companies, Labelbox, to do that because it's actually image recognition. As the tractors roll down the field, there's a down-facing camera, and they recognize the weed to do the precision impact, and the whole method of labeling the plants and the models that run on the machines are done with Labelbox.
Interesting. And what's their story?
Labelbox are two founders, Manu and Brian, and at their previous company, they needed to label for their machine learning models, and there weren't really easy tools to label. Like, you can imagine the very first tools were like drawing a circle, which, of course it doesn't really work. You don't actually get it around and stuff. And then how do you type in the text that goes with it? There really weren't good tools back then. And so it took a really long time. And so it was expensive to make a model. And they said other people must be having this problem. And it actually learns as you go, so that as you label the first few things, like imagine, her example about, like, let's say it's a license plate recognizer. So after you first do a few rectangles, it kind of learns what you're probably doing. I see that kind of image in this other image, and it kind of snaps too. And then when you say, yeah, you got it, it starts auto-labeling for you.
Okay, interesting. Well, Shahad, let's come back to you, because I know that there's other areas within the PIF, within AI investment that you're interested in, including those that have real impact on the lives of people in the kingdom.
I'd like to pick up something that Anna was talking about, where you train a system to recognize accents. And we all recognize, for example, one of the challenges when you're trying to reach to customer service and you get a computer, and it's very frustrating. And a lot of companies don't want that experience for their clients or customers. But it still is very expensive to have people 24/7. A lot of companies have implemented AI to try to get a better experience for their customers. However, we speak Arabic in this region, and Arabic has a lot of different accents.
Many.
One of the challenges that we're working on in our PIF companies in Sky is the ability to recognize different accents and to train systems that can speak back in your accents and be able to provide a better service. You can imagine the applications of that go beyond just customer service. And the challenges such as in emergencies, medical emergencies, people who try to reach, but you cannot understand what they're saying, AI can again help a lot in getting that message across. And beyond NLP, or the ability to recognize languages, the future is about smart cities. And there are many definitions of smart cities, but it all begins with data and the ability to bring data to create insights to drive better decisions. In my view, that smart cities are cities that use data for better management of the resources in that city, better management of the environment, as well as creating a seamless experience for citizens to truly get from point A to point B and go about their business every day. These are just some of the things that we're working on.
Okay, so give us an example of a company that's working on one of those problems.
So Telecom is another company in the PIF portfolio, and they have been the experts when it comes to the ability to monitor traffic. Extending those capabilities on computer visioning together with international partners, we've been able, hopefully, to put together a proof of concepts to manage waste around the city. This is, of course, in partnership with some of the government entities that are looking to improve pollution and management in the city. Another side is companies who care about recycling. But some of the challenges is how can you manage the costs of recycling by predicting, of course, the waste that will be in the city or being able to sort waste. All of these things are implemented by the use of sensors, by the use of algorithms to do these types of predictions.
Sounds like you're building a wise city rather than just a smart city.
We hope so. We have great plans for Visions 2030 for Saudi Arabia, starting with Riyadh.
Mohammed, I want to come back to you because I know that you are thinking about a customer, for example, who might be ordering something, the ease of getting delivery. And of course, that has impacts as well on city infrastructure, on traffic, on pollution. So tell me how you look at that kind of that kind of investment that you're making and the kind of feeling that you want people within the region to have.
I'm so sorry. I missed one part of the last part of your question, if you don't mind.
Just tell me about your vision for what you want people to have, the kind of experience they want to have when they use your investments, when they use your products, as they move around the city.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I forgot to mention that Noon is a PIF company as well, and we're very proud to be a PIF company. And we're deploying some of the most advanced AI solutions in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, and we have an amazing team on the ground that does all this work. I think at the end of the day, we want technology and specifically AI just to give you a better life. And when it comes to a better life, we're talking about not only predicting what you want, but the best value for you. And as we can predict your needs over time, then we become very efficient in many things. We become very.
Oh, you've frozen in another moment of passionate discussion. So Mohammed, we'll leave you. We'll fix your video and come back to you. I want to have a look at my next question for you all, which is really around, what do you think the most valuable companies being built today are, Anna? If you were going to, with AI at the core of what they're going to do in 10 years, maybe it's not one that you've invested in.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of old, so I remember the web coming. And I think at that time, we really underestimated the impact of the web on society. And then I was involved in Android, and I think we really underestimated cell phones and how much it was going to change society. And I think right now we're underestimating AI and its change. I think that AI is at the core of most companies today that are successful because, the first part of being successful is having a bunch of customers. But in order to get the hockey stick effect, you have enough data that you're analyzing it in order to make everything better. So I'm not going to pick one company.
Okay. Any sector that you'd like to pick?
So, we have seen a number of AI infrastructure companies. I mean, we just sold to Snowflake. We sold Streamlit, which was an AI infrastructure company, and Snowflake holds a lot of data on top of which AI models are run.
Mohammed, what do you think the most impressive or most valuable AI machine learning company is out there at the moment?
Well, today for me, I think the most incredible company on earth is Google, and I really think that they're deploying. Yeah, did you hear me?
Yes, well, I'm laughing because
Yes.
Anna invests on behalf of Google, so I'm wondering if maybe there was some discussion between you guys beforehand.
I couldn't plug Google, but I agree.
See, what's interesting about Google is that they know so much more about Ghana or Singapore or Bangkok or New York than anyone else on earth. Therefore, the amount of AI that they're purchasing, softwares that they're getting involved in, some stuff we know, some we don't know. It's just, I think Google, even though I admire Google, I think Google is the most dangerous company in the world, but in a good way, I hope.
All right. What do you think, Shahad? What do you think the most valuable company that's using AI and machine learning at its core? What do you think it is?
Edie, I think that's a really tough question. Even Anna and Mr. Abbar struggled with it. But what I really believe is that we're at every stage in the evolution of technology, we're at the very beginning of the evolution of Web 3.0. And that's where we're really going to see the convergence of data, of artificial intelligence, and even immersive experiences. And some studies show that we might even be where we were in 1998, which means the Googles of the future are still not even yet discovered. So I'd like to believe that each one of us here, that maybe even in this room today, that could be the most valuable company of the future.
Yeah. Okay, well, I won't make Hans Paul answer the same
because,
one.
I mean, let me reinforce what Shahad has said. If you look at the most valuable companies in 2005, there were lots of, e-commerce and companies there, but all of them are gone except Microsoft. And in 2035 or 37, 15 years' time, the top 10 in the world may look completely different from what today. I mean, maybe Google is still there, but it could also be that none of them exist. So I think, nobody knows, and you could be it.
Okay, how do you define impact, Hans Paul, when you're thinking about putting money or the kinds of companies that you think will have impact? How are you measuring that impact? What are the things, the tools that you're using to do that?
Well, it's all about, of course, increasing revenues or reducing cost. And when I say reducing cost, it also means reducing emissions and therefore really becoming much more sustainable. And I think these things go hand in hand, it's really crucial to have tangible impact that can be measured.
So give me an example about what you mean. Give me an example of something that's reducing emissions. How are you measuring that reduction?
Well, if I can reduce the use of energy in cement plants by 10, 15, even 20%, I have a very measurable impact where sustainability and economics go together very well. And I think this is really the key for many, many companies, both traditional companies, but also I think the new tech companies. I mean, the cloud uses enormous energy. The centers for data centers using enormous energy. If we can reduce the energy usage, we can also reduce emissions in a massive way. And I think that's what we have to do, because today, be very open, I mean, most of these data centers are not run by windcraft or solar, and even that consumes a lot of energy producing windcraft and solar panels. So I think it's really crucial that we do find ways of reducing energy as a key, but resources in all aspects, and recycling them and so forth. So everything that helps to make this work is both good for society, but also good for the companies that are achieving that.
Anna, when we've spoken before today, I know that a lot of you Gradient Ventures measures very high in terms of its diversity impact, and that the founders of the companies that you are investing in are incredibly diverse. So I wonder, is that on purpose?
I think we're very proud that our portfolio is among the most diverse.
And tell us what you mean, what that actually means.
So usually it's measured by Crunchbase. It's just a way that it kind of evens the playing field. It usually means underrepresented group as a member of the founding team, which includes women and people of color. And then it also, those are probably the main ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you're out there looking, is that something that's always in your mind?
It isn't in our mind that we want to or don't want to, but we have established some guidelines around how we approach investments, in that we keep an open mind and we keep an open line. So a lot of investment places, you need an introduction in order to get in, and that really limits kind of the field of people you can invest in. So we vow to read cold emails and cold pitches. And then during the pitch, we put away our phones and laptops and really try to connect with the person when we were in person. And when we're online, we say that we're gonna very much pay attention, and then we find that that gives us a connection to the founders.
Interesting. Hans-Paul?
Yeah, I think what we should be also aware of that innovation very often comes from the edge, from the margin, not from the core. And so, the question earlier on, you mentioned Argentina. We find a lot of the innovations are come from emerging markets, from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America, where there is certain scarcities. There are things that are not there in abundance. And therefore, people have to think about new solutions. And I think that's why we'll find a large spread of capabilities. Of course, everybody talks about Silicon Valley, and we have a congestion of, lots of great people, but many of them are coming from other parts of the world. They're coming from India, from China, they're coming from Africa, Latin America. And so I think, we'll see a lot more diversity over the coming decade, just because the scarcities drive people to come up with great solutions. And usually the headquarter is the place where, fewer of the innovations are coming from, because they always think about, oh, this will take a long time, this will take a lot of money. Well, we've tried it, we are not going to work on this anymore. Right. Whereas the margin, the edge is really innovative.
Okay. Sean, I'd love you to tell us about how you're considering impact, and also how you're looking at investing in diversity as well.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll start with diversity. Because we've seen a lot of examples in the media where the lack of diversity has actually led us to the wrong solutions. Where, for example, we've had AI-based systems doing recruitment systems that were just as biased as the teams that were developing it, because that's the algorithm that was built according to their beliefs. So diversity is important at every level of an organization, from development to the top. And there are great examples in our portfolio companies, as well as at PIF, but we're still not doing enough. And we are aiming to improve and even get better. How we measure impact? We're an investment fund, but we are focused on impact. So we also measure return, but we also measure social and economic impact. PIF aims to not just invest and hopefully not just in AI, but in every sector, but also to create meaningful jobs in the kingdom and in the region.
Okay. How are you doing?
So far, so good. We still have jobs.
Mohammed, tell us a little about your interest in diversity as you look to invest as well in the region.
Well, I'll go back and, I lost that part when I said that we're very proud to be a PIF company as well. And the amazing technology that we are deploying using AI in Saudi Arabia is really incredible, with an incredible team on the ground. When it comes to diversity, it's interesting. In the Middle East, it's a little different. Our mix is amazing because we have small countries around, so the mix is really perfect. But then again, when it comes to empowering women, is something that we have a great journey, and I agree we have started, but it's moving quite well, especially in this area. And if you come and see our women engineers, I really worry about the boys, because these ladies are incredible dedication, hard work, IQ, and they all remind me of my mother, because I'm the eldest of 13 kids, and I don't know how my mom do it when we had no electricity, no running water. So I think we learn a lot of diversity, at least my diversity, from my mom.
So I want to ask, is there a problem you think that is out there that's not being solved yet, that AI could have a really good impact on? Anna, do you have one?
It's more of philosophy. I think when I was starting my first company, I would say, what do I want done that I'm bad at? And I would hire a person to do that. And now I'm asking my founders, when you have something that you want done, there's an AI for that.
Right.
And so I think some things that are, human are now being done very well with AI, and they're getting better, like reading, summarizing, writing, coaching, teaching. It's amazing, the kind of applications that are coming along, counseling.
Right.
Yeah.
Hans Paul, what about you?
I would say elderly care. I had the opportunity to talk to a colleague from Japan, and given that the share of old people in Japan is very high, and I asked him, how far are you? And he said, yes, we are working on it, but the all-rounded universal robot to take care of elderly people, they are not there yet. And I think that would be a great solution, not just for Japan, but for the rest of the world. And I think we really badly need that. So I hope we'll get there over the next 10, 15 years.
Shahad, what about you? Any big problem you think that's not yet being addressed that could be through AI?
Definitely, like my fellow panelists mentioned, problems to give the feeling that you're speaking to a real human being. We're still not there yet. But more than that, I think another problem is around data privacy and data security. And I think Sadaya has done great strides in creating the right systems in place that ensure that we try to ensure private data privacy. Because data is really what drives a lot of AI solutions. But where do we draw the line of how do we protect people as well as not limit innovation?
Okay. Mohammed, what about you? Any big question that you think isn't yet being answered? There's a company that's not doing this that AI could have a go at.
Well, my biggest challenge in career is human talent, and human talent is linked to education. So I really hope that there's a lot of AI investment in education, because we have billions of people on Earth, and if we can deploy AI to really enhance government's efforts to really improve education level, it will save the world.
Thank you. Well, that is our time, and I'd like to give an enormous thank you to my fantastic panel, to Shahad, to Hans Paul, to Anna, and to Mohammed joining us online. And thanks very much to you, the audience, for being here with us. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So up next, we've got Carol Nakla and her guest. They're going to be speaking about AI and telecommunications. Stay in your seats.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for joining us to this very insightful, important discussion on AI in telecommunications. My name is Carol Nakli, and I have the great pleasure to introduce Mr. Olayan Al-Witaid, who is known to many of you. He's the Group CEO of STC, which is the largest telecommunication business in the region. And from my discussion with Mr. Olayan, I learned that STC is not just involved in telecom, but also has a great involvement in the whole digital economy. So, Mr. Olayan, thank you for joining us today. I'm going to start by asking you about how is AI reshaping the future of the telecommunications industry?
Thank you, Carol, and thank you so much for the great team in the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, Dr. Abdullah Sharaf and his entire team. Thank you so much. The way we look at it from a telecom operator perspective is to look at it in two forms. One is the operational side of things, where we utilize the AI technologies for our own operations to make our decisions on investments in a much better way, as well as operating in a much more efficient way and providing products and services that are tailored and segmented in the right way to our customers. And we have been on that for quite some time and doing a lot of data analytics around it and pushing the envelope for the last few years on that front. The other strategic element of it, where we see a lot of potential from the enablement of AI and the digital economy ecosystem. And that is where STC has been strategizing for the last few years and actively working on investing heavily on the building blocks of the digital economy, be it on the cloud computing, be it on the IoT, be it on the cybersecurity, and much more that we are addressing for the last few years. And we have the great partnership with the different entities, including Sadaya, and so many other entities within the government and the private sector from a global perspective that is participating with us in a very active role to push the envelope for the digital economy in this country and the region to flourish and take the leadership at a global level.
Thank you. I like how you looked at it from the operational side and the strategic side, and we can see how the reach of AI in the telecom actually goes beyond the telecom industry. And this is what takes me to the next question. If you can elaborate a little bit on how it connects to areas such as smart cities, infrastructure, and health, among others.
Well, what you just mentioned are more or less the prime use cases of AI and digital economy enablement at large. We see a lot of potential for our investments on the infrastructure layer as well as on the platform layer, and addressing the verticals that we just talked about, be it smart cities or health or education or transportation or even beyond. And this is where a lot of use cases for making our cities managed in a much better way is taking place, utilizing AI technologies and utilizing the rest of the back-end infrastructure that is being put in place, whether it is 5G or cloud computing or cybersecurity and other products and services. The other elements of what you just mentioned in terms of use cases, health, a very important use case for AI, and there is a lot of advancement in that front, specifically in the country. Our partnership with the Ministry of Health is working nicely to enable telemedicine in a much better way, to enable diagnostics of patients and treating them in a much faster way with much more accuracy. We are moving into that direction in a very, I would say, steady base, where we are progressing nicely into pushing the boundaries of what has been already achieved to new heights. The other verticals that we are also addressing is across utilities and transportation. And this is where we have our company that has recently been launched in partnership with BIF, IoT Squared, that is dedicated towards the vertical of the industrial vertical of IoT, as well as the platform play within IoT. All of the above is a showcase to what this country is trying to do to push the envelope on digital enablement, and some serious investment has been put in place. Along with that is a lot of policy making that has been driven by Sadaya and the other entities that is involved to make sure that the progress of technology enablement is happening, and happening out of Saudi Arabia to the rest of the world as well.
I would add also, because you mentioned transport and utilities, the all-important energy sector, and we'll touch on it later during the day. What about the frontiers of technologies? Which main frontiers of technology research and investment can we identify here?
Well, the main frontiers, if you are to just name few, is to make sure that the technology continue advancing. And this is where the advancement across the different clusters of the technology that makes AI a reality needs to continue being advanced. And that is where the model that's been adopted needs to evolve further and further. The private and government sector partnership, as well as the global players with the regional and local players taking part of building that collaborative environment to continue the evolution of these technologies, be it on the mainstream technologies that is related to infrastructure, whether it is the telco part or the cloud computing or the edge computing, or the new frontiers, which is facial recognition, voice recognition, and new other technologies that is enabling AI to become much more effective. The second point, if you are to talk about an enabler or a success factor, is to make sure that the regulatory frameworks and the regulatory environment is taking the right shape to catch up with the technology advancement that is happening. And I think this part of the world is very advanced in that. And KSA is a case in point where we have been given the support from our regulatory entities across the value chain of technology to really lead at a regional and a global level. The third dimension is related to making sure that whatever technology we're working on is governed in a way that is providing good outputs. And this is where the ethical part of the technology is being looked after in a very good way. Last but not least, and I would say more important than a lot of the other dimensions, is talent, and making sure that we invest heavily as much as we need to make sure that the talent that is required for the new technologies is ready and enabled and diverse to make sure that we are really capturing the opportunity in a very good way.
Let me follow up on this question of talent, which is very, very important, because yesterday on my way to Riyadh from London, I saw at the airport a slogan that our most intelligent asset is not artificial. And I guess they are referring here to the talent. How do you ensure that you have the right people available? I mean, do you collaborate with universities? Do you do the in-house training? Just tell us a bit more about that.
I think the ecosystem around talent development in the country is taking care of that in so many ways. And different parts of the ecosystem is playing their own mandate. Be it the university community, be it the R&D community, be it the private sector, or even the policymakers and the regulators. All of us are collaborating in a very progressive way to make sure that this country is at the forefront. We heard yesterday a lot of discussions around how many is being involved on development courses and talent management programs to push the envelope of digital enablement, and the digital savvy future leaders are here with us. All of us are partnering in some way or another to develop our own people, but also to make sure that we provide that opportunity to the wider audience inside the country, to make sure that the country is progressing, having the right talent, and competing in a regional and a global scale.
And actually, the talent is, as you kindly referred to, diverse talent. And I'm very happy to see here the diversity of men and women, young and old alike, joining this conference. I would have loved to ask you one more question on the government-industry partnership, but I was also so pleased to hear from you how this region is quite advanced in terms of regulatory framework, especially compared to other regions, for instance.
The region is very advanced compared to other global peers in terms of technology advancement, thanks to the leadership vision that we have. The 2030 vision and the leadership of our country is putting us into that position where we are benefiting from policy making and strategic visions that is taking us ahead of the curve. Compared to our competitors at a regional and a global level. The region is, I would say, advanced maybe compared to Europe or the other parts of the countries that is not having the clarity of the mission that we do have.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for joining us. And also thank you very much for joining us for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is François Condelon. I lead the think tank of the BCG, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. So, we had a big and overheated debate when we prepared for this panel with the gentleman here, discussing about what and how should we interpret the word infrastructure. And Youssef, you're the VP of Information Technology at Saudi Aramco, and you told us you need to spend a significant amount of time on the tech infrastructure. So, why were you thinking that it's so critical to spend time on that?
First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be with my finest panelists here, and thank you for the question. It's really timely. And then why would I say timely? We've been in the digital journey for some time. I think we're about time to move from development stage into putting this artificial intelligence in use. But before I answer the question why it's critical, let's define the infrastructure. Data, as all you know, is the center of AI technology. It's data and algorithm. But data by itself will never give you results. You need tools, a pipe, to bring the data from the field into this data repository. You need computing power to process this data through the AI. And similarly, you need the network connectivity to deliver the services to the end consumers anywhere, anytime around the world. So let's talk about network connectivity. And this is where the vary comes, depends on your business. If you are in a sophisticated, well-established community, that will be less critical. But if you are like us in oil and gas, in Aramco, where we operate oil wells around the kingdom, gas around the kingdom, then you need to pay more attention to lay down the right connectivity infrastructure that will guarantee you that data will continue flowing from the fields into the data. Computing is vital, but I would say it's less vital than network connectivity. However, we have to pay attention that computing power today, either in the central processing facilities in the data centers or in the digital edge computing, will serve you today. But I guarantee you that will not serve you down the road when the AI becomes more complex, requires more power. So as a CIOs, we have to pay attention to the future, partner with the right partners to be an early adopter of technologies like quantum computing and whatever the future is going to bring into the computing area.
And we might discuss this a bit later. But Jean-Luc, you were thinking or telling us, yeah, but we need to go, connectivity is critical, the tech infrastructure is critical, but you wanted to add an S to infrastructure in saying that you need to invest in several infrastructure. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yes, and thank you for inviting me. As Youssef said, it's important for the data to go somewhere, so that's for sure. The physical infrastructure, technical infrastructure is important. I think we need to think of multiple infrastructure that stack together in order to achieve the digital transformation everybody is seeking. So there is technical infrastructure, but there's also important the people infrastructure. Right? You need to understand what infrastructure you have to support the talent that you have in place or to upskill the one that you want to bring. We need to think also of the process infrastructure, because the digital transformation is fundamentally a change of behavior. Therefore, change management is going to be very important. So by stacking the technical, by stacking the software part, which is part of the technical, stacking the people and the process, I think that's how you achieve the goal that we're all seeking.
So is everyone okay with the scope we've defined? So the need to go on connectivity, but to think about additional infrastructure. Is there any additional comment?
No.
No comment from the panel. So maybe, Adrian, you're the strategic growth director at BAE Systems Digital Intelligence, and you had a very interesting study with many leaders showing the way that better understanding the AI infrastructures was a way for them to unlock the power of AI.
That's right. So at BAE Systems, we've been looking at how we can use
AI to enable digital transformation. And one of the studies that we did a survey of key decision makers across high trust sectors to understand exactly what they saw as the key challenges. Over 90% reported that they were facing some quite key challenges in being able to achieve the digital transformation they were looking for. And of that, nearly 70% cited their inability to derive actionable intelligence from their data and take action on that data. So what we've been doing is showing how you can use AI techniques to enable that actionable intelligence to be derived and therefore enable some of that digital transformation to take place. And I think it's quite important to think about how can we apply AI to today's problems, such as these transformation challenges, rather than just thinking about what we might be doing in the future.
No, that's good. So let's try now to spend a bit of time on the tech infrastructure, and we will come back to the people and of this a bit later. So on the tech infrastructure, Debanjan, you're the interim CEO of Data Robot. So I wanted to ask you, how do you see the different layers of the tech stack and the tech infrastructure evolve, and what is the most exciting in your opinion?
That's right. So, I actually think in terms of people using the infrastructure. If you think about who is using this infrastructure, you can start at the top as citizen data scientists, right? People in everyday business trying to use AI in order to accomplish various different things. I mean, and they are looking for something which is more like Excel for them, right? I mean, this is every day they want to use AI in order to do their jobs. The next layer after that, in my view, are the data scientists in the enterprises, right? So every day they are coming to work, they are trying to figure out how to do better forecasting, how to do, for example, better yield management in their semiconductor infrastructure, or do better predictive maintenance in their, pipelines, for example. And they would like to have a platform, a software tooling platform, where they can start from data, prepare that data, train their models, deploy their models, and manage them in production. It's a very different type of infrastructure than the citizen data scientist. And then you have what I call them the rocket scientists. These are people who are building the foundational model with trillions of parameters in order to build the next NLP model that they are trying to build. And their infrastructure requirements are very, very different. They are looking at thousands of GPUs and TPUs and hardware accelerators because the regular computing infrastructure today is not keeping up with what they need. They are also not just building this model, they also want to do inferencing at real time at very high volume. And it's a very different kind of requirement than other two layers in the user stack that we think about.
And Prat, you're the EVP Cloud and General Manager for Cloud at Cloudera. What about, I would like to discuss with you two things, the cloud and maybe the data. Yeah. What are the key issues and the key challenges and the key goals, I would say, to develop them and deploy them?
Thanks, François. Just before answering, I would say it's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to be part of the Global Summit. Also, my first time in Riyadh. It's great to see the fantastic progress and growth that's happening here with the bold vision. Cloudera, just as a very quick introduction, is a leader in a cloud data platform, which helps do data and analytics for enterprises. Our observation is that about 60% of the challenges in doing AI is actually acquiring data. These are boring things, acquiring data, preparing data. So it's really important to construct a scalable infrastructure for AI, where if you can bring AI to data versus taking data to AI, it's a lot more scalable because data comes from every place. Like Debanjan said, it could be pipelines. Yusuf mentioned, again, networking, the importance of bringing data from every place. So scalable infrastructure starts with a scalable data platform. There are two architectures we've seen recently, modern architectures, one called a data lakehouse, where you can bring all kinds of data, structured or unstructured, in a single platform. and build a pipeline, like Debanjan said, everything from ingestion to analytics to data modeling and machine learning. The second thing that has come up is data meshes, so that citizen data scientists can directly be empowered to get access to data. There's a better collaboration between IT and line of business to be able to enable that. So I think the important things I would say is invest in a scalable infrastructure. Like Yusuf said, computing is going to grow. You don't want to re-platform all the time, so invest once and then grow. There's a good African proverb I heard about here, right? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, work together, right?
No, very good. And so Debanjan mentioned the need to see the different types of populations and so on, and the evolution as well of data science. So Jean-Luc, I would like to come back to you. And Jean-Luc, sorry, you're the CTO of Accenture Applied Intelligence. How do you see the future of data science there?
The data science is morphing in terms of the profile of people that are going to be involved. I recommend, by the way, to follow and look at the work that has done by Professor Chris Ray of Stanford, who is one of the foremost thinker in that domain. But roughly, if I look at the data scientists in the coming years, there are going to be less generic data scientists and more industry-focused data scientists. You cannot really do good data science in the domain if you're not intimately familiar with the domain. You have to be a subject matter expert. So to use energy as an analogy, well, when I talk about this before, I showed a picture of what you think of a data scientist, a person with a lab coat and a blackboard and formulas. And I said the new data scientist has a hard hat, just like a worker on an oil platform, because it knows. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is linked to data, because as many of my colleagues have said, data is what makes AI happen. Right? No data, no AI. That's a very simple formula. And the emergence of the data engineer, right, as an important profile. So going forward, the fundamental research in AI is going to be mostly focused on by academia and what we call digital native, the Amazon, the Microsoft, and the LinkedIn of this world. But the bulk of carrying AI and analytics in general will be data engineers in very, very large number. You can't find them right now. Right? They're in such demand, you cannot find them. So I recommend somebody looking for a job, learn data engineering.
Become data engineer.
And then data scientists will become really specialized in the domain that they work.
And this is something we see, and I used to spend a lot of time and live in China, where I can see what I call now vertical AI ecosystems emerging. And therefore, the question is not even at the company level, but more at an industry or ecosystem level. But what is interesting in what you say as well is that we said, and you mentioned, you said the need for connectivity, for network, and so on. So I will turn now to Walid, who is the CEO of National Grid. And I would like to better understand what's the role of a company like yours in supporting the AI tech infrastructure to help other companies adopt AI.
Okay, thank you, Francois. Good morning, everyone. There is a very important competitive advantage for SEC Group, including National Grid, that we are covering, the whole area of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are available everywhere, serving more than 10 million customers, and we are serving more than 13,000 locations within the kingdom. So our network is available everywhere, and this is already equipped with the very latest technology, cutting-edge technology in the information, communication, metering, monitoring, and so on. So we believe that we are providing the necessary environment or necessary infrastructure for the investor in the field of AI. Meanwhile, also, we are always trying to keep a good communication and effective communication with our stakeholder and customer in order to better understand they better understand our need, and also we better, convey them with our requirements, and so this will definitely help improving AI services within the kingdom.
That's good. So let me turn now to Suresh. Suresh, you're the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Honeywell. And as you are transforming Honeywell from an industrial, I would say, to a software industrial, what are your main challenges, and what are the main challenges that you see at your customers?
I think, first of all, thanks for having me over here. And just to give you a perspective, in Honeywell, we are a 136-year-old control system company. What do we do as a control system company? You sense, you analyze, and you respond. You take action. That's what we've been doing. The last 15 years, we virtualized our control system. What do we mean by virtualizing the control system? We took the hard boxes and maybe brought the cloud adoption in place, and then we virtualized our control system. Moving forward, it's all going to be autonomous control. That's where the whole AI conversation gets very, very interesting. So when we work with our customers, interestingly, that you're actually starting to realize that it's no more you're selling a subsystem product that they can actually take and use it. You're starting to bring in a conversation around data around your product, ability to really extract, ingest, train your model. And as you're training the model, you're not only training the model, you're also making changes to the process around it. Because when we actually fit our systems in a plant operation or a commercial building, you have to optimize. This end-to-end optimizing process, system, capability, and around the technology that we're talking about is a very interesting evolution. We are starting to see that you may actually have two types of customers that I deal with. One, who knows everything else, spec'd out exceptionally well, who are saying, let's go innovate together from tech stack down to how do we really get the optimized solution out. There are some customers who are saying, suggest to us, how do we get from where we are today and where we get there? So it's an interesting evolution, and we are working with all kinds of customers at this junction.
Yeah, so that's good, and you are in this sector. I would like now to turn to Baiju, who's the head of AI, ML, and data analytics at TD Bank Group. And taking the perspective of, I would say, a more traditional industry, I would like to discuss with you how you play, what are the issues you see or the challenges you face in the developing the tech infrastructure, and in particular, how do you deal with legacy? Because many of our, let's say, of the people here are saying, okay, that's good, but we have already IT systems, we have all of that. What do we do with AI? Should we start greenfield, brownfield? So what would be your recommendation?
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for having me here. A pleasure to be in the kingdom, and for a very warm welcome as well. So that's a good question, because I think the promise of AI first world is easy to make and really hard to execute and deliver in the real world. And I live those challenges on a daily basis. So first, I think what the folks here on this panel have mentioned. I don't think there's any leapfrogging into this AI first world. You have to go through a basic digitization of your business. You have to have the right data infrastructure. You have to have a modern compute infrastructure before you start going all in on AI. And I've often seen organizations make those mistakes in terms of making investments which might be mistimed. Now, that's not to say everything has to happen sequentially, but it's to say that you have to make some of those basic investment decisions early on, together with your AI decisions as well. The second challenge, I think, and I've discussed this with a number of panelists here, and it's a strong agreement, is that AI at scale is as much about AI as it is about software engineering. And we forget that. And we build large teams of data scientists, and I've seen the evolution. Data scientists used to come from primarily a computer science background back in the day. And this has evolved into data scientists can come from any field. But to build systems at scale, you need to have an engineering first mindset as well. And so making those investments together with your AI investments is very critical for long-term success within an enterprise. Third is, I think, again, something that this panel has touched on, and a previous panel here as well, which is how do you develop AI technologies in a user-centric way? And especially in a large enterprise, you have a large workforce which is going to interact with that AI. And so it's about thinking, what else do you need around AI to make it really work? Do you need your domain experts? Do you need your IT integrators who are going to take that to the last mile? Who's going to support this on a daily basis? Most of your machine learning scientists are not going to be the ones picking up the phone when the prediction or the inference engine goes wrong. So just thinking about that entire ecosystem is what I call a product-first thinking. Is a user-centric thinking, is thinking of AI as a product. You're shipping a product, and what do you need? Everything you need around the product, you need to build into those teams as well. And then specifically around the challenges of dealing with legacy systems, I think that's again where software engineering mindset comes in really handy. Having an API-first strategy as an example to make sure that your legacy systems can talk in a consistent way to your central AI engines. That's part of infrastructure and platforms, but that's also part of your internal team's mindset in terms of how do you architect your systems. Because as much as we'd like to think there's one silver bullet platform that's going to support all the personas we need to support, that doesn't exist, and we need to kind of architect that from the ground up. So those are some of the layers that I think about when building out AI capabilities within a large enterprise.
No, that's very good. And you said in your the answer of your first question, you said, but be careful about the future of AI, because at the moment everyone is very excited, but we might not be. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
I came from I would say legacy school. I've been running IT for the last 30 years for Aramco, and I could appreciate the robustness of the vehicle that will carry the AI product to the customers. If that vehicle breaks, then no matter how good we are in developing our talent to be a greatest scientist or getting the data or even creating the algorithm. I was just talking just before the panel, and I'm glad I'm receiving the same I guess, perception about infrastructure, because derailing the benefit of the AI would come from not knowing what's coming ahead of us. My concern is that with the vibe of the AI and with the young talents who are really excited, and we're really proud of ladies and gentlemen here in this forum who will make it happen, they do not have the expertise to run it at the scale. Everybody says infrastructure is a commodity. Yeah, it's a commodity. But you need expertise to make sure this commodity runs every time, all the time, and secure. Cybersecurity is very important. It's really good. Okay, let's give examples. We build algorithm that could save you $100 million, but a single breach on your system would cost you hundreds of millions of dollars. Yes. That not to mention that the reputational damage that you have. So we really have to start building in our youth mind. It's good to be excited. It's good to be basically ahead of the game in terms of that, but you need to start training yourself, because they are the one who's going to train, not us. We're going to be retiring by then. They are the one who's going to train, so I would advise all organizations to put some efforts on this.
And I think that's a very good point, and the question of the AI at scale and the impact of AI at scale, I think is really undervalued and underestimated. So maybe I propose that we move now more to the trying to refocus on the other infrastructures, as Jean-Luc, you mentioned. And maybe I would like to address to, and you will choose the order, maybe Debanjan, Jean-Luc, and Suresh, on your experience with incumbent and the additional challenges. We've touched some of them, but are there some challenges that you would like to insist on? So you mentioned people, talents, any other, or?
So it is, overall the culture of the organization, right? I mean, you can introduce AI into an organization, but if there is not a cultural change in terms of both adopting the technology, adopting the change, doing the change management the right way, changing the processes, educating everybody and upskilling people in terms of what they need to do, if we don't do that right, I think the outcome is not going to be what we expect. And that I see every day. And if you look at organization, they are at various different levels of maturity with respect to where they are in adopting AI. And it is important to put that in perspective and take steps to make sure the organization is coming along with the technology. Otherwise, we are going to be not in a very good place.
And I fully agree with that. There was in the New York Times, let's say a couple of months ago, an article saying no code, low code will happen, it's fantastic, and so on. I wrote a paper saying, are you sure? Because if you are not ready to accept it, it can be a disaster. It can kill your company, because people don't fully understand the fact that as AI is always learning, basically you are facing something that is right at some point can be terrible the day after because it was trained on bad data or it's not fitting with the right context. So you mentioned that point. Any other, Suresh, Jean-Luc, or Suresh?
I guess I want to add on what you just said. The secret of scaling AI is change management, and change management, right? Those are the three parts. But in the change management, what is sometimes people forget, it has to be from the top all the way to the bottom. People will not trust AI or analytics in general if you give them an answer without telling them or educating them as to why. Right? How did we get to that answer, and why are we believing that answer as opposed to what you know from what I would call your tribal knowledge, which is what everybody has naturally. So in the change management, do it at the board level and do it at the factory level. And make sure that whatever AI is brought in, you have the total explainability available. There are some domains of an industry where they're not going to use it if you can't explain it to the nth degree. Healthcare is a great example. Right? If you cannot explain the model that goes into a pacemaker, trust me, you're not going to install that in a patient. Right? Yeah. So I think that's part of change management, that education and also the explainability associated with
If I may add, for the scalability, let's not forget about balance between agility and scalability. Because if you don't design your algorithm with a scalable in mind, right, because if you want to be agile and quick deploying for the first run, then you will have a problem at the end when you scale up. So agility and scalability has to be balanced from the beginning, not at the end.
Yeah, and I think that you are right. And there are many trade-offs between, you mentioned explainability versus accuracy. And because I think that we need to remember that in a company, the objective is not to have the best AI system, but to have the best output from the human plus AI system. And I think that's... So, Suresh, you wanted to say something?
Yeah,
and then
I want to give a practical example. I think we speak a lot in AI around teaching the machine, but there is also an element of teaching people who are dealing with the machine. A specific example, we have a new headquarters for Honeywell. We just opened up 2 years ago, and we built this entire software for driving optimization, energy optimization, and sustainability. So a week ago, me and the chief commercial officer went back and sat down and said, we deployed most of the software for energy optimization. What's the impact and value? We were shocked that we were actually expected 10% energy optimization, but it was less than 0.3% for the last 3 months. So we said something is fundamentally wrong. When you're starting to really break it down, you're starting to realize that the way the facility manager is loading the people in each of the floors are not thought through well. They've not taken the controls of the thermostat controls from the people because everybody are making their own changes. The third one is people have not really understood how to really digest the data. Then you're actually starting to go back and look at it. Every person in a building, from a facility manager to the building manager to the occupants in each of the floors, have a role to play. So now we are actually coming and saying a building is a physical thing and your AI software is a digital thing. There is a physical digital loop. If this continuous learning doesn't happen, and if you don't reinforce your software every single day, as a company, we are actually starting to just say a software development cannot happen in isolation. Now this has to happen in sync. And that learning is huge, which I believe either you're driving Tesla or you're going to be building more AI for the new buildings and infrastructure. This continuous loop called learning cycle is a critical element. I think do not forget teaching people, because teaching machine is fine.
We'll come back later on this question about how do you organize, because how do you make these data scientists as well closer to the business.
That's right.
While keeping their capabilities. So we will have a debate on that. Prat, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just 2 quick points on change management as well as scalability, which Yusuf brought up. On change management, I would say AI is not always about the cool, like the robot that serves you coffee and, right? The best AI, the most pervasive examples of AI that we've seen with hundreds of companies has just been a smarter business process. And it's done best, it's invisible, right? And so like coming back to that loop, thinking through what's that business process, who's going to be the end user, how do they interact? A great example is spam filters for email use AI. Most people are not aware of it. You know, if you look at fleet management, preventive maintenance, cybersecurity, there's many examples where it's invisible, it works, and you just continuously stay at it to make it better. The second point on scale and skills, operations people, DevOps, SecOps, CloudOps, all of these are skills we don't talk about, but they're supremely important to run, manage, scale, secure platforms. So we talk about data scientists, we talk about data engineers. The whole ops field is as important and you know, hard to hire. So look for automated ways where all of those functions are also part of the platform or some kind of an offering, because 60% of the cost of running these platforms is actually in operations, not in cloud infrastructure or tooling on top.
No, that's true. And as you say, I like your point on saying, don't just look at the glamorous data scientists doing the fanciest thing. We all live with AI already, but there are really dirty things to do there. Maybe because, and I think your point about automated, because talents or resources, people is something very important, and you said that a part of it could be some automation of processes, for instance, but there are as well some other ways, one being about training, sourcing training, and maybe I will ask Baiju a bit, even if it might be a bit high level on the, you're in Canada and for a long time, maybe some lessons, because Canada is a fantastic place where they've been able to create a hub of with AI, data science, data engineers. So how did they do that? And how is it useful to you?
Yeah, and you know, very proud of Canada as a small country, what they've achieved. I mean, most of your audiences would know the epicenter of AI and where it all began was likely in Canada, large parts of it. And I think you can look at it at 2 levels. At a macro level, what governments can do and large public institutions can do, and you can look at a micro level as in terms of what organizations can do. So very quickly, the macro level, the story is quite simple, but really, again, really hard to execute. First, governments are the most patient and most forgiving investors. And again, investing early in sort of technologies or in bets that might or might not pay off is very important. So again, you know, academics who we now know on first name basis, you know, were no-knowns who were supported by the Canadian government for core research. No one knew that this was the breakthroughs were gonna happen. You know, there was AI winters and the promise was big, but no delivery. But that was important. Once you see some of those bets starting to pay off, I think this is where the public-private partnerships become really, really important. You know, you know, when I look at the Canadian ecosystem, you had large investments from large institutions like the banks, TD, with the government in setting up institutes such as Vector Institute in Toronto, AMI in Alberta, Mila in Montreal. And this was about making sure that we can keep skills in Canada and we can continue to kind of feed that flywheel that we had created. And that was really, really important. And I heard earlier that Aramco is doing something similar with the AI corridor, and those are the kind of things that you really want to focus on. The third is, you know, new company formation, which is the stage that we're in. You need a really rich ecosystem of new company formation with your large enterprises to start then creating that really, really rich ecosystem of talent that continuously feeds at every level of the organization, whether that's a startup or a scale-up or a large enterprise. So those were the 3 components at a macro level that really, really helped us. At a micro level, you know, again, I think we've seen the evolution of data sciences from a handful of computer scientists trying to figure out statistics to now data scientists, anyone can be a data scientist, and we hire thousands of data scientists, not dozens, which is the big transformation that has happened. So as an organization, you really need to think hard about what is a mix of skills that you want to train, what you want to develop internally, what's a mix of skills that you want to attract, do you have the right brand to attract it? Are you solving the right problems? I think the one thing that I hear very often is that we are very enthusiastic about hiring data scientists and creating playgrounds for them where they get to play with technologies, but nothing really impacts the customer, nothing really impacts the shareholder. And making sure that you're working on things that can have real-world impact is tremendously important. I'd rather hire fewer people and do that versus hiring a lot of people and giving them a lot of play problems. So I think that some of those thinking in terms of how do we set the right problem space, how do we upskill our talent as well, and how do we recognize the various personas that is now encompassing data sciences, I would say.
No, and what you say and what Canada did is very important because I remember from my strategy lesson that Michael Porter in 1990 wrote that the competitiveness of a nation depends on the capacity of its industry to innovate and upgrade. Mm-hmm. I think that this question about making sure that you have startups or scale-ups is one thing, but then the adoption of the traditional industry, adoption of AI, the right way is really critical as well.
I'll add one more thing, which is having a very forward-looking immigration policy as well, because it's not just the talent you have, it's the talent that you can import and attract as well, which is very, very important.
Absolutely. Suresh, you touched, I don't know if it was Suresh or Debanjan earlier on, the question about the organization and how you work with this organization. Should you centralize data scientists? Should you put them in the business units? What are the way you would look at it or your clients look at it? And maybe I can open it to, let's say, Youssef as well or Walid. I don't know.
Maybe I'll start with the last comment, which I think is an excellent comment, is are we solving the right problem? Okay. So when we look at developing our talents, we have to also think of where we place those talents. We all agree that talent is scarce, and we need to build them. In Aramco, for example, we are approaching this in two fronts. One, we are bringing a reputable university in camp, part of our hosted program, to deliver a master's degree in data science and AI. And we're also hiring the highest grade in high schoolers and putting them in the most reputable university around the world to get a BS. So while we are building the talents, I think the best way is to centralize the AI data scientists and the execution agents to work on the most sophisticated artificial intelligence deliverables, but not to leave the business empty-handed. That's why we have adopted citizen development, where we equipped our users, our business units, with tools that they can do a basic AI for the time being. Once we have the talent pool is built, then I'll go to the question is, are we solving the right business unit? So we will be distributing them for two purposes. One purpose is to put them with the business units for a couple of reasons. One is to help the business units to define the challenge that will make a difference to the shareholder, think of a game changer opportunities, and then work backward with the data scientists that will put them with the execution agent who will work on the complex artificial intelligence and bridge the language barrier between the business units and the technical execution agents. So I think thinking deeply on how to distribute data scientists and AI is very crucial to get the ultimate benefit from the AI that definitely will touch the bottom line, touch the shareholder interest.
If I can add to that, we work with a lot of customers. It really depends on the maturity of the organization with respect to adopting AI. What I've seen a lot of people, when they start with one or two data scientists solving one or two business critical problems, showing the value. Then you create a center of excellence, hire 10, 20, 30 data scientists, build that organization and have them work with various different business units. Then you automate the whole thing as much as possible so that you can make them more productive. Put some of the data scientists in various different business units along with the COEs so that they can scale it. And ultimately, you'd like all the business users also to have the skills so that you can essentially make it pervasive within the organization. So these levels of maturity and how you expand that really makes a huge difference in terms of the value that you get.
If I may just comment to this one caution, as putting data science to the business units, accessing your databases and infrastructure, because again, reliability, availability, serviceability is not in their mind. So there's a very thin line between how much you give the business versus how much you protect the ultimate output of the AI. We have to be very careful on that.
If you allow me,
I think we summarize. People think of centralized or hub and scope, right? It's hub with the spoke, right? As opposed to and the spoke. If it's and the spoke, it means you leave them alone. But if with the spoke, it's a collaboration that you need, that goes both ways.
Exactly.
Right? That's how operationalization happens, by the way.
And there is also, a very important point already been highlighted by the gentleman, that the balance between the three main pillars of the AI transformation journey: people, processes, and also the technology. There is a common mistake normally done by the company when they establish their transformation journey, that focusing on the technology in the very early stage, where they, after that, struggle with the implementation and the necessary enabler for this one. So the leading company, normally they start, defining the value they are trying to capture within their journey, then searching about the available solution, and then finally defining the best solution available to establish and to start their journey. I think with such, very systematic way to start or to establish this journey, they will be in a better chance to achieve their goals in this regard.
So Adrian, you
I was going to add that on the comments we've already heard, which is a lot of people talk about traditional sectors emerging from their digital transformation. And I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of traditional organizations are stuck in digital transformation and are really struggling with it. And some of the comments we've heard are quite right. We've seen examples where you can bring AI and apply AI to those problems that those organizations are facing today. And it's not about the robots, as you said, that are making the coffee. It's about the problems that they've got today. Cybersecurity is a great example, where we've been applying AI techniques in cybersecurity to improve the security infrastructure around the data of these traditional organizations. It makes a huge impact, and it demonstrates early on the benefit of AI to these organizations and gives you that foundation on which to build, as we've heard from a previous speaker. So I think it's important for traditional organizations to recognize that this is about applying AI to today's problems, solving today's problems, and then using that as a foundation on which to build.
So maybe, and we have 1 minute left, 90 seconds left, so you have 10 seconds each. If you have one trend in AI infrastructures that excites you and one trend that concerns you, so maybe in 2 words, Walid.
I think in the power system where technology are evolving, that will increase the complexity in the system, so AI could provide an amazing help through the solution. But also on the other hand, that the bias and the solution and application that could be also, a cost impact and also trust of your customer, then should be fully, considered during the event.
I need to give it to Youssef if we want to be on time.
Okay. Machine learning and large language is fascinating me, and it's going to bring great results. That's what impressed me. What scares me, however, is how do we use them? Because misusing them will take us to bias, discrimination, and misled facts.
Jean-Luc.
What scares me is what I see with many clients is death by POCs, right? Doing bunch of POCs, but never operationalizing. So do less, but do value. And what I like is the emergence of what's called supermodels, which are really transformers, is a technical term for it, that are models that are really going to make a huge difference in things like voice.
So what I'm keen to see is the pushing of AI out to the edge of our networks, into the sensor systems and so on, which will help to address the challenge, which is how do you get the data and manage the data volumes.
So I'm going to steal Suresh's thunder. What's exciting to me is AI on the edge and distributed systems. What I'm concerned about is we're in a privacy-constrained world, and how do we think through that?
I'm excited about how much data is there. I'm also concerned about how much data is there.
I think the democratization of AI could be a huge equalizer, and that I'm really, really excited about. I think availability of data is a big problem, and that can make a huge difference depending on who has access to data.
And Suresh?
AI is a magic, but concerns are responsible AI. That's what we have to build for the future.
So thank you, everyone. So thank you for this very insightful panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francois Condelon, thank you very much, and to all your panelists. And I love that comment, excited about how much there is and worried about how much there is. Wow, what a wonderful and inspiring, really interesting morning and early afternoon we've had thus far. I don't know how many of you may have noted, but once you exit the plenary hall, please do take a moment to enjoy the immersive experience in the Almanara room. I think that's definitely worth your time. We will be breaking now. Please try to be sure to be back with us at 1:30 this afternoon. Meanwhile, do enjoy your refreshments. We'll see you later.
سيداتي سادتي، يرجى منكم العودة إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سيتم استئناف الحدث. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the plenary. The event is about to resume. سيداتي سادتي، يرجى منكم العودة إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سيتم استئناف الحدث. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the plenary. The event is about to resume. سيداتي سادتي، يرجى منكم العودة إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سيتم استئناف الحدث. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the plenary. The event is about to resume.
Let us explore a world where communities, societies, and cities are reshaped with artificial intelligence.
There is no reality. There is no reality.
Fastest itinerary calculation. Route optimization. Traffic jam avoided. Hello, Mana. Welcome to your smart apartment.
Thank you, but I'm so thirsty. Do you have
Let's get you
to
something
drink?
to drink.
Oh, my favorite drink. Thank you guys. I love AI. See you soon. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us as we prepare for the next part of this afternoon's session. Thank you. Magic. What an intriguing thing. And I think for many people, AI is definitely a little bit of magic. But before we talk anything more about anything else, I'm going to do something, and I hope that you're going to indulge me and do it along with me. No, I'm not going to be doing the tricks of earlier today. That's not going to happen. But I am going to ask you, if you will indulge me, if everybody can please stand. Everybody can please stand? All right. Yeah, don't be scared. Don't worry. It's not dangerous. I'm going to ask you to please put your hands up, out like this in front of you. Just twinkle your fingers. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to snap your fingers. And you can sway from side to side. Okay. And now we're going to snap and clap. And snap and clap. Here we go. Snap and clap. Yes, snap and clap. Now you've got to move your body too, right? Snap and clap. Let's go. Snaps and clap. Okay, guys, you've got to move the body too. So the body has to move from side to side, okay? Let's go. Snap and clap. Okay, and body and clap. And snap and clap. And now we're going to go a little bit faster. And snap and clap. And snap and clap. And snap and clap. And snap and clap. And now I'm going to ask you to do one more thing and go with me, okay? We start slow. This is really easy. Just and a little faster. And more. Thank you for giving yourselves a round of applause. And thank you very much for allowing me to help you manage those refreshments. Please do take your seats once again. You see, that wasn't dangerous. And I hope that that was a little bit of fun, even for those who don't always like to dance. You noticed I didn't actually make you dance too much. But all right, let's come back to this afternoon's session. Now you've been a little bit refreshed, you're energized, and you're ready to go. We've spoken a lot this morning about the notion of AI, building the communities that help to catalyze and strengthen AI. We've dealt a little bit with ethics as well, and we've looked at what happens when the end receiver is the one that plays a pivotal role in the development of that artificial technology. But what we have come to appreciate is that the more we as human beings, and therefore our machines, can do, the more we want to do. And increased complexity also means that we require a more complex system that will allow us to live with this increased complexity. Well, I think our cities, safe to say, are probably the best example of this kind of complexity. They become more populous, we need to do more, we need to move around, we need to do so quicker. And I think the best person to speak to us on this is Kent Larson, who's the Director of City Science at MIT Media Lab at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kent Larson.
Good afternoon, Riyadh. I have to say, I've never followed a magic show in community dance. That was fabulous, so thank you. All right, I'd like to begin by addressing why we do what we do. And it's all because of this, of the children. We could get my slides playing. Oh, there they are. Okay. So back in 2019, about 7 million children went to the streets to try to encourage my generation to address climate change. And this is why we do it. I mean, we're not solving the problems that these children care about. It's my generation that created most of those problems. We have to do a lot better. And let's get real about this. If you look at the worst offenders for CO2 emissions, US, Saudi Arabia, about the same, right at the top of the worst list. The climate scientists tell us we need to get down to about 2 tons of carbon per person per year in order to have a 75% chance of keeping global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. We're 8 times that in many cases. Now, why cities? The IPCC report has this beautiful quote. Urban areas represent 67 to 72% of global emissions. How new cities and towns are designed, constructed, managed, and powered will lock in behavior, lifestyle, future urban greenhouse gas emissions. The lock-in is really critical because what we do today impacts the future. Now, we need action at all scales, from individual action to intergovernmental action. Most of the attention is in this top-down government action sphere, carbon tax, electric vehicles, and the like. I think it's more important to think about more bottom-up solutions. 70% of global emissions from cities, as I've said. 90% of population growth will take place in cities. 90% of wealth creation. And I believe that it is a societal imperative to develop a new model for cities. And what I mean by that is a data-driven, simulation-based process. So we're now developing the key components of this process. We start with insight, in this case, using telecom data to understand human dynamics in the city. We then look at all of the interventions that can improve on that performance, mobility, housing, urban design, et cetera. Then we must develop simulation models to predict the impact of all those interventions. Good ideas are not enough. We need to actually have a good sense of what their impact will be. All of that is not enough because we need to bring all of the stakeholders together to agree on a shared vision of the future, to reach consensus. And then finally, and maybe the most important part, is governance. How can we develop new, creative public policy with new technologies that can create a community that's in harmony, a little bit like a natural ecosystem with all the feedback mechanisms? So we bring all of this together into an integrated process. And by the way, this does not exist now in how we are currently designing and building and operating cities. I believe that Saudi Arabia is well positioned to be a leader in this area because unlike all of the other countries on the planet, there are fantastic new cities being planned with ambitions that exceed those of other countries, certainly far in excess of the ambitions in the US. So let me take a minute and talk about a case study. So the transformation of Kendall, MIT. So this area is considered the model innovation district on the planet. All of these companies surround MIT. It's an incredibly creative environment. But as a community, it's quite dysfunctional. There's no daycare center, there's no pharmacy, there's no affordable housing, but there are sites like this 14-acre site that MIT is designing. So we are prototyping a new process using our backyard as a case study, and we've built what we call the Cityscope platform. It's an AI platform, but I use AI a little bit differently. I think of it as augmented intelligence, not artificial intelligence, for urban planning. Now, what do I mean by that? It helps humans do what they do best: think creatively, express their values, make connections that machines would never think about. But it also then taps into the power of machines to process data, to make suggestions to humans that perhaps they would never think about. It's the combination of what machines do best and what humans do best. Now, we built a platform for the back end of this. This interface is a little complicated, but let me show the key components. We can model the number of people that live and work in the district. We can then go through a whole series of interventions that could improve the social and the economic and the environmental performance, and have fine-grained metrics that can reveal and quantify those numbers. And then we look at the different sources of low-carbon power and other things. Just a few of the interventions we look at. Electric vehicles, for example. This is a big focus of concern in our government, the Biden administration. In fact, billions of dollars are being devoted to this. We took the transportation survey, where we know where people live, where they work, their commuting modes, and we said if everyone now drove an electric vehicle, how would that improve it? You go about 3 tons of carbon to 2.19 just for mobility. Remember, our target total is 2 tons. So we're not even close with that. In fact, if we dial this up to 100% electric vehicles, we will improve the CO2 emissions by about 2%. Barely moves the needle. We look at deep retrofit of buildings. So electrifying buildings, new insulation, et cetera. If we dial that up to 100%, every building gets state-of-the-art retrofit. About 10% improvement in emissions, 5 times what electric vehicles would reveal, but still not nearly good enough. Hybrid work, we were very interested in this transition from pre-pandemic work centered in the office to what was evolving as post-pandemic work, which is the workplace as a network. And I thought actually that would lead to a significant reduction in emissions, but in fact our model shows it does not. Maybe only a 1% reduction. People use more air conditioning. They still drive more locally. So that was not a big solution. Live-work symmetry. This is simply building affordable housing near where people work, matching the needs of the workers to their housing needs. It's resulting in what we call net zero commuting. And we're looking at new processes that take advantage of data analytics and AI, et cetera, to create a kind of dynamic algorithmic zoning that creates incentives to build housing and amenities to provide high-functioning communities. This is a simulation model that we built. So you create incentives for more housing for young professionals or for the amenities that people need. Now, if we do that, we can achieve something like a 54% improvement in CO2 emissions. 25 times the improvement you get with switching to electric vehicles. Lightweight community scale mobility. We have for many years been prototyping lightweight mobility systems in our lab. This is an autonomous vehicle. We call it a persuasive electric vehicle. You call for it like an Uber. It comes autonomously, but you drive it to your destination. Remember, you live near where you work and you have access to all the local amenities. So you can see this is just following these 2 young women. Or even lighter mode, the autonomous bicycle project. So this is a bicycle that comes to you autonomously. You ride it like a conventional bicycle. It converts into a 3-wheeler and then goes autonomously to pick up the next person. And there are many, many other modes. These are just 2 that we have built in my lab. But we need to do more than designing these kind of systems. We need to actually model them, simulate them. So here we're comparing autonomous to station-based to dockless bicycles. We can look at the level of service, the number of vehicles that are needed, et cetera. And I think our model shows that these kind of lightweight autonomous vehicles are actually more affordable and a higher level of service if they were deployed commercially. So if we provide all of the people that live and work in this community with such mobility, about a 14% improvement. Walkable access to amenities. We're looking at using telecom data to actually measure all of the complex patterns of behavior as people access amenities. Here you can see this proximity model looking at three-dimensional access, moving vertically through buildings. We're doing such a study for NEOM right now. And walkable access to communities. Here, red bad, green good. You can replace buildings with parks and have layers and layers of these simulations. And if we do that, we can achieve something like an 8% improvement. And then the last thing I'll mention is what we're doing with compact housing. So we have for years modeled a new approach to housing that uses architectural robotics and sensing and AI algorithms to convert living rooms to bedrooms, to offices, et cetera. People thought when we were prototyping this was kind of a crazy MIT Media Lab idea, but we spun off a company. We have Google and IKEA funding it. We now have these systems in over 50 cities, in 100 buildings. So you see here an office on demand, a walk-in closet on demand, and a bed that drops down from the ceiling. So we're just beginning now, and my message to all of you is take advantage of this incredible opportunity you have here in Saudi Arabia to develop this new high-performance model for cities, dramatically lowering the CO2 emissions while simultaneously increasing the social and the economic performance of cities. Thank you.
Kent Larson, thank you very, very much. And certainly the work that we are seeing being done, particularly here in Saudi Arabia, is certainly inspiring. And in agreement with him, we would certainly encourage you to continue the good work. So, the question, I suppose, next is moving from smart cities to sensible and cognitive ones. To take that conversation forward, please welcome once again Francois Candelon, who's the Managing Director and Senior Partner at BCG Henderson Institute. To him and his panel, a very warm welcome.
Good. So, very nice to be with you. Hope you had a great lunch and a great exercise. So, yes, from smart to sensible and cognitive cities. The question I will ask to my panel and what we will try to see is whether this is just a new buzzword or what is the true difference between them. So let's start about a bit the definition of cognitive cities. And we have with us Ahmed, who is a venture capitalist and who is advising the US federal government on cognitive digital twin. So as you coined the concept of cognitive digital twin, I would like to better understand how you define a cognitive city and how different it is from a smart city.
Yes, thank you, Francois. Yes, so today we have a lot of smart cities here in the kingdom, in Egypt, and elsewhere. And what smart cities do, they collect data. That's all. Then on top of the data, we have some applications to do what we want to do. The cognitive city will be completely different. The cognitive city should be able to collect knowledge, not data. It means that cognitive city will be able to collect the data, put it in the right context, given that the cognitive city will have to be aware of itself, its responsibilities, its environment, the people living there, the demands of the people, the dynamically changing demands of the people living there, and the assets, the physical assets, transportation, water, whatever infrastructure exists. So the core of the cognitive city will be able to be aware of all of this. Collect the data, put the data in the right context, generate knowledge. This knowledge will be used either by the city itself, I mean the city, the digital or the cognitive digital twin of this city, or the humans, or the other physical assets. So it will be a cognitive environment. And just to clarify this, Francois, the definition of cognition, it is a process of acquiring knowledge and understanding this knowledge. I would add to cognitive city, collect knowledge, understand the knowledge, and take some actions or decisions itself. So this is major difference. Of course, this is easy said, but technologically speaking, as technologists, there will be a lot of technological challenges, and I'm sure we'll help.
We'll
get there. Yeah.
We'll touch that. So Fabio, you're a researcher at MIT at the Department of Urban Studies and Planning. So how do you make then a city cognitive? And to a certain extent, how can we go from smart to cognitive cities?
I think building on what you said, I think one of the challenges is how to get data that's not structured, not only from social media, but let's say that here in Riyadh, the smell of the city is different from the smell of Boston and different from the smell of Paris. So how we can understand cities from the cultural aspects, from the non-data-driven aspect of the cities. And I think this is very important. Otherwise, we'll be building smart cities, cognitive cities, anything where we had data easily available. Otherwise, we're going to lose, I think, the most important part of what brings us together, which is this culture.
Yes, and we see in German maybe, and you know, so Ahmed was talking about the need to collect data, making the difference between collecting data, analyzing data, understanding them in the right context. So you're the CEO of Platinum Technologies. So in a world that is becoming with more and more sensors and so on, how do you feel? What can be done there?
So even as we build upon the idea of connectivity, we also think about this other component that smart cities and cognitive cities are also carbon neutral. So whether it be a combination of hydrogen, solar, wind, that's important. But what I would propose here is that there's a component of carbon that you don't want to eliminate, and that's the human, right? So when we look at it from that perspective, I think about how as technology becomes more pervasive and it can generate a conformist mentality because you're conforming to the technology that's presented to you. And as a result, you know, humans are highly adaptable, but as we build the infrastructure for these cognitive cities, what I would say is that we also need to be thinking about the technology, the systems, the applications, and ensure that they are also highly adaptable, because what we don't want to do is lose the culture, the norms associated with the individuals that are going to be either migrating to these cities or starting families in these cities.
So maybe we can get it with the cognitive digital twin. So we are fortunate to have Sue as well with us, who is the Chief Digital and Strategy Officer at NEOM. So concretely, how do you make the difference between cognitive and smart cities at NEOM?
Yeah, the good news is that...
Oops, your mic is off.
The good news?
No.
No.
Hello?
Yes.
Working, sorry. So the good news is that NEOM is a greenfield environment. We don't start with legacy. And I think the best that you get right now is real-time asset visualization. And we talked about this last night when we were at dinner, right? Which is, even if you get real-time visualization, you still have data silos. We were talking about the Bay Area having 28 different transit agencies. So the goodness of NEOM is that we get to start with cognitive prediction. We have a program called Project NEOS that allows us to build a citywide operating system. What does that allow us to do? I think a lot of the panelists touched on this. It allows the applications to speak to each other It allows data to flow between citywide services. But the most important thing is that it provides an open data ecosystem that accelerates the innovation of net new services. And I think that's the difference between a cognitive city and what we've done in the past.
Yeah, yes, and I would like to come to you, Hassan, because as you said, NEOM is the city of the future, but you deal with the present. And what does it mean for, let's say you are the CIO of the public transit agency in California. So what does it mean for a city, let's say San Francisco, currently to become cognitive?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Francois, and just want to say this is an honor and privilege for myself to be here, and I'm really excited to be part of this whole program, thanks to Sadaya. But going back to the question, I think what Sue was talking about, I guess I have the sort of a, I don't know, it's advantage or disadvantage because I'm dealing with the legacy infrastructure. So for us, making a transition from a city to a smart city to a sensible or to a cognitive city, it's a journey. Just like all of us have gone through this journey, and I feel myself, part of that generation where, some of us started in 90s, our professional lives. I still remember the big brick, cellular, analog, CDMA phones, and now we have phones sitting in our pockets. So that whole transition from analog to digital, I use that analogy very similarly for the smart cities, transition. So we have our own significant challenges. We are making more step-by-step transition from where we are seeing the mission-critical needs of the citizens and how we make that transition, leveraging the technology, leveraging the data, leveraging the AI technology, and that's how we are making the transition. So for us, is it going to be a digital transition in San Francisco, Oakland, 0 to 1 switch? It is not. So it's a journey, it's a governance. The good news is the data is the digital glue that really ties up all together, as Sue was talking about, and Ahmed just touched on the topic. So we are making, I guess, transition into that. We are all coming out of a COVID situation. Just to give you a perspective from the user case perspective, case that during COVID, we launched our contactless payment system for public transit because of the whole COVID and the touching, challenges, and that was very successful. Our riders were asking, they need to know that how many people or how many riders are on the bus. We launched the real-time information to let them know that how many passengers are on the bus or on the train. So a lot of these technologies and a lot of these things really come out due to the need of the time of the COVID. So that's how I guess I see we are making this transition.
Yeah, so very, very good. But I have one question once more, because I remember I've been trying, I used to live in China where there were many smart cities. Some of them were successful, let's say, a few of them. But one of the key issues was not just about the fact that it was mostly a techno push, much more than, let's say, a use case pool, but there was a problem of governance as well, and the ability of a solution provider basically to replicate and to productize its solution, because everything, the governance, you had different stakeholders, decision-making was very complex and so on, and it was making it unsuccessful. So I haven't allocated this question to anyone, so does someone take it or want to take it or no one?
I think he's the best person to answer.
So I guess from the decision-making perspective, of course we have we have cities, we have counties, we have a state, and then we have the federal government. So pretty much, we have I guess in certain areas, we have the freedom or the liberty to make the decisions, but all the decision-making has to be done based on really the customer's feedback and the citizen feedback. Even like just to give you a very simple example from the fare policy perspective, that how much we're going to charge from point A to point B. Is it going to be $2 versus $2.50? Even that fare policy by our city ordinance and by our transit agency, we have to take it back to our riders. We have to take it back to our citizens. They provide that feedback. Ultimately, the decision is made by the publicly elected officials. They are the one who made the decision, but we have to engage our riders and our citizens in this whole decision-making process.
So maybe, German, coming back to you, in a sense that more and more we see that there is a need to have different ecosystems. and mobility, education, security. So how can technologies like AI help in defining and managing these ecosystems in a cognitive city?
Yeah, so when I think about that question that you asked just now, the things I look at are, as we move forward and we decide how we want to build these new cities, and there's going to be a migration of some sort to these cities, and the thing I look at is what's left behind. And I talked about that just now, where we talk about what's left behind from the perspective of you've got legacy infrastructure, you have people who may not have the either social ability or financial ability to be able to move, and you still have to be able to implement technologies that will serve that need. So there's absolutely two pieces to this. There's one, we should always consider these grand ideas for the implementation of these new technologies, but there should always be a modest investment as well back into that area of infrastructure for folks that might not be able to have that mobility.
So Arsene, I will be back to you on, because we will now move to, let's say, a kind of a use case, which is urban mobility. So back to you, a question on how do you see traffic management systems help to prepare for future urban mobility?
Well, I think the traffic management systems play a very critical role in the whole mobility perspective. So again, it depends on which geographical area you're talking about. Riyadh would probably have maybe a very centralized, different solution. In San Francisco Bay Area, you're talking about the service like we provide. There are 27 different transit agencies. So just like we provide in dozens of different cities, each city has their own traffic management system. Most of them are driven by vendors, by technology, depending on the funding and the governance. So I think there is a significant need for standardization for the interoperability of these different systems. Public transit, we are actually measured based on our performance. Our performance is on-time performance. My rider expects if a bus or a train needs to come at 5 p.m., the bus or train needs to be there at 5 p.m. No matter what the traffic conditions are, no matter what the traffic flows are. I mean, some of you may be in the area of San Francisco Bay, San Francisco, Oakland. We are not that huge. We are 49 square mile, San Francisco, 53 square mile, Oakland. There are always construction, digging, evacuation, something is happening, which may disrupt the services we deliver. So calculating and measuring all those things and leveraging the data, the historical, and coming up with an AI-based prediction model, a lot of those challenges are there, and working with the cities and municipalities to make sure that we are keeping in tight communication on the traffic management systems.
So Fabio, you've been leading a project of autonomous vehicles, actually autonomous boats, in Amsterdam. I would be interested to know what the status is there, but beyond that and leveraging your experience, what do you think about autonomous vehicles more broadly and in the way they can help in urban mobility in a cognitive city?
So I think 2 points. First, about Robot. Robot is a project that we developed in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, when they come to us and say, oh, we have this project about implementing autonomous cars in the city. And we said, but look, you have 100 kilometers of canals. Why don't we repurpose these canals to have them performing what they used to perform in early 20th century? Let's bring back the boats. So we developed these autonomous boats called Robot, and they are moving people, but most of it, they are actually removing trash from the city. So I think rethinking autonomy, not only for what we first think they could do, like moving people, but other uses for the legacy infrastructure that we have. But for autonomy in general, I think we need to I was in another panel discussing yesterday the point that if we remove drivers from the seat, we might be saving thousands of lives every day. So I think autonomy is something that every city should bet heavily.
Yes, but as it was said by your fellow from MIT, there is a need to have some social license to a certain extent to operate there. And it's not always, the consensus is not always there. So the need to build it is really critical.
But perhaps what we should think critically is that our social license to allow humans to drive is too loose. We're perhaps letting the wrong people or without the best skills to drive a very important weapon.
So, Sue, I was seeing you nodding when I was talking about the social license. Any example in your day-to-day life?
I mean,
at NEOM?
Well, no, just from a value proposition perspective to the city, I think it is important that we have all this automation, but that we recognize that human experiences is greater than always optimizing for efficiency. I think that's a very important point. So we use technology, but we need to be able to respect choice. And from my perspective, this means building a foundation of trust and making sure that people have ownership and transparency over their data.
And I think that when you say trust, it's not just in the way, it's trusting as well the systems. Many people, when I discuss about autonomous vehicles, are telling me, yes, but what if the systems is hacked? What happens? So I think there are questions about cybersecurity and so on that are really critical. And I wanted to check with you, Ahmed, if based on your cognitive digital twin, there are maybe some other either use cases or how could it help, let's say, urban mobility?
Yes. I think just to go back to what Fabi said, I think most of the problems and the challenges we have in creating the cognitive cities do not lie on the technology side. I think it is architecture question. So when I will go back when maybe some of the audience heard about the digital twin, and most of the implementation of digital twin failed. Why? Because it's just data collection and some analytic tools on top of it. It didn't fulfill the business expectations. When I introduced the cognitive digital twin in 2016, I meant really to be cognitive, to be aware of itself, to not data-driven, to be knowledge-driven. So to create a knowledge-driven city, not data-driven city, would mean an architecture which be flexible enough, extensible enough in the future to accommodate or to make use of any new technologies, whatever artificial intelligence technologies, intelligence sensing, or whatever other technologies. So once we solve this architecture...
But what are the bricks that are missing at the moment to make it happen for real?
I think it is the architecture mindset is missing because, of course, when we build a team, most of us coming from artificial intelligence or data analytics or traditional IT or traditional system, city systems like Ahsan, for example, we are coming from a traditional mindset. I think we have to move from traditional mindset to a cognitive mindset, which means not data-driven, it is knowledge-driven, it is what we call data-driven AI. No, I say AI-driven data. When I collect data, for example, for a cognitive city, I'm not going to collect every data. Every piece of data about the city and the people in the city would be a nightmare. Where are the data centers which will accommodate all of this data over the lifetime of the city? But if I say, I need a task, and for this task, I need these data sets, I need those knowledge and domain expertise, combining those together, giving them to the cognitive core of the city, which so maybe you meant the operating system of the cognitive city, will enable. Also, you mentioned, Sue, also the application. So we talk applications today. I want a cognitive city not to have any application. They decide, the core, the operating system, will decide for me, Ahmed, what I need now, based on my current demands now, and offer me the service. What service will be defined dynamically, not statically, like what we have today from smart cities.
But with then some philosophical questions about your free will, about what you get. So
exactly,
it's another angle.
Yeah.
Coming back a bit Sorry.
No, we're good.
No, sorry,
Okay.
I misinterpret.
Yeah.
Coming to another topic, which is the trade-off between security, privacy, and so on, which is an important one. I wanted maybe, Sue, to see how do you deal with it? Many cities, in particular in Asia, where CCTV programs or whatever. So how do you deal with this trade-off to try to get to break the compromise?
Yeah, I
Sure.
think, to your point, I think intelligent video systems are a part of our connected world. Computer vision is something that we're heavily investing in. And I think what we're doing now, the question then becomes, what do you do with that data? So what we're investigating is anomaly detection techniques plus edge computing. He was talking about the architecture. And I think that gives us a certain level of balance between security and privacy as we process more and more data at the edge.
No. And please go ahead.
Yeah, just I wanted to add to Sue. I think today all of us redefined our data privacy.
Yeah.
And I think most of our data are somewhere with bad people and good people. I think in a cognitive city, we'll be able, and I expect this from the underlying architecture and the operating system of the cognitive core, which I call, is to be able to protect me, to use kind of common sense like today. If I see you in a situation, and I say, no, this is private time for Francois, leave him alone now. I think a cognitive system will be able to take such decisions, or, for example, detect anomaly. I expect from a cognitive city core to detect anomalies from inside the cities or outside the cities. So making our architecture, cognitive architecture, will help increase, even enhance the data privacy more than today, enhance the cyber security of the city, enhance the physical security of the city as well. If we get the architecture done right.
Maybe German, based on that and because it's always very often so that the new technologies multiply as well the fields where there is criminal activity, there are questions about cyber security. So I know that at Platinum Technologies, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, and just to add on what Ahmed said, I think one of the important constructs of this relationship between the person and artificial intelligence is going to be, is it trusted? Is it easily explainable, right? And as Ahmed said, do I feel protected? And in a sense, there needs to be at least a feeling of choice that I've been able to make that's associated with that decision, because ultimately we do believe that there's going to be a higher level of efficiency associated with being able to digitalize cities and our economy, et cetera. Now, to your question on cybersecurity.
But sorry, isn't there a kind of an oxymoron between, let's say, deep learning and explainability? To a certain extent, here you are talking about a trade-off, which is a trade-off about, let's say, accuracy, explainability. What do I choose? And what are the ways to choose?
Well, at a high level, I would say is that the more data the system has, the better and more precise it can be. But you need me to give you that data. You need me to make that accessible. So even when you just look at simple privacy statements these days, when you look at either a site that you go to or an application that you use, it's not written in this legal terminology. They still have it, but it's written very plainly so an individual can say, okay, I'm willing to consent to giving you all of this information that I probably wouldn't because I don't understand what I'm giving away and I don't understand what the risk is to me. So I think that is what I mean when I talk about explainability and the trade-off that's associated with it, so that we can better train our systems to be useful to the citizen.
Okay, good.
I just want to say one thing.
So, please.
If I just want to piggyback on that thought process what German was talking about, I think the government has the responsibility, of course, from the privacy perspective. Of course, we have to build the security, the physical security, the cyber security to protect the lives and the well-beings of our citizens and residents. But at the same time, improving the security does not mean that I give up my privacy. So along those lines, like German was talking about, from the consent perspective, all the technical jargons, you see, like, I'm getting an order from Uber Eats, I have to turn on my location-based services to give up all my information, all my likeness and dislikeness about what kind of food I pick. That data, to me, is very critical. It's very personalized. Now, having said that, I think, for example, GDPR in Europe, and recently in California, we have California Consumer Privacy Act passed recently. We have to educate and we have to empower our users and our citizens to know, when they are signing up, what they are giving up. But at the same time, making the private sector, the entities, the service providers accountable and responsible to make sure that they can also generate that specialized, personalized data, what's being collected through either the mobile devices or through the browsers, because everything I do, as far as the interaction is concerned with internet, is stored in the browser, somewhere in the data, and that data is being sold to many, many different entities. So as a citizen, I have the right to know who is really taking my data. So I think that's where the balance comes in, to make sure that we have a very strong, regulatory framework in place. Just to give you an example, like, on our buses, we have the mobile ticketing system, we pay that, so that will tell me your identity. But we make sure that there are barriers between that information and the other information is completely separate. So we cannot really mix the two systems. So I would know that Francois was traveling on line 51A from Fremont to San Francisco.
So as I'm a European, so when you talk about regulatory framework, you speak to my heart. So maybe on another topic, which is about the cities and how to make them more resilient. And I'm talking in particular about, let's say, climate at the moment. So maybe, Fabio, any example on how technologies can make cities more resilient, more sustainable?
I would give two examples. One of them is about legacy infrastructure. So I think we should not take it for granted, but also we should not remove legacy infrastructure as if everything that's new technology will solve our problems. And I'll give you the practical example. A few years ago, so every time that you go to the toilet and you flush, whatever you do for us is data. And what I mean by that is that we can have lots of information about public health from your pee and your poo. But how to get this information? So we developed small robots that we deploy throughout the sewage system in different countries, here nearby in Kuwait as well. And we were detecting bacteria, viruses, salt consumption. So I think deploying new technologies and acquiring data from systems that sometimes we take for granted and as if all the new solutions will come from new technologies, I think it's a way to choose the wrong path. So reimagining what we have should be the first step.
Ahmed, you wanted to say something, maybe?
Yes. So I think cognitive city, especially on the digital side of the city, the people who will live there will be really lucky, because you are in the hands of intelligent digital technologies everywhere, even including the physical part like robots and other systems. And when we talk today about sustainability or resilience, first thing we say, okay, what about the process? How are we doing things? I think cognitive cities will be engineered to be upfront sustainable and resilient. But the process is not enough. There will be intelligent technology, sensing, measuring, comprehending what is going on in real time, and even recommending new lifestyle, recommending new ways to do things for us as individuals, as families, as city, as a government. So we will be in a completely different world, I say again, a cognitive core of a city helping us all to live in a kind of environmentally friendly, sustainable, resilient city.
So just
may I give
please.
A provocation? But for instance, this conference, so it's very nice that we are all here together, right? But how many of the activities that we have here we could have done over Zoom? Meaning that all the people who flew to Riyadh, if we have stayed home, we have saved tons and tons of CO2. So I think one of the things that we will need to find very soon is a balance between a long-haul type of city, the 15-minute city, the 0-minute city, where we don't need to go anywhere and access everything that we need. So I think somehow it's counterintuitive to fly 9,000 kilometers to talk about sustainability.
Partially. So it is provocative, but what I get from you as well is that there are things that cannot be done if we are not together.
Exactly.
Let's make sure that when we do it, we focus on these elements.
And another example, we are talking about technology. All of you probably, if you're similar to my opinion, enjoyed more the magic show that we had before than the talk. Because why? So we have all this new technology.
But they are wrong. They are wrong because it's a great talk.
No, but then and somebody comes here and does magic out of this cool technology. So I think this experience we can only have here.
Good. So maybe, and to finish this panel, each one of you, in less than 1 minute, what is, in your opinion, the most important thing to prepare the cities for the future? Hassan.
Well, I guess from my perspective, the bottom line is the quality of life. Am I deploying technology, sensors, IoTs, all the good stuff, autonomous vehicles? I can have all those good things, but am I really improving the quality of life of my citizens and my customers by deploying all those various technologies? Am I improving their experience from the touch point they interact with the cities? Those are the core objectives and the outcome I'm expecting from these smart cities.
German.
I would say that as these opportunities are created with the growth of these cognitive and smart cities, that we don't forget about the legacy infrastructure and people as well, because you create that digital divide of the haves and have-nots.
Fabio.
People will not move to cities because of cognitive technologies, but they will move to cities because of the magic that happens only in cities.
Ahmed.
To be honest and to be provocative a little bit, I have no concerns about the people who live in those cities. They are lucky, and I hope I will be one of them. I think there will be different mentality, different mindset, different people than you and me. But what we have to do today is to get the digital architecture done right and seamlessly and nicely integrated with the physical architecture of the city, and they can grow together over time, digitally and physically, in a nice way that even the people will see later on that the cognitive city is a stupid city. I don't want to live in this city because I, as a human being, have more expectations than what the most advanced technologies are giving me today. So the growth, the joint growth of the digital and physical architecture would be a key.
And if you have no concern for people in the cities, maybe we might have concerns for the ones who are not in the cities.
No, because 50 years ago, the people, 50 years ago would have said, these poor guys, you have computer vision everywhere, you have cell phones and browsers, and we know where you are and so on. But now...
So we need to give the word to Sue.
No worries. So build out your digital infrastructure, build out that cognitive infrastructure, data to information to knowledge to wisdom. Yeah. And I think being able to collect your insights, keep that as wisdom, and pass it on for generations to come in the city.
Yeah.
Sorry. So thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you for attending this panel, and hope you enjoyed it. So, let me welcome the next speaker. Yu Sing Kang.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 아살람 알라이쿰. This is, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope that today's event would be a venue for sharing AI technologies and the services in each country. The announcement is AI sharing for realizing cognitive city. I would like to discuss 3 cases of AI service in smart city, Seoul, and the future AI sharing prospect. The Seoul Digital Foundation is for the purpose of realizing a smart city in Seoul as a control tower for digital transformation. With purpose of it, we have 3 missions. First, to realize science, administration, based on big data, AI, and metaverse. Second, to create inclusive smart city by digital education. Third, to develop innovation by supporting digital startups. Let's watch a short video about the Seoul Digital Foundation.
A city leading the world's digital future. As the future strategy for Smart Seoul, first, the next Digital Seoul's Control Tower. Secondly, through the enhancement of digital competency is the strategy to expand smart citizens. The foundation has dedicated itself to improving the digital capability of all generations, from young children to the elders. Third, to support the innovative growth of startups and the convergence of new digital technology. Fourth, by turning your imagination into reality, is to create the metaverse Seoul ecosystem. We will open a new future for Smart Seoul by actively supporting the digital transformation of Seoul, citizens, and companies, focusing on dynamic changes in the digital Big Bang.
Seoul has topped the global e-government evaluation for the 7th consecutive time. In February 2022, Yonsei University and Cambridge University announced Smart City Index Report 2022. According to the data ranked first among 31 cities. Metaverse Seoul platform will be launched in December, first in the world. In line with this, Seoul Metropolitan Government is working best toward the global smart city with competitiveness and sustainable development. The case of AI service in Seoul that I introduced today was developed to realize the value of a safe city Seoul. First, AI-based sewerage defect detection system. In the meantime, the sewage pipe inspection work has been determined by an expert within the image of the inside of the sewage pipe. AI technology detects and classifies defects in sewage pipes in the video and recognize subtypes that record location information in the video, providing users with defect types and the location information of sewage pipes. The AI system contributes to securing citizen safety by preventing urban problems, that can lead to major accidents, such as sinkholes and road subsidence through the efficient reading of the pipeline defects. It is in the stage of improving usability to spread the use of all autonomous districts in Seoul by 2023. The following is an AI system that detects change areas in Seoul. Using aerial photograph, it will be used to catch unauthorized buildings and illegally expanded buildings. Until now, the Seoul Metropolitan has taken aerial photographs every year to detect urban changes, and professional judges have compared and analyzed past and current photos to detect changed areas. However, the AI urban change detection system is expanded to dramatically reduce cost and time required for reading. We'll build approximately 100,000 quality learning data in 2021 and completed prototype development. Research and development is underway to improve detection accuracy this year. In the future, it will be used to prevent safety accidents due to illegal expansion and renovation of old buildings, to change green areas, and to investigate the installation of solar panels on roof of buildings. The following is an AI-based construction site risk control system. It is an AI system to prevent safety accidents at a small and medium-sized construction sites that lack safety management capabilities. It is designed to prevent accidents by analyzing CCTV images installed at construction sites in real time and generating alarms in case of dangerous situation. Real-time control is possible for workers to fall, not wearing safety helmets and rescue signals. Currently, we are in the process of selecting a pilot project site and verifying its performance. The performance verification will be completed by operating CCTV 200 channel within this year. We have explained above, focusing on promoting the safety of Seoul through sewage pipe, building change detection, and construction site risk control AI system. AI is a system to achieve the goals presented by human. The more data you have, the more data you learn, the more valuable the service result you get. However, many data subjects are reluctant to share and disclose their data. In the end, only big tech companies survive, deepening the technology gap with small and medium-sized companies, and polarization problems are occurring. From the point of view of fairness and common sense, there is a vicious circle. As an alternative to solving this problem, a user-centric AI sharing platform has emerged. If it develops into a citizen-centric AI sharing platform for the future smart city, citizens will enjoy hyper-personalized servicing through AI. The Seoul Metropolitan Government has made going together with the socially neglected a key value for the city government. Through the AI sharing platform, various studies will be conducted so that citizen-centric digital technology, not big tech-centric, can be applied to the city administration. Let's stop talking about data sharing. AI sharing platform do not physically move and share data. Instead, each learns individually by sharing an AI learning model, and this is means a platform that combines results in one place to improve the accuracy of AI models. This is relatively difficult to secure large-scale data, which is relatively alienated. from the benefits of digital technology and its methodology of utilizing technology for the AI divide, such as individual and the small business owners. The study of AI sharing methodology has already begun, and the empirical study of Professor Kyung-Jun Lee, a world-renowned artificial intelligence scholar, is a case in point. Today, we have Professor Kyung-Jun Lee, former Korean ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Byung-Wook Cho, and Kyung-Yang Park, the CEO of Harex Infotech, which takes the lead in developing AI sharing platform. Please give them a big hand. Thank you very much. Yesterday, many of us speakers had mentioned the importance of user-centric AI for the good of humanity. I am very pleased to see we are on same page. In the future, the concept and the technology of AI sharing platform will continue to develop. I hope to have an opportunity to discuss smart city development case and the AI sharing platform. Although it's a short time, I'm glad to have a good time with you. I hope the rest of your schedule would be worthwhile. Thank you very much for your attention. I will sincerely welcome your visit to Seoul, Korea. Shukran nak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Khan, thank you very much, and I hope that invitation extends to me as well, because I've never been to South Korea, so I'm looking forward to going there. Thank you very much. And certainly, this discussion really, when you're talking artificial intelligence, it's about people. It's about humanity. It's about how people can live better, not necessarily longer, but certainly more fulfilling, more productive lives. So the question is, how do we optimize artificial intelligence impact on humanity? For that discussion, please put your hands together for Safi Kuchuk-Karacha, the Director of Think at the Future Investment Initiative Institute, and her panel of guests. Please put your hands together and give them a warm welcome. Safi.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in Riyadh in this wonderful forum. I would also like to greet our virtual audience that is watching us live today. I'm very happy to be here with you all, with my wonderful panelists, whom I'd like to start by introducing to you all. I have with me Mei Ling Feng, who is the chair of the People-Centered Internet. I have Dr. Stephen Liu, who is the director of SL Liu Research. And then I have Frank Prichot, who is the executive director for customer and digital experiences at Inoa NEOM. We will also have Anusha Ansari, who is the CEO of XPRIZE, on a virtual statement here with us today. Now, before starting to talk about our session, I would like to start by thanking the SEDAIA team, and I would also like to start by thanking His Excellency Professor Abdullah Al-Ghamdi for organizing such a wonderful event, but also to have FII Institute as being a co-organizer, a partner for creating this knowledge together with you and sharing this with you, which is very important for the Institute. In addition, I would also like to thank my CEO, Mr. Richard Attias, who insisted that I would do this panel today because he is very much in favor of women empowerment. And we'd like to, from an institute perspective, to lead by example. So I'd really appreciate his leadership in this area as well. Thank you. Now, before listening to Anusha's remarks, who will be truly interesting, I'd like to set the stage with some comments, some remarks from the Institute perspective. And after that, we'll listen to Anusha, and then we'll actually have a very lively debate, a discussion with my wonderful panelists here today. So, Our session today is about optimizing AI's impact on humanity. We've been listening to this throughout day one. We've been listening to this throughout today as well. Everybody is discussing AI's impact on humanity, on sustainability, infectious diseases, deforestation, logistics, transportation. Everyone is doing AI for good, or everyone at least claims to do so. There are thousands of visions, startups, projects that promise us to make the world a better place through AI. Often, they actually really mean it. And sometimes they're also able to achieve this. But even then, most outcomes are limited and mostly measured in financial returns and not on impact on humanity. Now, from FII Institute perspective, AI and robotics is a fixed pillar of our institute and the work that we do. But for us, AI and robotics is an enabler. It's a tool that we use to solve global and societal problems. So we'd like to have a discussion about changing a lot of the perception and activities. We'd like to find the best in the AI for good class. To find the best in class, there's one simple question that we'd like to answer. Which AI use case or application has the biggest positive impact on humanity? Such an important thing to answer and to find out and to discuss. Now, our session today will do that. Furthermore, do we need to answer this question? I'm sure some people might be thinking that. Is this something not for the market to decide? Is this for some governments to do? Maybe some researchers? Should decide on their own which AI project or product is the best one to work for. Well, this is how things are being done right now, as AI is a highly competitive field in the search for talent, and we are all looking for good talent out there. And as we see the results, to rephrase Professor Jürgen Schmidhuber, every company and university wants to have the best and the brightest minds to work for them. And now, a lot of these best and bright minds end up developing AI to increase advertising revenue for search engines and social media. I think we all know that, and we use that on a daily basis. In our opinion, that's not the most efficient allocation of talent, to put it mildly. To unleash the huge potential benefits of AI for humanity, it would be great if the brightest minds would work together for the best causes instead. Now, we don't want to make those decisions for the individual AI expert globally, and even if we wanted to, let's be frank, we won't be able to. Each of us have our own dreams and our own preferences. We should all do what our hearts, our brains, and especially what our wallets are telling us. So this is to frame the discussion that we'll be having with our panelists and with Anusha today. So I will refer to Anusha. We will be listening to her remarks now and then jump into the discussion. Thank you.
And greetings from many miles away. I'm Anusha Ansari, CEO of XPRIZE Foundation, and I'm honored to be joining you today, even if it's virtual, and I'm so happy to be able to set off this very important conversation that will have critical lasting effect on future of humanity. For those of you not familiar with XPRIZE, we're a 27-year-old nonprofit foundation founded on the principle that focusing cognitive surplus energy of the world on our most critical problems will ignite incredible innovation and unprecedented collaboration and lead to practical solutions that solves our grandest challenges. And our competitions focus on accelerating breakthrough technologies, and AI and machine learning has been an integral part of the solutions that our teams come up with. It's hardly any competition we've launched that we didn't see AI and machine learning utilized. Our very own IBM Watson AI XPRIZE led the pack in accelerating and adopting AI technologies, but in collaboration with humans and focused toward the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. As with any new and evolving technology, we're fully aware that these are uncharted territories, and there is a possibility of unforeseen consequences. The AI for Good movement that we initiated brings together governments, industries, academia, organizations like XPRIZE together to establish partnerships and to facilitate conversations and conduct research that will ultimately result in the ethical and safe and beneficial use of artificial intelligence, very much like a dialogue that you all are having today. We had 3 winners for our IBM AI for Good who exemplify the solutions we want to inspire. One was Airfreight Health from Canada. They used AI to provide customized treatment for mental health patients suffering with depression. Another one was Marinus Analytics, who focused on human trafficking and provided actionable insight to the detectives to help stop and prevent human trafficking and recover victims and dismantle organized crime. And then the last one was Zap Malaria from Israel, a startup that wanted to eradicate malaria through larviciding. As you all know, AI is embedded into almost every technology around us, whether it's our work or our home or how we connect and communicate with each other and with the society. It's always there on, watching us, listening to us, analyzing, predicting, and making decisions for us. And we've seen a few scary situations, like the crash of the financial markets or the news about the bias in decisions that impacted job applicants or loan applicants, and even manipulating election results. I wish I could say that these are isolated incidents and it will never happen again, but we all know that that's not the case. And therefore, it's important to have conversations about how to predict and prevent these scary situations. At XPRIZE, we've developed our own principal beliefs around AI and how it should be used. The most important belief is around the fact that AI should be diverse. Data is the lifeblood of AI, and the more diverse the data is, the better and more inclusive the AI systems will be and the tools will be. AI should also be inclusive and accessible to all. It's going to be an essential technology that will enhance our lives in the future, and therefore it's even more imperative that it's accessible by all. It should be ethical, obviously, and like any technology, it can be used for good and evil. So considering the ethical implications of any tools or solutions we develop, it's very important, and I'm sure we can come up with ways to ensure that happens. And at the very last, it has to be inspirational and focus on solving on grand challenges. We don't want to train systems to find cat pictures anymore. We want them to solve real problems that will make our lives better. And I know that our distinguished panel here will have a lot more to share, more examples and ideas to share with all of you. And hopefully we'll make our decisions and the way we design things, not out of fear, but out of hope, because I know we can do better, and creating safeguard will just allow us to be creative and create some wonderful AI applications. So thank you again for allowing me to participate.
Thank you very much for that, Anusha. We really hope to see you here with us in person next year. Now, to dive into the discussion and having the input from my wonderful panelists, I'd like to start with you, Mei Ling, if that's okay with you. Now, with your wonderful experience, I mean, I'm obviously an admirer of yourself and your work and your ethics. I'd like to hear from you. Can you think of an AI Apollo project, a moonshot project, one challenge that would be worth tremendous amount of time, brain, money, to make another giant leap for mankind for AI?
I'm delighted to answer this question because it goes back to the founding of the internet. That the internet was inspired to help people flourish. And somehow along the way, we've lost that message. So I'm proposing that the Apollo project be an Olympics for AI to help communities be resilient and the people in them flourish. Imagine if every community in the world was competing in Olympics of AI.
So that's wonderful, and I haven't thought of it. I actually took a note of it to see if this could be something we could work on when we get back home. Thank you for that. Now, Frank, you are working for one of the most prestigious projects, one of the largest projects that are going on in the world. And the work that you guys are undertaking highly likely will be paving the way for a lot of different governments, countries, companies as a leader. So in your opinion, what kind of an impact should AI have on humanity? How could AI make life better, longer, healthier, more convenient, maybe even less risky for humanity?
Thank you, Sophia. And let me first take the opportunity maybe to position Enowa, because Enowa is the recently formed company that will provide NEOM. And of course, everybody in the room knows NEOM, but NEOM will need water and energy to provide a home to all the millions of people that eventually will live and work in NEOM. So Enowa is the company that will provide that water and energy. And Sophia, when you talk about making impact and making impact on humanity, I think NEOM cannot be on that list or in that arena, because, you know, if you look at the objectives of NEOM and you try to drill it down to 3 key areas, then one is about bringing livability to the next level. First for NEOM, first for the kingdom, first for the region, but eventually with the ambition to do that for the rest of the world. Secondly, it's about enabling business and doing that again up to the next level. And last but not least, do all that with a lot of respect for the environment, restoring the environment, improving the environment. There, talking about impact, water and energy are critical. They are too often taken for granted. But certainly if you then think about making energy and water only based on wind and sun, that is really, again, making impact for humanity. And to achieve that, we will need AI. It is not a gadget, it is not a feature, it is going to be a critical requirement. And just to give a few examples, we are already looking into and will be using AI to measure, to analyze, and to provide improvement suggestions on the carbon footprint of the energy and water system that we will be developing, and we are currently actually building in NEOM. We are also using, or are going to use, AI to reduce energy consumption, wastewater, and also to reduce costs. And also in a 100% renewable energy system, the role of the customer, the role of the user becomes much more active. And to be able to do that, we will also need AI to balance the comfort and the customer experience with the requirements of an energy system. So AI is really at the core of our strategy and vision and implementation capacity of Enowa in NEOM.
Thank you for that. At the Institute, we consume tremendous amount of knowledge. So I would put it mildly when I say we're following what you're doing, and we are very inspired by all the hard work that you guys are undertaking. Now, I'd like to go over to you, Dr. Stephen, because you are to say it mildly, a famous AI researcher. You've worked with some of the best in the world. You've worked with them, you've worked in their labs. So I'd like to hear from you. How important is doing good for the AI researchers? More or less important than getting rich, getting famous?
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is a tremendously important question. If you were to trace the origin of AI, it began with Alan Newell and Herbert Simon as early as 1950s as a way of computationally modeling human cognition. As a matter of fact, it started off as a way of modeling the decision-making process of air defense system. Right, so if you've got a sky full of aircrafts that are adversarial or friendly, what is the process by which you make decisions about, which planes are which? Is there a way to capture this and automate this in such a way that it's not so taxing for human beings? So it began as a sort of a symbolic approach to model human cognition. But along the way, I would say in 1985, there was a paper on neural networks, the backpropagation neural networks, 1985 A and B by Geoffrey Hinton, which sort of triggered the development of now what we call GAN, the generative adversarial neural network. deep learning and so forth. Now, if you were to contrast these two approaches, one takes a symbolic modeling approach of human cognition, and the other is essentially a way of, going lower the level of abstraction. So essentially, it's a tensor calculus type of approach to human brain, the human cognition. The problem with the second approach is it's a lot more amenable for making money and becoming famous. Why is that? It turns out it is very difficult to model our cognition when it comes to, for example, a chair. We're all sitting on chairs, but if you were to articulate or capture the essence of what a chair is, it is a very, very difficult thing to do because there are a lot of different variations. You can sit on a set of cushions like you wanted to do, is that a chair? It's a very sort of a philosophical thing that cannot be easily captured. And turns out, if you give a bunch of examples to the neural network model of a suite of tensors, it turns out you can do this much more quickly, much more efficiently. In fact, it is doable, when in fact in symbolic approach it's impossible. The problem with that, despite the fact that in terms of instrumentalism, so you can use this stuff to teach machines how to tell apart a chair from a table, for example. And that is the backbone of all the visual, vision recognition systems, the handwriting recognition systems, and so forth. But we learn exactly nothing about what chair is, right? So what that means in practice, in particular, now we have something called unsupervised learning. So there's literally no human supervision in teaching a machine, in capturing what something is, right? So you can do an awful lot with systems such as these. So what that means in practice is that human agency is removed, right? What that means in practice, for example, is, let me get my thought here for a second. What that means in practice, for example, is you can tell apart, adversarial planes from friendly planes. The machine will tell you these, but what does that mean? Do we shoot them down, or do we let them go? What decisions do we make on top of the patterns that the neural networks recognize? So what that means in practice is that we have to do the so-called humans in the loop, right? So we go from zero human agency to putting in human agency, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it's positive human agency. We saw an example yesterday with a gentleman from IBM, a whole series of potential abuses of AI. So one of the things that everybody might be familiar with is so-called deep fakes. So if it goes into the hands of the wrong actors, you can imagine it being a nightmare scenario, right? So we have positive human agency, zero human agency. This is kind of the default mode at the moment with neural networks. And negative human agency. So this is kind of the nightmare scenario. The zero human agency, if you will, is the ones that the Hollywood movies tend to portray.
Yes.
So machines will come to a conclusion, So I think one of the lines from one of the movies, I believe, was iRobot, right? The machine decides to destroy humanity because, well, humans have a tendency to destroy themselves anyway. So we'll help them, I as an AI will expedite the process. I'll help you. That's the logical conclusion that neural network tends to reach. So the key is to imbue the machine, if you will, with a human soul. That is presumably positive human agency, right?
Yes.
Now, how do we ensure this? This is the key thing, and I think I mentioned this at MISC in 2018. This is the absolute key thing that we'll have to sort of come together as humanity. What values should we agree on to imbue, neural networks, which is essentially neutral in terms of human agency. In fact, it's actually the default mode is, in some ways, not to destroy us, but it does not necessarily coincide with what we value as a morally desirable direction. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Stephen. I know for you that's overall, but for us that was very much in depth, so we appreciate the insights. Now, I'd like to go back to you, Mei-Ling. Now, you are the chairwoman for People-Centered Internet, so essentially you're working for us. Does this mean you're against more AI on the net, or are you more for it? Or Perhaps it depends on what kind of AI that will accompany us in the web.
Well, my answer changed yesterday with the Riyadh AI Declaration. Because with the Riyadh AI Declaration, this is a very significant point for humanity, that it says AI has to benefit people, nations, and the world. And this is the turning point for AI. That needed to be said, and congratulations, Riyadh, for it being called the Riyadh AI Declaration. Why do I say this? Because of the things that Stephen has just said. Scientists just explore what they're interested in. But if we don't say, why are we doing this? To benefit people, and I would add communities, nations, and the world. We have to look at ourselves as communities. And if we do look ourselves as communities, then I say we are missing something. What we're missing is community living learning labs. The scientific revolution has really helped humanity prosper, but how can we prosper with AI? AI is affecting not just individual lives, but families, whole communities and neighborhoods. So we need measurement labs, science progress because of measurement. We need community living learning labs to understand how to measure our inputs, our outputs, our outcomes. And not just outcomes in a limited one-year period, but longitudinal outcomes. And with IoT, machine learning, we can track this stuff. So let's do it. Community living learning labs to realize the Riyadh AI Declaration.
Thank you very much for that, Mei Ling. That's very inspirational, and you're giving us a lot of good ideas, and that's helping me shape my next question actually for Frank, because they're literally building, and they're at the stage of building, so it's actually the perfect time to incorporate new things. So, Frank, with that in mind, you must know all the smart systems for homes and smart cities even before it was cool, as energy plays a major role in all those concepts. Now, you're responsible for the energy sector. You're working in it. You have a lot of responsibilities that are very influential there. So, and we count on you to making the smartest city in the world that we can hopefully come visit and maybe live in. Now, will it only be cool, or will it also be good?
Okay, well, if I try to make sure I understand your question correctly, the question is smart technology cool, or is it also useful? And there I would like to build on what May just said, and that's to bring it back to the people. Because often, you know, NEOM is all about building infrastructure, it's about building cities, it's about, you know, a lot of rocks and stones and houses and whatever, you know, that we need to build. But eventually the real success of NEOM will be when there will be people who will be living there and working there and enjoying themselves. And again, they will need water and they will need energy, and that's where we come into play. So when you then say that you're going to provide that water and energy in a way that it's renewable, and imagine that you only have sun and wind, you know, if there's no sun and no wind, there is no energy except the energy that you have stored, and also that energy you have made from sun and wind. So that really represents a very complex system. And it is not by coincidence that this 100% renewable energy system, the size of NEOM, has not been built anywhere yet. Because there are quite a few challenges that we still need to tackle. And the complexity of the system, the fact that you have multi-directional flows, that, you know, your customers are playing an active role, lead to the fact that people by themselves can no longer alone manage that system. So technology is really not only useful, it is required. And it will not be only technology, you still will always have some human intervention, to also refer back to what Stephen just explained, but humans only can't do it, we will need AI. And in the beginning, you know, it will not be rocket science. And we will be using quite some basic stuff, but eventually that will be a very, very complex system that can only exist with AI next to people running and using the system. So very useful, I would say.
Yeah.
Indeed. And that makes me a bit more curious, because we're lucky enough to have Dr. Stephen here with us, who can give us a little bit more insight. Now, Dr. Stephen, we've heard, the impact of AI on healthcare, like I mentioned, logistics, transportation, everything that you can imagine. Now, is it fair to request a positive impact on humanity from AI, or should we just treat AI as a normal technology that we know?
There are different ways of answering this question. One way of AI being a particularly helpful tool for positive social impact, generating positive social impact, is to treat it as a tool for measuring and managing impact. And I'll discuss this, and there are several examples I wanted to outline during our session. So the social impact bit has the following. So in the 90s and early 2000s, a bunch of people that were trained in physics and engineering and so forth went into Wall Street. Why is that? Because it turns out the modeling techniques that one learns in these disciplines are useful for modeling financial markets as well. Two ways of doing it. Well, there are many ways of doing it. Two ways of looking at it. One is to look at the time series that's generated by systems such as a financial market, stock market, and so forth, which is a complex adaptive system, right? It turns out, one can perform a time series analysis using a Garch model or a prediction model. This is one of the things that I worked on. Or you can model the entire system on a computer. So what is known as the in silico experiment. And that approach is a little more sort of, bottom up, ground up. What you do is you literally build a world, or build a kind of a model version, or capture the essence of a complex adaptive system, and you create, so I must have written 10,000 lines of C++ code or something, and countless nights, pulling my hair out, debugging, right? And I essentially came up with a simplified version of an equity market, right? So you run this thing, and you study the essence or the properties of the system. And with some luck, you can predict or beat the market. You can predict, price series movements and so forth, right? That is the idea, at least. So it turns out a lot of it can be transferred into, for example, statistical arbitrage strategy, equity long-short strategy, and so forth. Okay. The long and the short of it is that that kind of technique is transferable to modeling an entire society. So when you have an entire society at your fingertips, you can measure not just the financial aspect of it, but also you can track for example, just off the top of my head, for example, carbon emission, right? Or the distribution of wealth among members of society and so forth, right? So you can measure these things, but in order for this to be done properly, two things has to happen. One is, it turns out that some of the artificial intelligence techniques that are inspired by theoretical physics that were applied to the hedge fund setting, which is originally what I was doing, is applicable to generating and managing and measuring the impact, social and environmental impact. So, economists have this terrible term called externalities. So the externalities can be quantified and measured and managed, okay? So, in order for that to happen properly, it turns out that I had to invent a data structure that has the following properties, right? Appendage only, everybody in those days I used to call it the network of practitioners, right? Has to be on the same network, and everybody gets the same copy of the ledger, right? And the third thing is there's some sort of clearance mechanism, some kind of consensus mechanism through which the transactions will be cleared. So for those of you who are familiar with blockchain, I just described an early version of distributed ledger technology. Of course, it's not Bitcoin. I'm not Satoshi. People ask me, are you Satoshi Nakamoto? I'm not. That is not, the point of this discussion. So it's a type of distributed ledger that I had to invent in order for the AI technique to work properly so that one can measure social impact. So this is a very central, it's something very close to my heart, you know, AI in conjunction with social impact. So
Yes.
that's one example.
I mean, it's for a lot of you, I know it's probably the first time you're hearing about this, but I've had wonderful discussions with Stephen where we've gone into depth about measuring social impact, the accuracy, the impact of it, etc. So I really appreciate it, and I'm happy that others are able to hear what I usually enjoy to hear from you, Stephen. So thank you for that. Now, we're getting very close to running out of time, and I still have a couple more questions that I'd like to ask. But I would like to ask one very interesting question to you, Mei-Ling, and the reason for that is you have such an impressive background, and you do amazing work with IEEE. So there's a lot that you can bring to the table and advise us on. So, in your opinion, whose job is it to judge what AI is good for humanity? Is it the scientists? Is it the users, the managers, the politicians, maybe the NGOs? Or is it someone completely different's job, just in your opinion?
Whose job is it? It's our job. Every single person has responsibilities for speaking up. But how do we speak up? We have to organize ourselves. And the work of the IEEE in organizing standards for helping us do social impact measurement should build on the kinds of ideas that we are hearing here at this entire symposium. But we can't just build on it. We have to have local communities saying, is this working for us? Because the only sustainable future is if every community sees that there is something in it for the community and they want to continue it on. The people are the ultimate judge. And that's why I'm calling for an Olympics, because it should be exciting for every community in the world to explore the digital frontier and see what they can find.
It's indeed a very clear for action, and I like that we're not just pushing away the responsibility, but we're taking ownership, because we're all in this together.
Yeah.
Now, we only have a couple minutes left, and I would really like to hear something from the three wonderful panelists that I have here with me. So I'm going to ask you all the exact same question, and I'm very curious to hear what the answer will be. If I asked you all just one call for action that we should all, in this room, virtually, have as a takeaway for achieving the highest impact on humanity through AI, what would that be? And I'd like to start with you, Frank, please.
Okay, well, I would start at the foundational level, which is data. I think it's important and it's urgent that on a global level we get clarity on privacy, protection, ownership of data in a way that, you know, even up to the personal level, people feel and continue to feel connected. Because whatever the AI application will be, fundamental at the core is data, and we need to start working on that now.
Thank you for that. Stephen?
Okay, well, I couldn't possibly end this panel without paying homage to my intellectual hero, amongst many, Herbert Simon.
Now, we also have to give the floor to Mei-Ling, don't forget.
Okay, let's do it quickly. So, he made 4 predictions about AI, that in 1955, within 10 years, there will be an interestingly, aesthetically interesting music, such as that of Bach, you know, the Art of the Fugue, which is not complete. That the grand world champion of chess will be beaten, and that mathematical theorems would be proven automatically. And finally, some of the psychology would be automated via computer programs. Okay, I'd like to build on this quickly. And what it is I'd like to see the world coming together and addressing issues such as climate change, pandemic, and equitable distribution of wealth. Technology is not be-all, end-all solution to these things, but it's a very important tool, because not every human being can do the analyses by themselves. We very much need the techniques, algorithms, and hardware, and so forth, to solve these problems. So I'd like to see the world coming together, pulling their resources together, supercomputers, AI algorithms, and perhaps there could be some sort of data commons where they can share these data.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you for that, Stephen. Meili?
The Riyadh AI Declaration is signed by 11 countries, one of which is Pakistan. And Pakistan has suffered the worst floods, 500 times the normal level of floods, and that's because its glaciers are melting. We need to help each other. How can we connect to thrive? How can AI allow our collective humanity to address these complex, urgent problems faced by our brothers and sisters?
Thank you very much. I really don't think that we could have had a better call for action to end with. I'd like to thank you all for your attention. It's been wonderful being here, and it's been even better to discuss AI's impact on humanity. Impact on humanity is something that is so close to our hearts at the FII Institute. So we'd like to share this with you. Now, in addition to that, as mentioned, I'm the director of Think for FII Institute. We'll be having our event at the end of October, so I encourage all of you to register through our website, and I hope to see all of you there. Thank you very much.
Safi, thank you so very much. And indeed, a very important call to action. I think we can spend forever having conversations about some of the challenges that we face as humanity and some of the solutions that may be pending. But ultimately, we have to also remember why it is that we are doing what we are doing and why it is important that not only that we continue to do it, but that we do it to the best of our strength and ability. We now have to make a really special announcement. I like announcements, especially when they are special ones. And to do that, I think this gentleman almost needs no introduction, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency Abdullah bin Sharah Al Hamdi, the President of Sadaya.
Zaki? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On day 2 of the Global AI Summit, one message, very clear message, that we shall not leave anyone behind in unlocking the value of artificial intelligence. Solutions powered by artificial intelligence create huge opportunities for developing countries and also play a vital role in the progress towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The potential for environmental, societal, and economic digitally powered solutions is enormous. We just need to accelerate our adoption of the solutions, but if we do not accelerate the AI journey together, we will risk widening the already huge digital divide, including data and AI. Therefore, it is with great pride and pleasure I announce that Saudi Arabia is joining the World Bank's Digital Development Partnership, the DDP. We share a common vision with the DDP in bringing together public and private sector partners to accelerate safe and inclusive digital transformation in developing countries. In the DDP, Saudi Arabia will champion data and artificial intelligence as fundamental pillars in advancing nations. I am confident that we will make a real difference. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Let's shape the future of data and AI together and leave no one behind in unlocking the value of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Absolutely. We must leave no one behind. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the African continent, but where I come from, there is a particular saying that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And indeed, we have to go together to ensure that artificial intelligence serves the very purpose for which it was created, that is the betterment of humanity. On behalf of the Infrastructure Division, as the Vice President of the Infrastructure Division of the World Bank Group, let's hear a message from Riccardo Puliti.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and authorities. My name is Riccardo Puliti, Vice President of Infrastructure at the World Bank. I am very pleased to welcome the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia into the Digital Development Partnership with the World Bank. Digital technologies are at the forefront of development and provide a unique opportunity for countries to accelerate economic growth and connect citizens to services and jobs. They can unlock innovative solutions to complex development challenges and help countries accelerate solutions that reduce poverty and boost shared prosperity from telemedicine to remote learning. At the World Bank, we are mobilizing support from countries and the private sector to promote inclusive digital transformation strategies in developing countries. We are supporting governments to develop better digital regulations and policies. We are focused on closing the digital divide by helping developing countries adopt emerging technologies. I know that all of you here today also consider these actions critical. We all have an important role to play, and none of us can do this alone. It is an honor and delight to welcome the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the Digital Development Partnership, and I'm pleased to sign the agreement that commits us together. Thank you, and I look forward to our future collaboration.
Riccardo Puliti, thank you very much. And also on behalf of the World Bank Group, we receive a message from Christine Zhenwei-Chan. I believe the AI is
communicating. To all distinguished guests at today's Global AI Summit, it is my pleasure to join you in celebrating the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia becoming a new member of the Digital Development Partnership, which is housed under my global practice at the World Bank. The COVID crisis has profoundly changed the world and the global economy, as well as the way we live and work. Further acceleration in digital transformation is more necessary than ever. In these unprecedented times, we have a unique opportunity to help governments to explore new paths for growth and job creation, support the poor, and build resilience. The Digital Development Partnership brings public and private sector partners together to advance digital solutions and support developing countries in closing the digital divide, expanding access, and digital adoption. Much work remains to be done, and we can only do it with the support of more partners. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is our newest partner in the Digital Development Partnership, will play an important role in supporting innovative programs and exchanging knowledge and technical experiences to advance digital transformation. Thank you, and I very much look forward to closer collaboration.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Gulf Cooperation Council, please welcome the Country Director, Issam Abu Sleiman.
Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I'm here just to say a few words. This is a global partnership. This is a partnership that has a lot of experience around the table. But the most important part for us is that we are really excited to have Saudi Arabia around the table, trying to define the global agenda on digital economy, digital technology, and AI. And the importance of it is not to bring another partner around the table, but the importance of it is that this partner has a lot of experience now to share with the rest of the world, how they were able in short period of time to transform the economy in Saudi Arabia, to transform basically the digital payments system, to be able to use the technology almost overnight during the pandemic to keep everything moving. These are like the type of things that make a difference today around the world. As you have heard over the last couple of days, digital technology, AI, is almost in every sector. And those are going to make a big difference in economic growth, in productivity, in efficiency and effectiveness of how the world is going to be developing going forward. At the World Bank, we're taking this extremely seriously, not to leave anyone behind in the developing world. I mean, Saudi Arabia and some of the advanced countries are way ahead of a lot of other countries around the world. And this partnership is really to bring that expertise to help these countries who are left behind. One thing that is important, and we have seen it already, is how technology and AI have helped moving out of this pandemic to be able to build better, but also to be able to provide growth and jobs that did not exist before, and create basically this economic growth that will help also people get out of poverty in a lot of different parts of the world. So let me basically just give an idea about our expectation in the MENA region alone. If we have a full deployment of digital technology, the GDP of the MENA region will be $1.6 trillion more. In low income and middle income, a little bit on the side, keeping the GCC, which is high income countries, the per capita GDP will be $7,000 more. So you can just see the importance of the deployment of digital technology just in the MENA region. You can expand this around the world and see the importance of it and the potential that digital technology and AI will bring to the table and bring so many people out of poverty and improve basically the economic growth and jobs for everyone. So let me stop here and really thank His Excellency Dr. Abdullah and his team in SDAIA, who have worked very hard to get to where we are today, bringing Saudi Arabia as a kingdom in the fold at a global level, being a global basically determinant of how this agenda of digital technology and AI will develop around the world. Thank you all very, very much.
And thank you. Okay, so you may be wondering, exactly what is this Digital Development Partnership all about? Well, let's take a look.
Since its establishment in 2016, the World Bank's Digital Development Partnership, DDP, through 100 plus programs in 80 countries around the globe, has been a driving force in advancing digital solutions and accelerating safe and inclusive digital transformation in developing countries. And today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia joins the DDP. Together, we will elevate economies and societies by unlocking data and artificial intelligence's full potential. Together, we will ensure no one is left behind in data and artificial intelligence. Together, we will advance an inclusive data and artificial intelligence for the good of humanity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Carol Nackley, the CEO of Crystal Energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for this very important session about global energy security and sustainability with artificial intelligence. I'm going to take you through, in the next few minutes, why I think artificial intelligence is going to make a very big splash in the global energy markets, global energy industry, because of the energy transition and the net zero green agenda. I'm an economist, so I cannot survive without data, and that's, I think, what we have in common. I'd like you to look quickly at this graph. This shows how our energy mix, where we got our energy from the 1800s until today. And you can see that, if you can tell, usually when you have one fuel which is dominant and then you move to another fuel which is dominant, this is when you have an energy transition. So I can easily see two energy transitions that have already happened in the past. The first one, when we moved from the dominance of traditional biomass to coal, and the next one, when we moved from the dominance of coal to oil. And today, when people talk about energy transition, they're actually talking about reversing this image, whereby they see green energy, and you can hardly see it in the bottom, is going to be the dominant fuel or dominant source of energy in the world, whereas oil, coal, and natural gas, which we call fossil fuel, will play a minor role. So this is what the energy transition means. However, I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of things. First of all, the previous energy transitions, whether from biomass to coal or from coal to oil in terms of dominance, were usually triggered by a massive technological breakthrough. The Industrial Revolution was fueled by coal, thanks to the steam engine. Oil became dominant in our energy mix, thanks to the internal combustion engine, what we use today in our transport, and it's still dominant there. Today, there is a great opportunity for AI to facilitate the energy transition. But have a look at this picture. This is the global energy mix, what generates electricity, what fuel generates electricity. The difference between 1985 and 2020, usually when I show this graph, people go, is this data correct? That from between 1985 and 2020, so almost 35 years, we managed to reduce our dependence on oil, coal, and gas by a meager 4%. Only 35%, 35 years, 4%. So that's why you have to understand the scale of the challenge, the complexity of the challenge that we are talking about when we talk about energy transition here. And there's nothing more beautiful than including a technology that can handle complex targets, that can handle complex goals, and that will allow us to achieve the best outcome. But the best outcome today, as the energy crisis has showed us, as what's happening in Europe, where I'm based, with all the high prices, does not necessarily mean turning our back on oil, coal, or gas. But actually, it simply means we need every single source of energy that is available out there. We just need to make it more sustainable. We need to use and produce oil and gas in a more sustainable way, while facilitate the integration of green energy, renewable energy, nuclear energy in our primary energy mix. And this is where we see the importance of artificial intelligence. I took this quote from the latest United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which I'm sure you are familiar with. They published a report this year, and you can see how they put special emphasis on artificial intelligence to improve energy management across all sectors, and also increase energy efficiency and allow the adoption of low-carbon technology. Now, I can go on and talk about the wide applications of AI across the energy sector. It's a huge supply chain and value chain. So I could see from the production to the processing to the distribution, but it's not only about the supply chain, there's also the demand side. And it's not only about certain type of energy, but every single energy source can benefit from artificial intelligence. And here I picked up a few examples. Look at the numbers from oil and gas companies. This survey is taken from Ernst & Young from last year. More than 92% of oil and gas companies are either currently investing in AI or plan to do so in the next 2 years. But even in green energy, if you just look at some ambitious targets, like offshore wind, do you realize how many wind pylons we have to put in the sea? And do you realize what it means for maintenance, for monitoring, for health and safety? So if you were in the North Sea, for instance, in Norway or in the UK, you only have a certain window during the year, very limited window to send divers out there to check the pylons. But this doesn't need to be a problem when you're relying on AI. Operational efficiencies is very well established, in terms of benefiting from AI. Predictive maintenance, before they happen, before a problem happens, we are able to identify it. But there's also an important aspect that people tend to forget. Check the surveys that have been done for the oil and gas industry in particular over the last few years. And you can see that they always identify the shortage of talent as a main problem. Young people, when they are going to universities, they don't want to study oil and gas. They think it's an old-fashioned industry, maybe not here in the Middle East, in the heart of the oil industry, but I'm telling you that is the case elsewhere. Artificial intelligence can be a magnet for these young people. We're already seeing that happening across universities. So there's many benefits, many facets where I can see additional contribution of AI to the global energy industry. And it's also on consumption, where I talk about optimizing energy consumption. We talk about efficiencies, but how do we achieve that? And also optimizing charging for EVs. However, what I listed is really much easier said than done. Many challenges remain. The graph here that you have, you can see on the screen, shows the result of a survey we did with my colleagues at Crystal Energy. We asked energy actors globally, and from producers, distributors, utility companies, we asked them to identify their major concern in the next 10 years. While they were all keen on digitalization and artificial intelligence, hardly anyone mentioned cybersecurity as a challenge. It doesn't mean that cybersecurity is not a challenge. It just means that we haven't really thought about it that much. And actually, cyber attacks are happening. We saw the major supply disruptions in the US last year because of a cyber attack. The problem is that you don't hear often about it, and we need to have more dialogue, more transparency in that respect. Another challenge, and that is a real one, very real one, regulations and standards. Typically, in any industry, regulations follow technology. They play catch up with technology. It takes time to update regulations at the same speed as technology. And that could be a serious problem. And when I say regulations, just not passing regulations, you also have the people that will ensure that those regulations are being implemented properly. So you also need to think about capacity building. And then I love to hear what the previous speaker said, leave no one behind. What is leave no one behind? That's the just energy transition, the core of the just energy transition. But unfortunately, today some see that artificial intelligence as more the luxury of the richer world, richer governments, richer companies, and it might increase the divide between the rich and the poor countries. So that's another thing we have to consider when we're promoting the messages and the benefits of AI to the wider world. And then finally, and of course the list doesn't end here, but I just picked up the main ones, there is something what we call unintended consequences. That actually at a time when we're thinking about taming energy consumption, we might end up having more energy consumption through the deployment of AI technologies. And you can see here, I took this data from the EU, where they said that today approximately 5 to 9% of the world's total electricity used is caused by ICT, and that could double or even triple in the next few years. So this is in a nutshell how I see the challenging situation, but I don't see it really as a major handicap. Actually, the story of AI is still unfolding. But this is where a dialogue such as this one is important. And it's important to maintain with these kind of dialogues. But it's also important to widen the actors involved in this dialogue. Not just industry talking to industry, not just digital companies talking to digital companies. You need to involve a bigger group of actors, governments, energy companies, from fossil fuel to green energy producers and digital companies. All these should come together for artificial intelligence to make its really big splash in the energy industry globally. Thank you very much for listening. And now I'm going to put my moderator's hat on and invite my speakers to join me on stage to discuss more about the potential of artificial intelligence and sustainability. Thank you. Let me welcome our speakers. We have Amjad Abdullah, you're the CEO and founder of Beyond Limits, a leader in AI and cognitive computing. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Nabil El Noaim, who's the VP, Chief Digital Official, Digital Transformation at Saudi Aramco. Welcome, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And Dr. Mortaza, or Dr. Mori, Garib, who is Professor of Aeronautics and Bio-Inspired Engineering at Caltech. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to start with you, Nabil, and ask you really to frame our discussion and tell us how we can build high-impact organizations and projects for artificial intelligence.
Okay, this is really very difficult when you talk about building organizations. When we talk about AI, I think we should not talk about, setting up organizations. We should talk about setting up a complete ecosystem. Something we learned, analytics has been with us for decades, but with the cheap and the cost reduction and the compute, the storage, and also the knowledge base for like the principles of engineering, principles of finance, I think there is a high potential of really changing the way we operate in the future. So it's not about building an organization, it's really building a complete ecosystem. And the complete ecosystem, it means people that bring the compute, like the IT organization, building infrastructure, people that have the principles of data science, that they really understand how really deal with data, and combined with data engineers, with machine learning engineers. But all of these, whether the infrastructure with all data scientists, they will not be able truly to make an impactful organization or impactful ecosystem unless the true domain leaders that understand the issues, understand the problems, are really part of this ecosystem. I think we've been seeing in the past, I think, decades where IT organizations take the lead in transformation. There is a big shift, and I think when my friends in IT organization, probably they will not like what I'm saying. But it's really with the AI, there is a big shift that the domain leaders, like people that understand financial systems, people understand the insurance, people understand the healthcare, people that understand the engineering part, the issues in facilities and petrochemicals or petroleum engineers, they are gonna lead the AI moving forward. And everybody else will be enablers. So to have really an impactful organization, I think we have to change the culture. Who is going to lead the transformation? It's not digital transformation. Maybe digital transformation is the glue that brings, let's assume we want to discover a new medicine. So the glue between the principles of biology and the chemistry and the data scientists is really a digital transformation organization that puts really everybody together in order to really solve a problem or come up, and identify an opportunity for, coming up with a new company or accessing a new market. This is what I think about how to create an impactful organization.
It's absolutely the issue of thinking about it more of an ecosystem than looking at it from a micro perspective. Amjad, let me turn to you, and I know you are a partner with Aramco on the Global AI Corridor. Tell us more about it and what it tries to achieve, please.
So first of all, we are excited to be a partner in building this AI corridor. The AI corridor is exactly as Nabil mentioned. It's about building an ecosystem and a collaboration between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and California to build a global environment, not just for the kingdom, but for a global environment. And the reason we started with California, if you think about it, if California was an independent state, it would be the 5th largest economy in the world. In the US, from academic background, the top 4 producers of IP are MIT, Caltech, Stanford, and the University of California system. So 3 out of the 4 largest producers of intellectual property in the United States are located in California. We all know about Silicon Valley. 50% of the money for venture capital exists in Silicon Valley. So California makes sense in terms of leveraging that experience, leveraging that ecosystem to basically to bring it to the corridor. When we designed the corridor, we designed several elements. Okay, it starts with research and development, basically leveraging Caltech, University of California system, the entrepreneurial ecosystem that exists in California to basically help the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Saudi Arabia. In California, we basically have a technology development and commercialization coming out of University of California and Caltech that basically spans decades, over 50 years. We've learned a lot during those 5 decades. We want to not only just learn from success stories, but we also want to learn from failures. That's why bringing that experience to the corridor, basically fostering that collaboration, it's going to be very helpful. So R&D is going to be an important foundation in the corridor. We're going to build an AI academy where we're actually going to train domain experts. In California, we're moving toward what we call no-code, low-code AI. So rather than just basically having everybody become a data scientist, let's look at engineers, doctors, geologists, and teach them how to use the AI platform in a low-code, no-code environment so basically they can solve their problems. So the AI Academy is going to focus on that, taking these domain experts and making them very familiar with using AI tools and AI platforms. Next step, we're going to do AI residency program. So when you launch a startup, again, as I mentioned, you want to look at what mistakes to avoid, how you can basically create that next unicorn, how we can learn from experiences of the past entrepreneurs. And that's what the corridor is going to bring to the kingdom. Leverage serial entrepreneurs, some who succeeded, some who failed. Again, learn from success and from failures as well. And also the corridor is going to focus on a venture studio that will look at launching some opportunities in California and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So it's really about building a global ecosystem to leverage the experience that California enjoyed in the last 5 decades and basically fast speed through that experience to help build an ecosystem here in the kingdom.
So it's a global ecosystem, also multidisciplinary, not just limited to all the bright minds around that work with AI. Maury, I'll turn to you and I want to ask you, because our session is on sustainability, and I would like you to share with us some examples about the impact of AI on sustainability.
Sure. Thank you very much for having us here. It's important to appreciate the role of AI in sustainability, because today, if you look at wind farms, solar farms, or areas of the sequestering CO2 or the storage of CO2, as my colleague, Professor Anand Kumar, yesterday mentioned, AI plays a central role in making sure that we make decisions that are right for our environment and for our society. So, for example, at Caltech, the Resnick Institute for Sustainability heavily uses AI in all of the projects they have to make sure that they make the right approach and the best approach to solve problems of sustainability.
Thank you. And Nabil, I want to go back to you about the question I asked Amjad, Aramco's global AI corridor, and he gave us a very nice overview, but I would like to know what inspired Aramco to establish this corridor.
You know what really inspired us is, Aramco is a global company. And I think one of the biggest issue that almost all the companies are facing is really access to talents. Access to IP, access to research labs. So the concept is how can we really create some sort of a highway between Saudi Arabia and the rest of the world. We are starting with the US, but this is not going to be the only corridor we want to create. We also want to tap into our relationship with other countries. But California, as Amjad mentioned, this is really the center of talents and IP and venturing. And something that probably I would like Professor Mouri talk about, and something I learned during my visit to some other countries. A lot of AI and algorithms that are solving complex problems start in the space. So the space, like what NASA is doing through JPL and Caltech, they are always ahead, like at least by 3 to probably 5 years in terms of solving very complex problems, especially when we talk about autonomous operation. How can you, simulate or copy how the brain is learning and you transfer it into the space? So probably I would like, if you don't mind, Mouri to talk about this journey, because this is something very important for what really excites us about bringing, because we do have complex issues globally, sustainability, carbon management, carbon sequestration. It's a global issue. So this is really what is inspiring us, the challenges that the global is facing, and we think this corridor is going to create this collaboration platform to solve complex issues. So if you don't mind, just talk about how space is really linked to what we're trying.
As you know, Jet Propulsion Lab at Caltech and part of NASA is a pioneer in unmanned exploration of space. So you can imagine that, if satellites is around the Earth, it's easy to send commands back and forth and direct it what to do. And if it has a problem, try to solve it. But imagine that now one of these spacecrafts are near Mars, and signal takes 10 minutes to go back and forth. So it basically faces a problem. There's nobody else to help except the machine itself that needs to use autonomous part of its complex system plus autonomy in order to make decisions. So NASA, JPL, over that 50 years, they have made an amazing transition from automatic system to autonomous systems. And AI facilitated that transition. So those technologies are here, and I think it's very important as part of the AI corridor, we try to translate some of those technologies to solve actually earthly problems, from sustainability, from the climate, and from management of the water sources and other issues that today we are facing.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to continue the conversation. I can see the timer here flashing that we run out of time, but thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insights, valuable insights. Please help me in thanking our speakers on AI and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I leave you, I'd like to introduce the speaker for the next session, Mr. Murhaf Al-Madani, who is the VP Corporate Digitalization Program at SABIC. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I know it's past 4 sessions, so I know you all had a long day, but I'll make it short to the point as much as possible, and hopefully very well informed for all of you. My presentation will be 2 parts. The first part would be talking about AI in general and the chemical industry also in general. The second part, I'll talk specifically and briefly about SABIC digital transformation journey. We often, all of us, here talk about technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G, and so on and so forth. All these technologies, they have one thing in common between them that they rely on, and that's data. Data sits at the heart of any digital transformation journey. Business transformation is no more than applying these technologies on data to get insights from the data, making an informed decision, and that decision would create value for the organization. It is very important as you embark on a digital transformation journey that you benchmark the adoption of digital transformation within your industry itself. This particular study here shows where the different industries are in this curve. Obviously, chemical industry is lagging behind, and there is a lot of industry ahead of us. It's very obvious the digital natives are the leaders in this particular area. They are ahead of everybody when it comes to digital transformation adoption. Although we are behind, but this gives us a lot of opportunity to claim part of this digital transformation. Another study shows a little bit deeper into artificial intelligence itself across industries. And as you can see, also chemical is lagging behind as an industry, as a total industry. So again, both of these charts tells us that we have a great opportunity in front of us, and we should go ahead and grab it. Another study focuses on what are the top 5 business objectives for any chemical company. And as we can see, there is a great opportunity for digital transformation and AI to leverage and mitigate those challenges across our industry. It can even go further to protect the entire industry from external disruptors, or maybe even position ourselves to be a disruptor for other industries. So we have a great opportunity to do. As SABIC, we have embarked on our own digital transformation journey. This journey is specifically to address our own challenges and opportunities. And this would be my next part of my presentation. Our journey started back in 2019. The first thing, we inaugurated the program. One important aspect we looked at is basically how we are going to leverage and unlock the power of technologies. But it was very clear since day one what is the objective of SABIC from this particular journey. So there were 3 very clear objectives that we go after. The first one is to leverage advances in technologies by capitalizing on artificial intelligence and AI and machine learning. That's the first one. The second one is to enable SABIC to be a data-driven company, and thus being a proactive company. The third is to shape SABIC future for years to come by transforming the way we do business, taking out inefficiencies, and enhancing our customer offerings. The second part is basically change management. And let me drill down here on change management. We've looked at change management and what's the implication of change management on digital transformation journeys. According to studies from these different companies, 80% is the failures in digital transformation journeys. And number one reason for that is not doing the right thing when it comes to change management. So change management is a very important aspect and key enabler for success. So we realized as SABIC, we realized early on the importance of change management, and we have inaugurated a comprehensive change management program across the enterprise from day one. Of course, there are lots of reasons. I don't want to go through the specific reasons here, but it's a very important aspect. That year, we concluded the year with a digital strategy and clear path forward for us. 2020 was the first year where we had a lot of pilots, including MVPs, if you will. And also we established our own data science team to make sure that we build capability within the organization and capture the learning as we go through the journey. The next 2 years was scaling up those initiatives and adding up more initiatives. And the journey goes on and on. Our digital strategy is comprised of 40+ different digital initiatives. They are across 9 domains. And what is so important is that 95% are dependent on AI. So AI sits at the heart of what we're doing. We talked about data and its importance. It was the first step that we had to do, is basically to capture data. And what we did in 2020, we connected all our data from all our plants across the globe into one single data lake so that we can leverage this data and improve our operation. Let me drill a little bit on manufacturing as an example within my presentation. We looked at the studies that says what are the benefits we are going to gain in digitalizing manufacturing. And there are clearly very good areas, whether it is in the environment, health, safety, and security, reducing the risks in these areas, but also our reliability will be improved by 30%. 36% recovery of lost tonnage, and 40% recovery of energy losses. So there is a great opportunity for manufacturing. Let me drill into the plant reliability. Our initiative for this particular area is called Asset Healthcare. We talked about the data, so we have the data, and the data also streaming throughout into the data lake. We took that data, we built an AI model for key equipment within the manufacturing sites. Those key equipments we're monitoring all the time. It gives us an indication if there is a prediction of failure, but not a normal failure, it is way ahead. And to illustrate this, this is a real example of the asset healthcare. This is a cracked gas compressor, a very key equipment within the plant. This chart shows what is set as an alarm within the DCS, so if you will, in the control room. So if vibration reaches the 66 micrometer, then an alert would come. However, the asset healthcare, anything below that would be considered as a safe operating envelope. The AI have captured an alert way early on before the alarm would come into the control room. This allowed us to allow the maintenance team within the plant to go and act on resolving the issues and maintain this particular equipment. What happened is basically it's back to normal. Without such a solution, the norm would be that we would be informed, or it would come as an alert way late in the game. And probably will not be able to act on it before it is shut down. So there is a clear benefit here. And it is added value, early detection of the problem solved proactively without the need to shut down the plant, and avoided production interruption and maintenance, costly maintenance for the organization. To conclude, our learning so far in this journey, awareness stands out to be number one. You need to keep the organization at all times well informed of the strategy and what's going on across the enterprise as far as digital transformation. The second one, you need to work on governance. Since day one, you need governance in place to ensure there is a clear push within the organization for the program. The third is talent retention. We all know about the talent and the scarcity of the talent, so a proper plan to retain talent and also to attract scarce digital talent into the organization. Data quality, it's very famous, garbage in, garbage out, so it is very important, and without a clean data and a robust data, we will not be able to bring insights that help the organization. Robust infrastructure goes without saying. Stakeholders' engagement, and this is part of the change management, has to be there, and they are part of the structure of the organization, of the program itself. Last but not least, and it is very important, is the legal compliance and cybersecurity. Without addressing those in a timely fashion, it could delay the project. Thank you very much for listening.
Marhaba Al-Madani, thank you very much. No, you can go. Thank you very much for your remarks. So, we've spoken over the last couple of days about artificial intelligence in relation to a number of different sectors and industries. Right now, we're going to focus more particularly on the role of AI in transforming the power industry. And to share his perspective, please put your hands together for Khalid Salim Al-Khamdi, the Senior Vice President of IT and Digital Transformation at the Saudi Electricity Company.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته وأسعد الله مساكم بكل خير جميعا.
You all have a very good.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Saudi Arabia. And it gives me great honor and pleasure to be with you today delivering this keynote speech at the second Global AI Summit. I'm personally inspired by the level of expertise represented in this summit. And on behalf of Saudi Electricity Company, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. And personally, as well as the other citizens of Saudi Arabia, we are very proud of what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has achieved towards our roadmap of Vision 2030, and in particular, AI aspects of this vision. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several emerging trends that we can see globally that affect the power and utility companies in multiple ways. The first trend is centered around customer experience, where we see users are expecting similar experiences to what they see in other industries like e-commerce, for example. The second trend is around energy consumption, where we see users at home, smart homes as an example, and on the go, electrical vehicles as an example, leading to increasing energy consumption, even with higher efficiencies. The third trend revolves around energy transition. Utility companies are embedding renewables and green technology in the energy mix. The fourth trend is around the environment, social, and governance, or ESG for short. On the other hand, several technological trends will enable businesses for growth and efficiency as well. And if we examine these trends, we will find that artificial intelligence is in the center of the majority of those trends. Using artificial intelligence and advanced analytics to mine large volume data can help utility companies to better and more effectively achieve on the ESG agenda, better understand customer preferences, and enable network and grid stability to ensure security of supply through real-time decision-making. The question remains on how do these technologies, and in particular AI-related ones, reshape the future of the power and utility sector. Saudi Electricity Company, as the largest power producer in the region, with more than 50% of the kingdom's power coming from more than 450 power generation units connected with more than 800,000 kilometers of transmission and distribution networks, and more than 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic networks serving more than 10 million customers on smart meters. With this scope, Saudi Electricity Company has a significant opportunity to leverage its economies of scale to maximize the full potential of data and AI across the entire value chain. And this is why we have embarked on a very ambitious journey to transform and position Saudi Electricity Company as a leading digitalized utility company for the region and beyond. And this journey spans across the entire value chain with 5 key strategic focus areas to achieve highest asset reliability, build a trusted digital brand offering new products and services, and also create digital and AI as a growth engine. And most importantly, localize digital and AI jobs targeting Kingdom's youth. Let me share with you a few examples in our journey across 4 dimensions. Firstly, the core business. We leverage AI and deep learning capabilities to build accurate energy demand forecasting in various network elements. In addition, we enable planning activities for network assets by advanced AI algorithms so that intervention is timely and targeted. For customer experience, we are currently using AI-empowered solutions in our call centers so that the few steps of the customer engagement are fully automated to rapidly address customer needs. Similarly, we are using AI to identify patterns of behaviors that indicate customer sentiment through various company channels to enable a world-class customer experience. For health, safety, security, and environment, we have advanced maintenance activities with AI-enabled capabilities. And just imagine efficiency, cost saving, and sustainability that are possible when an AI solution via a drone or a robot identifies with high certainty that an overhead line warrants calling out a team of engineers to fix it by empowering a drone with AI capabilities. Finally, in corporate services, with AI models, we can detect and predict shortage in our material warehouses to assure availability of material. And this helps to reduce unplanned interruption in case it occurs. Let us also take a leap in the future. A weekday in year 2030, in the evening, where millions of electrical vehicle drivers will arrive home and put their vehicles on charge, creating potentially a peak of energy demand. Artificial intelligence, by recognizing patterns of drivers who would like to keep their vehicles on charge and those who will use it overnight, the intelligent grid will ensure that the vehicle is ready for the driver's next journey. Our young women and men are deploying these solutions and many others. And as we believe in that the future generation will be AI-enabled, our digital transformation development programs focus on adapting practical capabilities in artificial intelligence and big data analytics. We have collaborated with world-class partners, locally and internationally. And yesterday, in this great summit, we have celebrated some of these agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Saudi Electricity Company have been very much aware of how technology is affecting every area of our operation. And we are very deliberate on how we measure success in our journey. Aligned with the AI aspects of Vision 2030 and in full alignment with the energy ecosystem, we have continued to invest in technology, and we are pushing the boundaries on digital and AI agenda. Thank you so much for your attention, and I invite you to visit our booth if you haven't done so that you can network with our young women and men leading the way. Enjoy the rest of the summit, and see you in the next AI Global Summit. Thank you so much.
I have to say, I was sharing with you a little bit earlier about the conversation that I'd had with my son around telephones. And as he was speaking about in not so long, well, everybody will be charging their cars in the evenings. It's quite extraordinary to think that only 2 decades ago, we just thought how far, far away the idea of vehicles that drive themselves was. In reality, well, we all know that they are here, and in not too long, they'll be here en masse. Really, really exciting. And speaking about looking forward, he mentioned 30 years ahead. I guess one could say, how much further would one look when one is asking about the question of the future of robotics and humanoids? Very intriguing indeed. To share his views and perspectives, please welcome onto the stage Hiroshi Ishiguro, the professor and visiting director at Osaka University and ATR Hiroshi Ishiguro Laboratories. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this invitations. This is my great honor. So today, I'm going to talk about the avatar and the future society. Basically, I'm building the very human-like robot that looks like me and looks like that, the female android, the female persons. But today, I'm just focusing on the avatars, how we can use the my robot technologies for realizing the teleoperated robots that enables everybody can easily walk in a distant place. So I want to give more freedom for the people by using the robot technologies. So this is my dream. So I want to realize this kind of, the robot society, especially in Japan. So we're going to have a serious problem of populations within 50 years. In Japan, the population is going down to the half of our current populations. So how we can solve that problem? So we want to keep a quality of life. How we can do that? So our solution is a robot. So in order to realize that robot societies, I have working on the interactive human-like robots the more than 20 years. Okay, so as you can see here, I have started with a very simple mechanical-looking robot, and finally I have developed my own copies. Okay, this is the most advanced Android, very human-like robot, fully autonomous conversational Android robot in the world, I believe. This is the most human-like robot, I believe. So if you like, please access to the YouTubes, so you can, watch the many videos on this, the very human-like Android. And one more example, this is the child robot, how the robot can gather the information in a real society. The child appearance works very much. So, robot can ask any question to the people and gathering the knowledge. So this is another very ambitious the challenge in my laboratories. And of course, we are building the cute, the more practical robots. Right, so today we have good conversational technologies by using a deep learning. So now that we can develop this kind of a conversational robot at home and the schools, right? So by using these technologies, I want to develop the avatars. The avatar is a teleoperated robot and a computer graphics agent. So, and this is my avatars. I'm using this robot, this avatars for giving lectures. I got another invitations from these countries maybe next year, right? So, probably, I'm not sure yet. Probably I want to send this robot to this country again, right? At the moment, probably you don't see, myself. You're gonna see my robots, and these avatars can be easily operated. So I'm just watching monitors and talking. And then, the system analyze my voice and controlling the lip movement, head movement, and gestures, everything. So this is a very easy operation. And this is a totally different types of avatars, right? So my avatar is not good for the small children. Small children afraid my strong facial expressions. They scare my face. But the avatar which has neutral appearance can be accepted everybody. Everybody can have their own imagination for the interaction. So we are using these avatars in elderly care houses and some schools for the autism kids. So by using these technologies, I want to realize human avatar symbiotic societies. So this is my imaginations. Anyone, including the elderly and the people with disabilities, will be able to freely participate in various activities with abilities beyond ordinary peoples who, while expanding their physical, cognitive, and perceptual abilities using a large number of avatars. So anyone will be able to walk and study anytime, anywhere, minimize commuting to work, and have plenty of free time. So I want to realize this kind of their features. We can use the avatars for the educations and for the working environment, medical environment, and daily situations. So this is one example. I have started this big project. Actually, this project is supported by a Japanese government. I have started this big project 2 years ago, and we did a lot of experiments. One of the good field test was the avatar use in a kindergarten. Okay, so in the because of COVID-19, so kindergarten couldn't accept the people from the outside, right? And the same thing happened for the elderly people. So elderly care houses couldn't accept the children. So sometimes children, visiting the elderly care houses and talking with the elders. Right? So, but because of COVID, they couldn't do that. Therefore, we put the avatars, small cute avatars there, and the elders was operating the avatars by changing the voice. And the kids, talking with avatars. So both of them were very, very happy with this kind of, the interactions. So this is the possibility of the avatars. So, and I call these ideas, virtualized real world. So what is a virtualized real world? So this is the two-dimensional space that represent the real world and virtual world and the virtualized real world, right? So basically we are, working in the real world with a real name. So that is our daily things, right? And thanks to the internet technology, we could have a virtual world. So our metaverse and SNS. The merit of the virtual world is if we did some the mistake in the virtual world, we can easily switch to the different virtual world. But the physical world, the real world, we cannot do that, right? We are using our own flesh bodies. Therefore, if we take some mistake, right, it causes very serious problems. So, but if we use the avatars, okay, so we can mix up the merit of real world and the merit of a virtual world. Of course, the merit of a real world is economical activities happen there, right? So, and by using the avatars, we can be a different person. So we can, we can have a different job, right? So the avatar expand the possibility of humans very much. Okay, so in order to realize that kind of avatar world, I'm running my startup companies. The name is Arbiter. I'm a CEO. So the basic idea is like this. So it's quite difficult to develop the market with robot technologies. So, but the computer graphics agent, that is easy to be used, right? So everybody they are using the smartphone and the tablet and the computers. Therefore, my companies developing the computer graphics avatars, and try to develop the avatar market. So actually, people are using the computer graphics avatars for for working. Okay? And then, we're going to replace the variable market with the physical robot. So this is our product. We are developing this kind of high-quality cartoon-like avatars. Okay, and we have a technology to control these avatars with a single web cameras. And this is the most advanced computer graphics avatars, right? So this is a very the realistic avatars that can work, the real times. The operator, control this avatar in the real times, right? So in the near future, now that my companies were delivering this kind of technologies for many companies and developing the market to work with avatars, okay? And this is how to use the avatars, and this is the example, right? So we are using the avatars in the shops. So actually, the avatar is good for the market. So for example, the avatar is good for the consulting and the coaching, the online medical treatment, and some cosmetic surgery advising or life insurance advising, so real estate advising. The things, it's better to talk about the personal things, but the people hesitate to talk the personality and the personal things to the real humans, but they don't hesitate to talk to the avatars. So this is the possibilities. I really think we can change this world by using avatars. Now we are developing the avatar market with the computer graphics, and in the near future we're going to replace that avatar technology with these physical, very human-like robots and non-human-like robots. And then finally, I hope we can realize the human avatar symbiotic society in the near futures. Thank you for your attention.
Hiroshi, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. If I could ask you to step down that way. What I really enjoyed about spending this day here is that there seems to have been a specific intersection between what ideas look like, what our, I suppose, predictions can look like, and how it actually manifests in reality. So our next segment is going to look a little bit different to what we've seen so far, but no less interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage Samantha Payne, co-founder of Open Bionics, to have a look at what bionic technology and design and development can look like. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Samantha, and I am the co-founder of Open Bionics. Today I'm here to talk to you about the design and development of the Hero Arm, which is the very first 3D printed bionic arm for amputees. Open Bionics exists to create and democratize assistive technology that enhances the human body. So think of any kind of technology that increases quality of living and quality of mobility and independence. But we're not just interested in functionality. We want to super empower our users by turning their disabilities into superpowers. And we're starting with bionic hands for amputees. And this is why. This is Logan. We met him when he was 10 years old, and he was born without a hand. He's wearing his helper hand here. This is the very best technology available for kids his age. It's either this or a hook. And when you ask Logan how it makes him feel to wear it, he tells you that it makes him feel more disabled. He is really embarrassed to wear this device. He doesn't want his friends to see it, and when he wears it at school, people make fun of it. He also doesn't get any functionality from it. It has no movement. So his choice is this helper hand or a hook. We have been to the moon. Every single person in this room has a supercomputer in their pocket. We launched a Tesla into space for fun, and this technology is the best we can do for children born without hands or who lose hands. To me, this is mind-blowing. And so Open Bionics wanted to set out and take on this robotics challenge. And it started with the co-design process. And this is the main lesson I wanted to bring to you today, how important co-creation and co-design is in robotics and AI products. So when we first started out our design process, before we even put pen to paper, we started engaging with over 100 hand amputees. And we started with workshops. And in the very first workshop, we had a huge number of children who didn't have hands. And we just gave them a blank piece of paper and a bunch of crayons. And we said to them, please draw the device that you want to wear. What does it look like? How does it work? What features does it have? We gave them no ideas, no suggestions. And it was super interesting. Not one child in that workshop asked for a bionic hand that looked human. Every single child wanted a bionic hand that looked superhuman. They wanted a bionic hand that was their favorite color. inspired by their favorite cartoon, inspired by their favorite football club, and it had super features. Because when you're building a bionic hand, it's hardware. It doesn't need to replicate the human hand. The kids wanted removable fingertips that could house crayons. They wanted a bionic hand that could charge their mobile phone. And one of the standout insights from this process was that kids, more than anything, wanted to wear a piece of bionic technology that reflected their personality. The wearable technology, the bionic hand, has to reflect who they are as an individual. It's not just a medical device. It is something that they're going to wear on their body every day, potentially for the rest of their life. And so we took this away, and we thought, how can we make super empowering bionic arms? And so we approached Disney, and we asked Disney, will you help us turn children with limb differences into bionic superheroes? And they said yes. And so with the Marvel team, we designed the smallest multi-grip bionic hands available, the very first range of bionic hands for children, which included the Iron Man bionic arm, the Disney Frozen bionic arm, and the Star Wars lightsaber bionic arm. And the best thing about these bionic arms is that they're not just renders, we actually built them. So here is Logan with his new bionic arm. Here it's green because it's in Yoda mode. Here it's blue because it's in Luke Skywalker mode. And here you can see he's performing an advanced tripod grip. And you can see the sensors on his elbow here. And what he's doing is he's squeezing his muscles, and depending on how he squeezes his muscles, he can tell the fingers how to move. So the sensors are inside the socket here, and Logan has them on the outside of his arm. He also asked for the force choke mode, but Disney said no. The really big lesson here, and a huge takeaway from us, was just how empowered Logan felt. When he wore his helper hand, he hated it, he didn't want to wear it, it did nothing for him. When he wore the Star Wars arm, not only was it a functional medical tool that gave him more freedom of movement, but he was so happy to wear it, he didn't want to take it off. He was running around trying to find new people to shake their hand. He was so confident. And so we did the same for a girl called Sydney, who was 11 years old. Here she is performing a fine task, so again, functionality, but she also has a repulsor blaster that she can control. So her palm has an LED that she can light up, and she also has LED missiles that run up her arm. So we launched this project onto the world, the very first Bionic superheroes, and the community absolutely loved it. The amputee community said to us, wow, this feels like we've been listened to for the first time. Finally, we're not a clinical problem that someone's trying to solve, but we're people with interests and humor, and finally, there's a piece of technology that I actually want to wear and put on my body. The only bit of negative feedback we had was from the adult amputee community, who were like, okay, well, that's great for the kids, but where's ours? So we approached a video game company called Eidos Montreal and made the Adam Johnson arm and the Titan arm for Dan and Catherine, 2 adults who were born without hands. The really interesting thing about this video game is that in this world, people with disabilities aren't treated like second-class citizens. People with bionic arms are the elite. The bionic technology is so desirable, everyone wants one. It is their source of power, it's their source of strength. And so the messaging here is that the bionic arm is a source of power. And we brought that into real life for Dan and Catherine. Now I'm going to double down on the importance of co-creation. I know there are a lot of designers in the room and developers who are working on creating amazing AI products and amazing robotics products. The lesson here is to show your work early. I'm about to share with you a number of images and videos of prototypes that look extremely ugly. These are bionic hands that I'm not proud of, but you have to show them early because you need the feedback. You have to, on day one, start engaging with your end user who's going to be using your product. And this brings me to Tilly. So Tilly, we met her when she was 9 years old. She lost both of her hands to meningitis when she was a baby. And she's been co-developing with us for 5 years. She has been showing us what she uses these prototypes for at home, like really important things like makeup before school, actually important things like doing her homework, playing board games with her family, painting with her sisters, brushing her teeth, and stealing popcorn at the cinema. We also did lab testing, of course. So here you can see Tilly using what is called a pinch grip. It's a really fine motor task, and she nails it first time. And just for fun, I thought I'd show you the very first time Tilly ever wore any Bionic technology. This is the very first thing that she did wearing her new arm.
Just try not to break anything. I'll knock anything over. Not the water.
And so after 5 years of co-development and co-design with Tilly, we think we made a product that users would love to wear. And so now I'm really excited to share with you our launch video, of which Tilly is a really big part. Thank you very much. But just one final thing to say, a huge thank you for your attention. And if you are curious and you want to try the Bionic arms yourself, after this session, I'm going to be by the fountain. You can come play with them, try them, move them around. And if there are any investors in the room that are interested in robotics, in the robotic space, it's a really amazing space. It's hugely life-changing. And there are a lot of opportunities here. So please come and talk to me after. I'll be outside. Thank you so much, everyone.
It's fascinating. Can we have another huge round of applause for Dr. Merritt Moore? Oh.
It's okay, I got it.
Speaking of Moore, I think you will be absolutely inundated for conversations later during this Global AI Summit, won't she, ladies and gentlemen? That was brilliant. Well, we're going to continue our theme now as we broaden the lens out to social robotics and engineering. And I've been looking forward to this, I must say. Tumi, our brilliant MC today, has talked a number of times about how we connect what's possible with reality. And we keep asking ourselves, why? What problem does this solve? Who could this really help? We're going to have a panel conversation and we'll get some really interesting discussion going. But first, I want to introduce you to not one, but two very special guests. The first is an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur. He's the chief executive of Robokind, and his name is Richard Margolin. But he brings with him onto the stage a very special friend. You'll get to know him soon. I've got to know him as Milo. Please welcome Richard Margolin and Milo.
All right. Hi, so happy to be here. But before I introduce myself, I want to introduce you to Milo here. And really, I want to let him tell you about himself and really show off a little bit and about some of the great things he can do. Does that sound good to you, Milo?
Let's do it. I'm a robot. Crowds don't intimidate me. Good afternoon and salam, Global AI Summit. It is an honor to be here with you today talking about the future of robotics. My name is Milo. I am a facially expressive humanoid robot designed to teach social skills to autistic students. I am really good at making new friends. A lot of people like to take photos of me, so I smile. I can move my face to show different emotions. Surprised, scared, and even panicked. I can wave hello to my new friends here in Saudi Arabia. I can show icons on my chest screen. But my favorite thing to do is dance. Dance with me. Yeah.
Thanks, Milo. That was fun. I think you did almost as well as these bigger robots behind you in the opening ceremony. So, are you tired yet?
I'm a robot. I don't get tired. You probably notice I can speak slower so my friends have time to listen. I can even repeat myself 1,000,000 times without getting bored or frustrated. I'm consistent, non-judgmental, and more patient than any human could ever be.
Wow, you're right. You know, you're really patient with me all the time. So Milo here is an assistive robot. He's a tool. He's used by facilitators like teachers and therapists, primarily in schools. And he's really a powerful tool that enhances people. So he doesn't replace teachers. He doesn't replace therapists. What he does is he empowers them, which is really important because ultimately what Milo does is he teaches children to better express themselves and communicate, especially children with autism. And sometimes a human being is not the best starting point for that. So, you know, he's just really incredible. And ultimately, he's just a really powerful tool. So he works with thousands of students every day across the world, teaching them social skills and achieving better outcomes than traditional human-to-human therapy.
The good friends I help love technology. When we play together, we learn new skills, like how to say hello, how to act during a play date, and how to calm down when they get stressed. My friends learn new skills with me, and we practice a lot. If I do my job well, my friends use their new skills with their human friends. I help my friends learn to communicate with the world around them and live more independent lives.
That's incredible, Milo. So you've seen Milo. I want to briefly introduce myself. I'm Richard Margolin. I created Milo and his siblings. I'm the co-founder of Robokind, and we build facially expressive robots to help people with disabilities, especially those with autism and other neurodiversities, learn social, emotional, and behavioral skills so that they can better interact and engage with other people and, you know, understand the world around them more effectively. So, you know, being at this event, I think we're all really lucky to be witnessing the future of robotics in action. In our lifetimes, we've seen incredible evolution in robotics, and they've become really a part of their daily lives for many of us. So social robots like Milo, incredible robots like Spot from Boston Dynamics are all incredible examples of how humans and robots are already working together today. So at this summit, we're discussing some really big problems and some really big questions, like what drives the future of these autonomous technologies, and how will it impact relations across all of humanity, economies, and social hierarchies and social structures. So as we transition into the panel, I want to just put in your head, think about, why are we designing these technologies? Are we doing it for the right reasons? And are we doing it for good so that we don't cross any red lines and we're always working to make the world a better place? Thank you so much. Let's transition to the panel.
Thank you, Richard. That was first class, and thank you, Milo. Great to get to know you. Please have a seat. Let's bring up our next two guests. I'll introduce them in turn, but please give a warm welcome to Patrick Campbell and Professor Kamal Yusuf Toumi. Come on up, gents. Thank you. By the way, Richard, you've given these gentlemen both FOMO now because they've got so many toys themselves. Patrick, if you'd known it was bring your own, you'd have probably brought a friend.
Indeed.
Let me ask you a question, Richard. Can you think of a time when you were with a parent, perhaps, and you thought, you know what, this is changing someone's life?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of the first studies we ever did before this product was ever launched, we had a student working with us learning how to say hello from Milo. He was 14 years old, and he had never really spoken at all. He was nonverbal, non-communicative, and he did an early version of our greetings lessons with Milo just twice and went home and said hi to his parents for the first time at 14.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Let me just tell you who's joined us up on stage. Patrick Campbell is the Director of Sales for Boston Dynamics, one of the world's best known and certainly probably most applied for to work companies. Everybody wants to work there. It's an engineering company, initially a spin-out out of MIT back in 1992 and has come on leaps and bounds thanks to its world-changing social robots. So welcome, Patrick. Next to you is Professor Kamal Youssef Toumi, another professor of engineering or mechanical engineering and co-director of the Center for Complex Systems. Give them all a round of applause, please. Welcome, guests. Now, we're on the clock today, so we're going all filler today. If you could only say one thing today on this panel, Patrick Campbell, about social robotics, to fire up our audience, what would it be?
I would say that the robots that are today that you see in the marketplace are incredible marvels of technology, but they're not nearly as intelligent as people expect them to be.
So you're talking about the foothills here?
That's correct.
Well, just blow our minds a bit. Where do you think we could be headed with the right talent?
I think it goes into the expectations. When you see a robot like Milo or a robot like Spot, what it should be able to do versus what it can do today. And bridging those gaps in technology, artificial intelligence, and helping get to a useful application today takes a lot of work.
Right, yes it does. So, Kamal, your one thing, where do you begin?
I would say that, the social robots are the present and the future. Because social robots, if we look at the word social, it relates to community.
Yeah.
Community of people, community of animals, community of fish, whatever it is. And so having robots that have ability to work with other robots, other people, other communities is very, very important. But then having all of the abilities and capabilities to be in those environments, working safely, reliably, precisely, and so on. Yeah.
And how about you, Richard? What would you say to someone to really wake them up to the impact on humanity social robots could have? Because it's more than just the fun thing to tell your friends about.
Sure. There's a lot of work to be done. I agree with what's been said, but ultimately the impact that we have the potential for is to really use these technologies to enhance and empower individuals and to bring the entire kind of world up with it.
Yeah, 100%. So Kamal, take us briefly inside your world. Take us into the lab. Tell us a little bit about your work.
So I'm Kamal Youssef Toumi. I'm a professor in mechanical engineering at MIT. I do work in modeling, simulation, control systems with applications to robotics, automation, and intelligent systems. In my lab, when we refer to intelligent systems, we mean systems that can learn fast. They can learn from small amounts of data. They do things in real time with rapid adaptation. And this is also for multi-dimensional, multivariate types of systems. I'd like to mention that I've been working with our friends in Saudi Arabia for about 16 years. I was a co-director of the Center for Clean Water and Clean Energy. This is between MIT and KFUPM, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. And also, I'm also the director from the MIT side on the Center for Complex Engineering Systems. So this one is all on digital technologies for many different applications, water, energy, labor, transportation, health, and also the intersection between them. This program with the CACST started in 2011. It's going to go until 2028. And then last but not least, the Ibn Khaldun Fellowship Program for Saudi women. So this is another program that we have also with the CACST. And we are very proud to have these programs because of their very impactful outputs.
Yeah. No, well, kudos on those programs. Patrick, tell us a little bit more about the work, just very briefly, just give us a flavor. We see Boston Dynamics making the headlines constantly, but give us a bit more.
Sure. Well, I think if I had to break it down, I have to translate the marvel of dancing robots on YouTube to useful applications at the customer, right? So how do you go from a robot that can do different dance steps to a robot that can enrich and create value in my organization? So I work with brilliant engineers and technologists within Boston Dynamics to bridge the gap from capabilities to business value.
Right, so what's the secret then? Because we've heard a lot today about the theory. What's the secret to translating something from the great potential in theory to a practical use that somebody can actually benefit from? What have you learned?
You got to start simple, right? I think it's great to think big, but find applications that are valuable but less complex, and then build on that.
How important in that mix, Patrick, is public perception, what the public make of these individuals, shall we say? And by the way, how's that shifting?
Well, I think that Hollywood has not done robots and roboticists any favors. Right? The images that have been created over time with robots have largely trended to the negative, and that's created people's reactions to a robot within their premises, within their workplace, within their classroom. And so there is a lot of education and awareness that has to go into bringing the end user to see that the robot's there to help, not hurt.
Right. I almost saw an imperceptible little nod there from Milo. Richard, surely Milo's never had a negative reaction.
Oh, he's had plenty of negative reactions. In the early prototype phases, I remember taking him to big events like Wired Next Fest, and I had an older lady one time so angry that a technology like this existed, she spit in my face. And it was just out of fear. And
What had angered her? What had angered her? Your translation was fear?
Fear. It was just, and I think it was a lot of what Patrick just mentioned. It was the Hollywood perception that's been built. There are things like Terminator and all these evil characters, and occasionally one turns good.
So how do we get this the right way around? Because one school of thought says create, then educate. The other says listen first. Listen to what the public want, might be ready for. Where are you on that side?
I'm mixed on that, honestly. I think you need to understand the needs of the people you're building for, but we also need to understand that, I mean, from my perspective, we're pushing the boundaries. All of us here are pushing the boundaries, and that means that people don't always know what's possible, so they don't know what to ask for.
Got it. Kamal, what can you teach us about user experience? What have you learned along the way?
Well, I mean, if I may make a quick comment about robots, you know, many years ago, the robotics community made some definition of a robot, something that is programmable, it carries out some tasks, and then it maybe moves some things. So if that is the case, so a washing machine would be a robot, a garage door opener will be a robot. So that means we've been using robots, you know, for quite some time. But I think the interesting thing in our case, and I would say that I've been privileged to be at MIT, you know, for more than 40 years, and working with very, very talented people, faculty and students. But in the lab, you know, we also have the opportunity to work with the leading companies in the world, like Boston Dynamics and other companies. And so with those companies, you know, not only we do some fundamental research, but also a lot of applied research. Targeting, you know, this is like a disruptive technologies, whether it's in the processes, the machines themselves, you know, or otherwise. And so this is the thing that in the lab we do model simulations, and we build the prototypes, you know, from end to end, from the instrumentation to the software, and so on. But I must say that maybe it's similar to what Patrick said, in my students, myself, our researchers, all these simulations, does nothing to them. But once something moves, a robot moves, and it becomes live, that is the time. And you see, the big light on people's faces and the smiles and so on. And it's not only important, for research, but also exciting people to do this kind of work because it's multidisciplinary. It involves, many, many disciplines, to go into these robots, particularly robots for industries and other.
Well, we want to understand more about how these social robots are going to change workplaces. But I've got to pick you up on something, Professor Kamal. You mentioned fish earlier. Surely there's no such thing as a robot fish.
Yes, the important thing is that we're doing some work for Singapore, and this is to look at the marine life, like all the water around Singapore, to look at the water and all of the life within the water. And the interesting thing there was to look at it in its natural state. You can't use like a submersible robot with a propeller. It will disturb the peace. It will intrude on that peaceful environment. So we designed fish and stingray robots. They look like fish and they look like stingrays. They move like them and so on. And this is that they're all instrumented and they go and monitor, pick up information from the water, from all of this life, and then it can observe, that life into the ocean, and you can do it like over times, and then you can use other information, predictive technologies.
Yes.
In that
Incredible. And perhaps featuring in the next James Bond film. We just don't know.
Perhaps, yeah.
Patrick, paint us a picture, the workplace of the future. How will social robots be involved? We've got to be quite snappy. We're going to go through the gears now because I want to talk more about education. Please.
Sure. Well, with Boston Dynamics and with Spot particularly, we've really started with a solution that was kind of looking for a problem, and we've now zeroed in on what we've gotten feedback from our customers, which is the robot is a wonderful industrial inspection platform. So what that means is we would leverage the robot in the workplace to collect information throughout, in consistent and persistent ways.
Because that work zone was too dangerous, too dirty for humans.
Absolutely. It's keeping humans out of harm's way, augmenting the labor force that certainly aren't available right now to do some of these jobs.
All right, so just give us one more, because I think there's nobody that would disagree. Yes, give us one that you think will push the boundaries even further, maybe in ways that might make us feel a bit uncomfortable.
Wow. Well, I think a lot of times the robots, just by nature of being there, create some discomfort. But I think that, we look at Boston Dynamics, we're looking at, the next form factor of the robot, the next application that either needs to be done or is being underperformed, and we focus there. Okay. And so whether it's a humanoid robot like Atlas, right, which creates, all kinds of opportunities beyond industrial, could be even human healthcare, it could be assistance. I think there are a lot of potential applications for intelligent robots as we go forward.
So tell me something here then, Richard. Where are the pitfalls on education, for example? What's wrong with a robot teacher?
Well, the robots aren't quite all the way there to teach today, but looking forward, with my focus is using technology to help people. And in the case of autism, we're trying to actually use this technology to get people back to being able to speak with other people. Yeah. So for a lot of people, that's not intuitive. They don't believe that this should work. But the reality is the robot is a starting point. It's not the end point. And these kids have trouble with other people, so why start with people? That's been the only option.
Have you got any numbers on that, Richard, just to make us think where Milo has proved a better alternative than something else?
Sure. So one of our best early stats from a study at University of Texas was in traditional human-to-human therapy, these children are only engaging 2 to 3% of the time with their therapists. And with Milo, it's as much as 90%. So we're not talking about incremental, we're talking about significant multiples. And we know engagement is the starting point for all learning.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Kamal. We've talked about AI never at this summit. As you're speaking with your students, where are some of the red lines?
So, of course, AI and machine learning and so on, people have spoke about this, in this conference, that it has solved many, many problems. But I see that in many, maybe you might say, mission-critical type of applications, that you might want to have a human in the loop, because there are many things that we can do very easily that the machine will have a very hard time doing. You can grab your glass, manipulate it, and then, fold the towel, for example.
Yeah.
A robot has very, very difficult, many difficulties handling soft materials, for example, and also making decisions. They can make decisions, but there are other abilities that we can do, like reasoning, understanding the scene,
Yes.
with all of this perception. And so to have robots at that level and machines, then can be a danger, I think. And
Yeah,
so,
understood.
yeah.
Patrick, give us some red lines.
Well, it's very clear for us. It's our robots cannot do harm. And so that means intimidation, it means weaponization, it means any type of fear-inducing behaviors on the robot. We are very explicit about that with our end customers, and that is actually written into our contract, and we feel very strongly.
So let's explore that. How about making somebody feel negative? That is harmful, and Richard and Kamal have both pointed to the idea that robots can change how we feel.
Right. Is it deliberate? Maybe, maybe not, right? I think there are certainly some gray areas there. I think we do work very closely with our partners to understand their intent and certainly raise, concerns where we hear it.
Just help me unpick something, just very, very briefly, three of you. I get a sense of playfulness. There's an outward, valuable end point, but there's been a sandbox in between. Through dancing, we didn't quite know where this would go. Help us understand how we play without wasting time. Richard?
I don't think play is ever wasting time. It's exploration. I mean, I think the things you guys do with the dances are amazing, but they're to get there, what you have to do is incredible. The things we had to do, the problems we had to solve to make Milo what he is today was just so multidisciplinary and involved so many creative people, and there was so much joy as part of it. There were lots of problems, so many failures, but we got there through just pushing through and continuing to explore.
The question, though, Kamal, is when? When do we have to show social value? When does the play and the imagination have to stop? The imagination never has to stop, but on a serious note, what do you say?
Well, I think there are some times where you have to show some preliminary work, with some demonstrations, when you're talking to companies, sponsors, and so on, and there has to be something so that people can see it and they believe. And then, because in our case, unlike, for example, Boston Dynamics or other places, we don't make products, right? We focus more on the ideas, make all the technology, the fundamental work, the prototypes that go with them, and then somebody else will take that. But then with the fun, the lab is fun. All of these things with the robot, things moving, the software, it makes things, very, very, very fun and cool.
I bet. Well, we all want to come and visit now. So I haven't prepared you for this final question, Richard, but we throw unlimited resources at you today. Where'd you go with it? What'd you do?
I think if I had unlimited resources, we would really move into a next generation that had a lot more capabilities, onboard computing, the ability to really sense, interact with, and from what I do, empathize with people and work towards that so we better understand the people we're working with so that we can help them as effectively as possible.
Yeah, I hope you attract great conversations from what you've just said. Thank you. Kamal, let's go in a time machine. Let's go and see a smart city at its best. This is something you focus on.
Yes.
Where are you taking us and why?
Yeah, I think one can think of it like a car. You have a car, has all these computers with management systems and controls, and then it tells you about, if it's a gasoline car, gas, battery level, the components, their health, and so on. So now imagine the city in the same way, right? So you have all of kinds of institutions that are providing services, to the citizens. And then how you do that one in a very effective and efficient way. And at the same time, a city, like a nation, has a lot of resources that it's using, water, energy, other things. And then it also consumes and produces waste, consuming water, for example, for drinking. The waste could be CO2, could be brine, for example, from a desalination plant. And imagine having a very intelligent system that is, and then all of these things are instrumented, and you can all see them, right, in real time, how they are performing.
And if I said to you, Kamal, I want to see this in practice, where do you take us on the planet?
I say NEOM. Where else?
Let's go to NEOM, the new city, the world-leading vision, right?
We should go there, yes. Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, invitation accepted. How about you, Patrick Campbell? When you're giving your own team a pep talk and you say, let's impact humanity, what is the most crucial thing for you that stops you getting there? You know, what will you have to do to fulfill that objective? Because it's, you know, it's possible.
Yeah, I think we have to continue to show that the robot is enriching people's lives, right? And is doing things that they either wouldn't do or couldn't do themselves. And develop, I mean, there's plenty of work to do to fill the entire spectrum of capabilities, and we're going to continue to do that. And I think once we get there, the rest will play out on its own.
Yeah. Patrick, Kamal, Richard, and of course, our final cheer for Milo. My huge thanks to you all for being such brilliant sharing guests today. Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic. And that makes me want to ask 100 more questions. Thank you very much. As they leave the stage, thank you. And thank you, Milo, as well. I should just say, by the way, if you have just a couple of minutes following the event, you must go to the RoboKind website and just see the 3-minute video about how Milo is changing the lives of kids. It is completely brilliant. Right, onwards. We continue our theme, human-machine and robotic interaction. Someone from another world-leading organization, that is, of course, the Sorbonne University, CNRS, LISN. Please give a warm Global ACE AI Summit welcome to Laurence Devillers. Welcome. Laurence.
Merci. Hello. Hello, everybody. Your Excellencies and all of you. I'm very pleased to be there. I'm delighted to present this keynote about human-machine and robotics interaction at the Global AI Summit. So I'm professor of artificial intelligence at Sorbonne University, and I'm doing my research at CNRS in France. Affective computing field of research is related to a rise from or deliberately influences emotion or other affective phenomena. 3 main technologies: emotion detection from human behavior, from voice, text, or visual aspect, movement, and so on. Understanding and reasoning about these cues and generation of emotion. So in my lab, we create conversational agents, social robotics, that can recognize, interpret, and simulate human language and affect, even a kind of humor. The robot is a complex object which can simulate cognitive abilities without human feelings, conscientiousness, intention, and desire of appetite of life that Spinoza tells as conatus, the effort to perceive in being. The new area of voice-enabled device and their rapid adoption signals a major shift to the digital world and consumer interaction models, with the potential to augment human welfare and well-being in many ways. Improve the customer experience, personalize the communication, give medical advice, help elderly, or create a virtual companion. These machines can also have negative consequences, unfair or manipulation if not regulated. We need to build trustworthiness within a sustainable market. Human language is an essential element in shaping, even determining cultural characteristics, human perceptions, and even entire worldviews. Emerging interactive and adaptive systems using emotions modify how we will socialize with machines. These areas inspire critical questions centering on the ethics, the goals, and the deployment of innovative products that can change our lives and society. So people tend to respond to machine as they would either to another person, anthropomorphization, by being polite, cooperative, attributing personality characteristics such as aggressiveness, humor, expertise, and even gender, depending on the cues they receive from the media. So the robot can inspire empathy if it's him in the pain. So I work also on the nudge concept. The nudge concept is coming from the work of Richard Thaler, Nobel Prize in Economics in 2017. A nudge is a technique that consists in encouraging individuals to change their behavior without constraining them, using their cognitive bias, lacking self-control, acting emotionally, acting by conformity, or laziness. Key insights for digital nudge enhanced by AI are user interface of socio-affective machine design influence choices, even unintentionally. Heuristic and bias influence online and offline behavior, and through design and testing can help achieve a designer's intended behavioral effects. Voice and appearance of assistant and social robots brings new dimension, similar language, body movement, affective behavior to the intention, and could become a means of influencing and nudging individuals. Furthermore, 80% of the coders are men. As you have seen here, there's a lot of panel with only men. 80% of the chatbots and social robots built have women names: Alexa, Samantha, Sophia, or woman face or body. Woman characters robots are assistants, nurses, sexual robots. So AI system reinforce the stereotypes. It's also urgent to speak about ethical rules, but also urgent to involve more women in AI and robotics. The next slide is an advertisement for Getbox marketed in Japan, a chatbot with a sexy hologram character that I call the fake clochette, a kind of girlfriend at home, a guardian angel, or a Tamagotchi for adults.
朝ですよ。起きてください。ねえ、起きてってば。おはよう。
おはよう。
あ、今日雨が降るかもしれないから傘持って行って。急がないと遅刻しちゃうよ。
行ってきます。
行ってらっしゃい。気をつけてね。
19ページ、商品のラインナップについての。
Okay, it's like, a girlfriend at home. And the guy at the end of the advertising says, somebody home for me. Is it our future? I ask you. So many of these systems are already deployed in several health sectors. Example for Moxie, which is a US robot developed for autistic children. Children are engaging in a creative play with the robot Moxie, drawing, storytelling, mindfulness practice, and more, that helps promote important life skills such as conversation, turn-talking, emotion regulation, and how to make friends. Moxie can learn to recognize the child's face and their particular learning needs for nudging. AI-enhanced nudging, persuasive power, and intrusive capacity can also cause profound and long-lasting changes in the behavior of users, such as isolation, addiction, and so on, especially with children and vulnerable people. Last example, in the metaverse.
엄마 어디 있었어? 엄마 내 생각했어?
Virtual reality reunites mother with dead daughter in South Korean dock. XR would open new ethics challenges, such as emotional manipulation, with confusion between reality and reality in metaverse or in extended reality.
엄마도 너 보고 싶었어. 나연이 잘 있었어? 엄마 나연이 보고 싶었어.
So the issues surrounding this human-machine interaction cover a wide range of ethical topics. Censorship of content, discrimination and unfairness, manipulation, as I show you, changing our collective behaviors and culture. How will humans co-evolve, co-create, co-learn with these social robots or in the metaverse, in working, education, health application? In particular, how will vulnerable people be protected from potential threats, addiction, manipulation, isolation? A lot of use cases can lead at ethical positive nudge, such as areas of health, consumer goods and services, and green energy. But nudging poses an ethical threat and negative business implication. Social robots, the topic of social robots, AI nudge raise ethical questions to which no standard today provides direct answer. We must define together in the community with AI technology, because I am an expert in machine learning, deep learning, transformer, and affective computing, but also with philosophers, with economists, we have to define standards and ethical frameworks, the soft law, for conversational systems, chatbots, social robotics, and educate multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder. I thank you for your attention. I am now convener of a group on foundational and societal aspects of artificial intelligence at GTC 21 Sensenelec. GTC 21 produced standardization deliverables in the field of artificial intelligence and related use of data to address European market, but larger than the European market maybe, and societal needs. Thank you.
Laurence, thank you very much for those comments. And I think a lot of food for thought that you've given us in connection with how robotics and humans interact and some of the ethical questions. So thank you very much for those thoughts. As I said, plenty of food for thought for me. Goodness, what a day of thought-provoking conversations, things we've seen that I never quite thought would materialize, certainly in my time. But also questions that those things have posed in my own mind about ultimately the responsibility that humans bear when interacting and creating artificial intelligence. Well, the human-centered design and AI bias. Very interesting topic, I think, and to unpack that for us, please welcome onto the stage Elizabeth M. Adams, CEO of EMA Advisory Services. Your hands together for her, please.
Hello. I am honored to be here today to talk about my research and my work in leadership of responsible AI and how that translates to advancing human-centered design to eliminate AI bias. In this short presentation, I'm going to talk about the importance of leaders engaging employees who have been impacted by AI bias, but engaging them as strategic partners in the development and the use of responsible AI to reduce AI bias and build societal trust as we advance technology. But first, when we talk about AI now and AI next, we know that the developments in artificial intelligence are on track to propel society and industry to unprecedented levels of progress. Modern advancements in AI have made it possible for businesses to develop AI systems in an ever-expanding range of fields, from the creation of new products and services to creating efficiencies across business operations. However, the adoption of AI is not entirely beneficial to all sectors of society, and some members are fearful of what AI has become already. So what happens when our technology worlds and our social worlds collide? all of the time and the money and the resources spent by organizations to develop AI-powered solutions, only to discover that some of those same systems can cause great harm to society and prevent people from thriving. For impacted persons, AI bias exists in multiple ways: as an individual member of society, as a member of a social or community group, and as an impacted employee. From healthcare outcomes, hiring algorithms, loan rates, and credit scores, AI bias is interrupting the lives of some members of society, and in some cases, there is no accountability or recourse. I'd like to share an example of AI bias that I think will demonstrate why it's important for leaders to get involved in the AI lifecycle at the very beginning. In this example, in this image, there's a thermometer, there's an infrared thermometer and temperature being taken with two of these images. But with the image on the left of the lighter-skinned hand and the lighter-skinned person, the model predicts one set of features, a 68% likelihood that the image contains technology. But with the image on the right of the darker-skinned hand and the darker-skinned person, the model predicts with an 88% probability that the image contains a gun. Now, in our research, when we lightened the image, the prediction changed. And so algorithmic errors in predictive labeling can be harmful to individuals and large groups of citizens who are unaware that they are subjects of AI bias. To move toward a more fair and just society with AI, we must start with leaders who influence the design and development and use of AI. Research has shown that representation matters in AI development, and employees who are part of groups who have been impacted by AI bias are rarely represented in the design and development of AI. These employees can help leaders foster technology advancements that work for everyone, and leaders can help ensure that these employee stakeholders have access to participate in the design and the development of AI. Organizations should embrace impacted employee stakeholders as strategic partners to help not only advance technology, but also they can offer significant insight on how best to develop responsible leadership strategies. Your employees, specifically employees impacted by AI bias, are the best open secret you've got. So how might leaders of responsible AI influence AI now, AI next, and AI never? First, by having a working definition of what leadership of responsible AI is. And in my quest to understand the global landscape of AI ethics, I undertook a comprehensive analysis and researched hundreds of guidelines and articles related to trustworthy AI, principled AI, ethical AI, and responsible AI. And I analyzed several of the top guidelines from expert organizations across academia, industry, and government. And they reveal some interesting themes and tenets that help shape my definition for leadership of responsible AI. So leadership of responsible AI is a series of intentional, interrelated actions which result in responsible AI systems that are scientific, ethical, principled, legal, and they lead to the formation of inclusive, responsible AI artifacts that guide system design and development. And all of this acts as the foundational elements for AI agency. And leaders who adopt this definition through organizational practice are leaders of responsible AI based on my research. Moving from theory to practice means leaders must understand how to invite the participation of employee stakeholders impacted by AI bias into the AI lifecycle. And in my journey to help leaders across the globe, I developed a dimensional framework for leadership of responsible AI. So in the end, if the goal is to have responsible systems that are fair, transparent, equitable, etc., and including employee stakeholders is key at the beginning of the AI process. While all stakeholders are important, I would like to draw your attention to the importance of employee stakeholders and the value that they offer. From an organizational learning standpoint, engaged employees have helped us understand how learning occurred before AI, such as through customer feedback, sales analysis, and interactions with technology development and design teams. But feedback today from employees suggests that they are unable to explain how automated decision-making occurs, and then they are unable to respond to customers and managers effectively. They are also concerned AI will soon replace their jobs, or that they are unsure how to work with AI coworkers. Most of these challenges have occurred because they have not been regarded as key stakeholders in the AI lifecycle. Leaders who seek to embrace employees should include them in the design and development of shaping artifacts, those tangible items that drive design and development, such as policies, frameworks, processes, and procedures. And in my review of several responsible AI guidelines, authorship is not as diverse as it could be, and leaders could help ensure that representation exists across the AI lifecycle. Another important consideration is your methodology, ensuring it is modernized to accommodate and account for design science and responsible innovation that now includes a social component in artifact development. Artifacts written to include social considerations are documents for design and development teams that contain how AI solutions will account for social considerations in responsible AI lifecycle. Also including your employees as strategic partners through design, science, and development concerning the future of work, including them in discussions regarding upscaling or reskilling, as they will soon, if not already, be working side by side with AI agent coworkers. Leaders have a great responsibility to ensure responsible innovation occurs at all levels of the organization, with the inclusion of diverse perspectives throughout the AI lifecycle. And what I presented today, hopefully, will provide some insights on how leaders, all of us, can influence AI now and AI next, and how we can all participate in responsible AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. You can go on stage, go on stage. People can go.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for being so patient, diligent, and staying with us right until the very end. I think this is the last session, but I'll get some guidance from our brilliant organizing committee. It's lovely to see you in the audience, and I know I was here this morning for the opening plenary sessions. So the theme has been quite interesting today. What's also interesting, the theme of AI, inclusion, diversity, and the use cases which you have learned about. I am Nazreen Ibrahim, your moderator for this particular session. What's interesting about this panel is that we are one of the first all-women panels, so give it up for us, everyone, all-women panel at the Global AI Summit. I want to say thank you very much to Elizabeth Adams, CEO at EMA Advisory Services, for the presentation before us. So what's our panel about today? Well, you've been hearing a lot about the technical capabilities of AI and what it can do for every industry. Today, we're going to end off the day talking about AI through the lens of equality, transparency, and diversity. What do these things mean to you? But let's ask the ladies what they mean. So let me tell you who's on the panel. We've got Dr. Valerie Morinia, CEO of Intelligent Story, a San Francisco-based consulting firm. She's a leading AI expert in transformation, and is also professor at the International AI Varsity of AI Strategy, Ethics, and Responsible Design. Valerie serves as AI Ethics and Policy Advisor at the Cantalis Group, and is certified in Machine Learning, AI, and Business Strategy, VR and AR design. So if you want to catch up with her about any of those topics, please do after the session. Straight after that, we've got Dr. Eva Marie Muller-Schuller, leading the Middle East and North Africa data and AI practice for Ernst & Young. Dr. Muller-Schuller is one of the world's most respected data science thought leaders, earning numerous awards, including World's Best Data Scientist 2020 and 10 Most Influential Women in Tech 2021. And finally, right at the end, we've become good friends in the time that we've been talking about this panel. Dr. Francesca Rossi is the IBM AI Ethics Global Leader and IBM Fellow at the T.J. Watson IBM Research Lab in New York. Her research interests span various areas of AI. Francesca is the president of AAAI, the Worldwide Association of AI Researchers, and also co-chairs the IBM AI Ethics Board. So please, can we give them a round of applause before we get into the session? Wonderful. I also want to give a shout out to our MC for the day, Tumi Mokabo, fellow South African. So we got 3 South Africans in the house in the entire summit. I'm representing very proudly, and thank you to the organizers. So to kick off, we're talking AI through the lens of equality, transparency, and diversity. And to start, of course, you're to the left of me. We want to ask the question, what does AI through the lens of equality look like? So it's very specific, right? What does AI through the lens of equality look like? Valerie.
I love that question because it makes me think of the author of science fiction, William Gibson, who said the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. And I hope that the future will be a future where everybody has equal opportunity to benefit from artificial intelligence and equal opportunity to also be represented in artificial intelligence, in the design of artificial intelligence and in the evolution of artificial intelligence. And for this to happen, well, we need to do the work today by including people, including underrepresented groups, so they can have contribution to their perspectives and they can have also the opportunity to really make the future equal.
Really make the future equal. Eva Marie, equal, equality, equity, tell us.
Absolutely. So one thing that I always make the difference is we have ethical AI and we have trusted AI. So it's a question of how do we do the right things and how do we do things right. And when it comes to the technical implementation, we often see what really becomes difficult. What is actually meant by the policymaker? And we have these words, equality. But then you want to build your model and you want to, what does it actually mean? How do I make sure that my model is actually supporting equality? And thinking about it, you then realize it's not often equality that we need, it's actually equity. And equity means a different solution for everyone. It doesn't mean the same solution for everyone. It doesn't mean that everybody gets the same size of shoes.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful picture that demonstrates the difference between equality and equity. And that's basically 3 little boys trying to watch a football match and there's a big wall. And the tall one can easily look over the wall. The second and the third one can't really see. And equality means every single one of them gets the same box. Yeah. That means the tall one, the wall goes up to here, the middle one can see perfectly, and the small one still looks at the wall. And that is the difference on saying, let's actually make sure our AI solution bring people together, enable everybody. And it doesn't mean that everybody gets the same answer. It doesn't mean that everyone gets the same recommendation. It actually means people get suited to their needs.
But they have an opportunity to get an answer, is what you're saying. So
yes.
Equality versus equity. What does AI through the lens of equality look like, Francesca?
Yes, so I'd like to follow up because I agree with what both Marie and Valerie have said. So equality should not mean that we all end up being equal or that we all are considered to be equal, to need the same things, because we are all different. We should embrace diversity, and we all need different things, like in the example that Eve-Marie made. So equality to me means inclusion in the AI ecosystem. Who are the stakeholders? How should I talk to them? How should I consult with them? How should I design with them the AI that I want to build? And then inclusion also in the way I build the AI model itself. And then also inclusion, once the AI model is deployed, in the impact that I have in the communities that will be impacted by this AI system and the service that it will provide in that community and so on. So is that inclusive enough? So inclusion in various aspects, the ecosystem, the AI life cycle, as well as the deployment scenario.
So I really like the perspectives offered by you all, right? If you heard the question, the opening lead question was, what does AI through the lens of equality look like? Now, I'm being very specific about the words. Valerie, you spoke about perspective, impact. Eva Marie, you talked about what it is you're looking at, specifics in the naming conventions, equality, equity. And then you finished off with process. So there are specific perspectives, right? But remember the panel in the morning where the leading thought leaders were talking about language models and what language is specific in its very nature, and that's words. Words have sentiment. So this panel's called AI through the lens of equality, transparency, and diversity. What do these keywords actually mean to people? Eva Marie, will start with you because we had a robust discussion in the green room. And you started out saying equality should actually be equity. What do these words mean? Equality, transparency, and diversity. And are they just interchangeably used?
So for me, when we were starting off building AI models, in 2014, we were building what is very on fashion now again, is connected ecosystems. It was the world before GDPR, it was the Wild West, it was heaven, and we had all of the telephone information that we connected with healthcare information, we connected it with OpenStreetMaps and all of that together. And so we could really tell you who is at which corner of the street at which time of the day. And we used that for banking the underbanked, for store forecasting, for actually knowing what to stock in your supermarket, for pretty much everything. And we always thought, oh, we're absolutely fine because we don't have race, we don't have religion, and we don't have gender as inputs data. But when then comes to the input data, you're actually starting to have proxies for the values. So even if you say we're looking at equality now, or we're looking at equity now, you might not see that in the outcome of the model. We often say that models need to be transparent and explainable. But how do we link that to the models? Is a model built for certain demographics? Then you cannot transfer it to another demographics. Do you actually have the data set that represents that demographic? So we see so many issues in that of how do we build it in equal, how do we build it in equity? What do we want to achieve? It's very complicated from the technical side in the end.
Explainability, and this is something we spoke about earlier. Francesca, you were talking about the explainability around when you're applying or building the AI models. Are you actually understanding these three words that we've talked about, transparency, diversity, and equality? Is that well understood in building AI models?
Yes, sometimes I think that I would separate the transparency and the explainability. In my view, explainability needs to be a property of the AI model and some capability that the AI model has to, for example, if you talk about local explainability, for example, to explain why it produces a certain output out of the input data. Why is recommending a human being to do something instead of something else, given the input data about the current problem to be solved. So that's explainability. So that requires technical solutions to understand how to embed some of the most successful techniques that we use in AI, like those based on machine learning and deep learning, which are a bit opaque in terms of explainability. So they need really to be a lot of advancement technically to make them more explainable. Transparency instead, in my view, is mostly a process that needs to be followed by the developers and the design team to be transparent about what has been done in building that AI model. Yeah. And so that the AI model that is deployed together with some other document. At IBM, we call it a fact sheet, but you can call it any way you want, some other document that describes what has been done, which test has been done, whether it has been tested for bias or not, and with which notion of fairness, and this and that. So all the information that can be used to make an informed decision by whoever is going to use this AI model in order to use it only when and where it's appropriate and how it is appropriate to use it.
You talked about transparency in an internal environment, transparency around the actual build and outcome of that solution. I was talking to a speaker early on in the speaker room who said to me, yeah, transparency could mean, do I need to share my banking details now, or what do I need to share? Is there a form of surveillance that will ask me to say something to share confidential details of mergers and acquisitions, you know, the idea of transparency. So I encourage you to think about those words and maybe talk to us afterwards and tell us what you think of transparency, diversity, and equality. Valerie, at Intelligent Story, what do those words mean?
You know, at Intelligent Story, I always try to look at things under many angles. And the word transparency means a lot of things for different people. If I look at what the word transparency could mean for a user, for instance, it's really about disclosure. I think that companies and designers have a responsibility to disclose when they are using an algorithm that is going to make a decision that is going to impact the user's life. If I am going to be assessed for a job, for instance, by an algorithm, then I should be aware of this because it's really about being honest with the user and giving also the user the possibility for a recourse. Say I suspect that I have been treated unfairly by this machine, then I should be able to ask for the company or the system to be accountable and answer my questions and demonstrate that I was not the subject of disparate impacts. I was not discriminated for my gender, my age, or whatever criteria we can think of. So that's really from a user perspective. And just one thing, we're going to live in a world where we are going to be more and more surrounded by artificial entities. There can be voice robots, but they can be also synth that we will interact with on the internet. And we want to make sure that we can be given the opportunity to know that these entities are artificial and that they're not real, because the frontier is becoming thinner and thinner. And now a quick word on the policy side. Transparency is also a very critical factor, because if we want to make sure that companies are accountable and that their systems are fair, we want to make sure also that the public sector is able, for instance, to audit those systems and to make companies accountable for how they develop those systems. So that can be what Francesca mentioned, fact sheet, that can be model cards. There are many technical ways of achieving that.
Many technical ways of achieving that, also through what would be guidelines. You know, you have a number of words used for how you would typically start out thinking about building an AI model, developing that team, testing it with the intended audience, and then allowing it to learn so that it continually improves its outcome. The words that are used for that typically are playbooks, guidebooks, fact sheets, handbooks. These talk to wanting to remove the bias. But let's ask the question, how would bias be first built into an AI solution? Do you want to start, Eva Marie, with the work you're doing at Ernst Young?
Yeah, okay. So when you look at trusted AI, it really starts right from the beginning. And it starts with, what is the question that I want to answer? And then, do I actually have the right data? So what impact am I generating? And how can I generate that with the data? So you really have to look at your data, analyze it, and make sure it is not biased. When you come to large-scale models, and you use dimension reductions and so on, you might sometimes not know.
So when you say dimension reductions, just for the benefit of the audience, let's give the example that you used earlier on. Say you had a table.
Yes, so in our when you build connected ecosystems, you end up having different information. For example, smart meter readings. For example, transport information, phone information, and so on. So it's not.
Those would be data points, right?
Yes. So you end up with having a vast amount of data. In order to process that, you start using different techniques to reduce the size of the data, the amount of features. So that could be, for example, in a simple box where you say, instead of length, height, and width, I just use volume.
Volume. And that you don't know what is length, what is height, what is width.
Yes. So if somebody asks, so what drives my decision? You might not know that it's actually just the length. And similar techniques you can use in other factors. So when you have proxy data, for example, one of the examples when you do retail forecasting, you see shopping behavior. And if somebody doesn't buy in a UK supermarket that is very heavily, I don't know, by a certain demographic used, and somebody doesn't buy pork, you know that he's high probability of him or her being Muslim. If that feature that buying pork or not buying pork moves into your data set, you actually end up having a proxy for religion. So you might end up having a heavily biased model without actually seeing it. And that's why the transparency is so important, the description at the beginning. It also helps the data scientist to think about what am I actually doing? As a data scientist, you develop the fact book or whatever while you're building the model. And you can always go like, what did I do actually at the beginning? Oh, that's what I did. That's what I meant. And so it helps you to understand how does bias goes into your model. So when you look at the outcomes and you test for bias, and we have the technology side of testing it, you also need to look at the data at the beginning and the technology.
That's right.
And thinking about the meaning of it.
Asking the right questions, and that's my philosophy. Asking the right questions will get you the right, get you a better answer, actually. On that note, Francesca, you're asking particular questions about how bias is first built at IBM. What are some of the questions you would ask?
Well, more than the question, I mean, to be able to ask the right questions from all the people that are involved in building an AI solution, the first lesson that we learned at IBM in, for example, building the playbook for our developers and designers of AI is that technical tools to detect and mitigate bias, for example, and then the other dimensions of trustworthy AI, but let's focus on the bias thing, are of course fundamental. You know, they are the center, that's what developers will use. But they are not enough. They are actually the kind of easy part, because the most important part is to educate them, to have design thinking sessions to help them really understand what is this bias, why should I care, why should I worry about the risk of injecting bias, why is this important for the solution that they're building and for the community that this solution is going to impact.
So it's also to test their thinking, you know.
So guidelines, design thinking sessions, educational modules, and also, and very important, diversity in teams. Because most of these biases that developers may inject into an AI system in the data or in the model itself are because people have, like all of us, a lot of unconscious biases. So if you put in a team all people that have the same unconscious biases, then they can't even recognize that there are these biases. So you need diversity is already one very important ingredient to achieve what you want to achieve.
Diversity is an important ingredient, and you mentioned earlier when we were speaking, I remember, talking that actually bias is not just in a traditional AI build. So if you're using a specific code to write. You know, you said it's not the traditional sitting down, writing a piece of snippet of code and there's a bias inserted in there. It's actually the process of identifying different models or different data sets to train what you're considering. You talked about that just now, Eva Marie, with taking into account volume rather than the elements that make up volume. So there's a lot of things to think about. So if you're building or putting together teams that are building AI solutions, then these are some of the things you want to think about. Now, Valerie, how would you talk about that? And Eva Marie, I see you waving at me. I will come to you. I want to wrap up with Valerie on this question, which is, how would bias be first built into a solution from your perspective?
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting question because when we talk about technology, we tend to think that every technical problem calls for a technical solution, right? And for bias, it's really a human problem. And very often, if not, unfortunately, most of the time, the teams who are developing algorithms just don't look like their users, don't look like the end user that is going to be the most impacted by those algorithms. So that's why it's so important indeed to build diverse teams, not just in terms of competencies, although it's extremely important. We want teams that also include people coming from the humanities, people who represent fields in social science, for instance, but also people who have different life experiences. People who are able to speak for the communities also that are going to be potentially harmed or are facing a risk of being harmed by this or that algorithm. So involving those stakeholders in the design of algorithms is extremely important. And I would say that my recommendation always, or the plan I follow, or that I recommend to really work on solving the problem of unfair AI is the following. First, it's extremely important to create awareness in executives and leaders. So educating them not only on what AI can do and cannot do, but educating them also on what are the risks that they're facing today and the unforeseen risk that they may face tomorrow in the light of regulations that are also really enforcing more and more scrutiny on the fairness of algorithms, and thankfully so. The second thing is that I will recommend is to really make sure also that we really develop a plan so that the workforce can be trained. And when I say the workforce, I don't mean just people who are building algorithms, but people who are not at all technical employees within the company, but who will interact with those. And we know that 88% of companies who generate ROI from AI are companies who actually invested a lot in training both the non-technical and the technical workforce.
I'm hearing the word education here. Education and communication. Those two components are never ending. In fact, I mean, that's the lifeblood of all the work that we are doing at the end of it, despite our outcomes. You're echoing a lot of Francesca's sentiment around diversity. So what's our topic? AI through the lens of equality, transparency, and diversity. Diversity was mentioned quite a lot in this discussion, particular discussion point. Eva Marie, you had your hand up, so over to you. What's up?
I only wanted to say one thing when we talked about the fact sheets. Models are built for specific reasons. And that we have to be aware, because a lot of data scientists copy and paste from Kaggle, from GitHub, and so on, without having any idea what the model was built for. So even if two people just build a quick model and it's fine enough because it was just meant for a little game or something, you often don't know where the model ends up to. And it might end up in a high-risk solution without being tested, without anyone really understanding what it does, and that it was actually not meant for this. And so the risk pattern might change, and you really have to be aware of that.
And this is where AI governance plays an important role. Not just from when we say AI governance, people tend to think, oh, public sector, government and regulatory bodies. But here I'm thinking AI governance within the organization. And sometimes, of course, if it's just a small startup, they don't have the means to develop a big AI governance body with multi-stakeholders, but at least they can develop policies for the product that they're building, and build into those policies ethical charts, and that will really support the development of a product that will apply AI ethics and not just talk about principles without really translating them.
When you talk about AI ethics, the first thing is what? AI ethics, how? How are these two things linked? So ethics in itself, and we're talking words, right? And again, I'm going to say this because that panel in the morning really struck me in terms of what language means to people. If you think about Arabic, Urdu, German, French, any language for that matter, there are specific ways, the dialect, the method of speaking, the different ways of saying something, multiple ways of saying something. Imagine the amount of data that you have now to inject into training sets that need to go into models that have to output. There's so much of stuff going on. So how do we make sense of it? That's why we're trying to interrogate these words. Again, we're going to say it: equality, transparency, and diversity. Now, we want to have some closing remarks because you've been wonderfully fantastic in explaining these concepts to us. Francesca, I'll start with you. How will technology enable this learning process, right, for human beings to deal with their own bias, inherent and learned?
Yeah, so to answer that question, I think that first we have to have it clear in our mind that technology should support human progress and not the other way around or something confused there. So technological progress is there to support and advance human progress in the sense of being more aware, being more developed as human beings, as societies, and protecting and advancing more the values that we think are important for us. So once that is clear, but then it means a lot of things. It's not just a sentence. It means a lot of things in concrete, right? In developing AI and deploying it in the scenarios and in use cases that are aligned to this clear statement. Then, of course, one can understand that the technology itself, whether built in the right way and used in the right way, can actually be useful to advance humanity in the direction that we want, in the vision of the future that we want. For example, as we discussed together in the back room, we shouldn't use technology to bring people to use mostly a reactive way, to react to technology without thinking, or to follow in a lazy way where technology will bring us. But we should use technology actually to be more aware of our values and of how we want technology to play a role in protecting and advancing those values. So to help us to mention, one of the widely used, cognitive theories of thinking fast and slow, to advance more our thinking slow, our reflecting upon us and upon the role of technology, rather than just pushing us to think fast, to react in an unconscious way. Because it's exactly this reacting in this unconscious way where the bias is.
That's
in
it.
an unconscious bias. So to avoid and to make sure that we use less our bias, but we reflect more when it is needed, then we need technology to bring that. And technology can have that role, but we need to be intentional in building it in that way.
And you know what? You made such a brilliant point, because you've highlighted the concept around how does AI affect humanity. Well, it's actually encouraging us to have an awareness and an intention. Awareness and intention. I mean, these two things are across all value systems, shared value systems across the world, is something that assists you with good personal development anyway as a human being. Awareness and intention. You always have an intention to do something. So awareness and intention means we can interrogate what we do, how we do it, and how we say it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? Valerie, at Intelligent Story, how would technology help shape those shared value systems?
I think AI is a mirror. It's mirroring us, it's mirroring our own bias, and we should really, really pay a lot of attention to what we see in that mirror, and to who we don't see also in that mirror.
Who we don't see, I like that.
Yes, I think it's very important. And there's a very simple way to do so. If any of you use an AI image generator and just enter a simple text prompt, you want the generator to generate the image of a surgeon. Well, most of the time the image will be that of a white man. If you do the same for a pilot or a professor, there will again be a white man. We have to change this. I think that this makes us realize that there's a lot of bias in the data, and that bias is there because society also perpetuated those issues for a very long time. So I think that today we have the opportunity to think differently, to realize that what was there in society that was actually impeding human progress, impeding equality and equity. Well, we have an option here to really reveal those biases thanks to AI, and that's why I think that AI is going to play a very, very important role in making us understand where to put our values and where to invest our efforts in. And I agree with what Francesca said. We need to design value-sensitive algorithms versus giving too much power to technology determinism. I think it's a very, very intentional choice we need to make today.
Intentional choice, values systems, or values-based algorithms. Values-based algorithms, because that then is the output that I remember Eva Marie was talking to us about before coming in here, is if you're asking technology to help you to do this, tell us your thoughts. continue on that strain of thought.
So I'm actually extremely hopeful at the moment because we know that currently we have the data to show how biased our world is. The most important topic the whole last days is ethics. We would have not had an ethics conference 20 years ago. But because we see our data now, we can see how biased our world is. We can see what the impact it has on our AI models. We realize we're at a tipping point.
Yes.
And that's why we put ethics at the top of the agenda. It's also not bad intention to build bad AI. Building AI is completely cheap. Everybody can do that. Every 16-year-old kid
just an outcome.
Just build something. Building good AI, building ethical AI is the completely different ballgame. That's where it becomes expensive. That's where you have to have everything in place from the right mindset, the right leadership, the right experience. You need to have senior people who've been in the trenches and seen what can possibly go wrong. And that's where we now have the opportunity of really changing the world and saying, what is the world we want to live in? And how can we use the technology that we have to make sure it's better than where we come from?
Better than where we come from. I hope that's what you've taken away from this panel on equality, AI through the lens of equality, transparency, and diversity. What did we take away from this panel? Ask the right questions, interrogate, have open conversations. My great thanks to Francesca, Eva Marie, and Valerie. Please give them a round of applause. You can go over. Thank you very much, and we'll hand over to me, I think it is.
Nazarene, thank you so very much to you and your panel. Really enlightening remarks and conversation. And our last panel for the day, focusing on AI privacy from GDPR to local and global policies. Please welcome your moderator, Maria Luciana Accente, senior researcher at the University of Cambridge, and her panelists. Please give them a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. What a very interesting panel. Hopefully we saved the best for last with a super panel on AI and privacy. Please be seated, and I'll introduce my fellow panelists. First, Dr. Ajed Ashamari, CEO, National Data Governance. Welcome. Second, we have Rudolf Lockmeyer, partner and head of National Transformation Institute at Kernis. Welcome. Thirdly, we have Phil Mini, partner, Middle East data privacy leader. Welcome, Phil. And last but not least, we have Stuart Room, global cybersecurity and data protection leader, DWF LLP. Welcome, Stuart. Pleasure to be here. Let's dive straight into the subject of AI and privacy. How did data privacy change with the emergence of AI adoption in the last 5 or 10 years, from your experience?
If I may say, let's, at the beginning, trying to explain what we mean by privacy. Privacy is not something similar to security. We know the protection goals and how to protect them. If we don't know what privacy means, we can't protect it. Privacy is not an emerging concept. It's a fundamental right. But when it comes to personal data, is one of the main types of privacy, by which I mean with the advent of communication and technologies now, everything, it's about data. That's why we focus on data protection regulations and laws. Also, when I say it's a fundamental rights, it's a set of rights based on a set of principles that can be translated into obligations. But how, I mean, privacy will have some implication in AI. When we see the AI ethics principles, there are different principles related to transparency, accountability, and responsibility. The same wise, in data protection laws, they are based on accountability, fairness, and transparency. This is the intersection between AI and data protection. But when it comes to the international landscape, there is no global regulation about privacy, by which I mean each country trying to draft its regulations. But in general, those regulations similar to each other because they address the same rights, which is the right to privacy.
And they learn from each other, and that should be. But with the merge of data flows internationally and global companies, what are the changes that you've observed, Rudolf, in your experience?
I think there's so many inflection points, and we have experts here in each of them, from policy, legal, et cetera. The one I would emphasize is actually geopolitical, it's power. I think that when information became such a crucial source of nation-state power and control and of competitive advantage for firms, then it became so hotly contested. And privacy, of course, didn't have to be protected in the same ways until that moment. And so I think the biggest challenge in the evolution now is how to mediate between competing interests to some kind of a common framework, and if not, how to allow one's protections to be more portable.
Phil?
So I think it's very interesting with the pervasiveness of technology and AI and how people are so quick to give up their privacy for perceived convenience. So I have a personal story which I'll share very shortly, just about how this happened. So I have a friend and she bought a new apartment, a new build apartment. And you know when you go to your apartment block, there's normally a front door and there's a fob or some sort of key to open the door. Because this was a new build apartment block, they had the option to enroll in facial recognition. So you didn't need a key, you just walk up to the door, you look at the camera, and the door opens. Very, very convenient, you'd think. But then when the pandemic happened, and in this particular country there were curfews and lockdowns, my friend actually had to leave the apartment. I'm not sure why. She has a young family, maybe she needed nappies or something, I can't remember. She left the apartment, did what she needed to do, breaking curfew, came back, went home, didn't think anything of it. 30 minutes later, she got a ping on her mobile phone saying that she had broken the curfew rules and she was going to get a fine. About 10 minutes later, she got another ping saying that the fine money had already come out of her bank account. So it's quite interesting how privacy and facial recognition and AI is coming together, and there are risks to this. So I just think it's very interesting.
So we have an merging of different regulation, but different technology coming together. Are the current regulatory approach fit for purpose, Stuart?
If we think about data privacy regulation, particularly in a European context, and that includes the UK despite Brexit, the reason I bring out that territory is just simply because of the age of the regime. Data privacy law has not yet come into any meaningful conflict with the AI environment, except in a limited situation. So Clearview AI has received, regulatory enforcement actions in Europe, further afield. But outside of that zone, what we have is AI as a technology over there on the left, data privacy regulation over there on the right, and they haven't yet come together. Data privacy or data protection has not explored the AI environment except in a philosophical and academic sense. So the question about whether or not current law is fit for purpose is yet to be answered, because the current law has not yet been applied to the current state of technology. So that's how I'd address that question, Maria.
Of course, we'll need to balance the need for global frameworks for contextualizing those in different geography. How would we balance finding or creating best practices globally on data privacy versus the needs for privacy in various contexts, both across different sectors and different geography? Dr. Majed.
Yeah, I think one of the main challenges related to this issue is how to translate those legal requirements into practices understood by engineers. Because from my point of view, the main challenge is the disconnect between policymakers and engineers who develop services and products. How to operationalize those principles and legal requirements need to a structured approach to using, for example, underlying layer, data lifecycle, for example, and each step of this stage need to be translated into procedures and practices that can be at least a blueprint for companies to use.
Rudolf?
Well, I think, again, the sensitive juncture point that I would emphasize is political in so many ways, because to the extent that a country makes a choice that it is in its interest to sacrifice privacy for the purpose of improving its sophistication in AI and its control of its society, then it creates a game theoretic problem for its adversaries and competitors. Should they take a notch down to have that same advantage, or can they find ways to still protect privacy but not lose the innovation advantage? I think that's why the debate is so important between, the right wing and the left wing on the regulation of these issues. On the one hand, the private sector would like to have much less because they want to drive innovation and profitability. On the left, they'd like total control, which could throttle that innovation. But if they take that latter approach, I think then the system that seeks to protect privacy will just fail. And so I think then the real challenge is how to find a regulatory approach that still can fuel innovation, but have controls for privacy as well.
And we'll continue with a follow-up question. Have you observed the regulator exchanging notes around the world? Are they collaborating in any sorts of form? Are they meeting in forums to discuss how to synchronize, how to align their national practices with best practices internationally?
I want to pass to my brothers to my left. I'll just say I've seen both. I've seen them fight tooth and nail at complete loggerheads of disagreement, but then I've seen other countries come together in remarkable consensus. And of course, the European Union is a leader in that regard.
Stuart, Phil, any comments?
So on this point around local versus international, at this point, I think almost by definition, privacy is very deeply personal, and it's about values and beliefs. And the great thing about the world is that we have so many different cultures. And when we take what is seen to be, let's say, a global practice related to privacy and look at that, you need to then look at it when applying it in each country. It's particularly important in the Middle East, making sure that when we're applying those rules here, it respects local nuances, local traditions, local cultures. And that's what I think is extremely important when we're looking at how to apply privacy across the globe, and particularly here in the Middle East.
Yeah, so I mean, the question really focused at the beginning on how do we get to a standardization, a global consensus. I think, echoing Phil's point about respecting local customs, etc., it's absolutely critical that the legal and regulatory framework does that. But what we need to be aiming for is clarity around principles. So rather than trying to standardize all the detail of law that should apply to the AI environment, we need to build a consensus around the principles that we're seeking to defend and protect, because we have to move the concepts of law from an abstract situation right into the very, very heart of the production of technology itself. So that there's no point passing very complex laws that seek standardization, but we forget that we somehow have to get engineers in technology companies on the same page. And that is a hugely complex problem. And in order to simplify the problem, we need to rally around principles. What are the 5 key ideas or standards that we'd like to see represented within the development of technology itself? If we can get to that level of understanding, then the conversation is a much more simpler one to have, and therefore we stand a better chance of delivering a standardization within the technology environment that ultimately carries that obligation of delivery.
Privacy has so many different facets, and of course it's not just about the rules and regulation that need to exist. It's about having a holistic approach where all the stakeholders involved in developing, especially autonomous systems, play a role. What do you think is the role of technologists in preserving privacy when building AI applications?
So that's what I believe. I mean, legal frameworks and regulations, they are not enough to protect the privacy for individuals, but we can get benefits from technological advances to use them as technical measures to protect the privacy.
Technologist, will you indulge me that I just want to respond? It's inspired and triggered by something Stuart just said, because I couldn't agree more. Where I am witnessing the most productive work on the international issue, and including technologists in the private sector, is in coalitions of the willing, multilateral organizations of countries that come together that share a certain amount of political or cultural values, as you mentioned, and on that basis can go much deeper in aligning standards and policies. The Digital Cooperation Organization, headquartered here in Riyadh, is one such organization that's really trying to drive that progress, not just with government actors, but also with the private sector, including technologists.
Phil?
So clearly we need to bring the different parties and stakeholders together in some way, and I think it's very important that we bring the public into this as well. Again, to my point earlier, that privacy is very much a personal issue. So I think one of those ways is that we need more and more public consultation. We heard yesterday the great news about the Saudi AI ethics public consultation. So these sorts of things are exactly what we need, because we need the people in any society to be engaged in this topic. We're all here at the AI Summit, which is fantastic, but really we need the people who are not here to be engaged in this topic, because we're talking about their personal data. And you know, that goes back to all the way to rights and freedoms and everything. So that more and more public consultation, engagement with normal people going about their lives, that I think is one of the important things to add on.
In fact, some of the countries have already applied this consultative process to data protection. Stuart, in the UK, we are about to see a new data privacy regime that has seen up to 3,000 responses from a variety of stakeholders in society on how the data privacy regime should look like in the age of self-learning systems. What can the rest of the world learn from the experience of UK and opening up their public policy to consultation to a wide variety of stakeholders?
It's a great question. I mean, be careful for what you wish for is really the main lesson, because you know, when a government consults on a policy objective and the consultation is real and open, then the government will have to be prepared for criticism, and it will have to be prepared for some of its fantastic ideas to be undermined through the quality of the analysis that's being provided. The overall point to make is, you know, as Phil says, that we can't ignore the citizen in all of this. There are actually 4 stakeholders that need to be working together, and consultation enables that. So we've got government, then we've got regulator, we've got the citizen, as we've just mentioned, and then we've got where you open this, Maria, which is the vendor of technology, the creator of technology. If any of those 4 are missing from the conversation, then we are likely to develop a suboptimum outcome for data privacy in an AI environment.
But we're talking here, it's a change in mentality, how we shape public policy, that requires a set of incentives and transformation of how public policy is being produced. Are we ready for that? I mean, there's a lot of conversation on AI ethics, and privacy, in fact, is one of the key ethical principles. And we've seen so many countries issuing their own AI ethics principles, with UNESCO developing a global framework. Can we piggyback with privacy and follow the same approach of openness and transparency and collaboration with different stakeholders?
Yes, I think policymakers need to think in a different way, an innovative way to consider others, because when we talk about privacy, we talk about the interests, the rights of individuals, also the interest of private sector and public sector as well. We all affected or influenced by such of business models or services. This means we need to think in a different way and trying to avoid the compliance-based approach and focus on human-centric approach.
Yeah, I would say that I guess the challenge is proximity, and I think that's why we'll probably see more and more of the most effective approaches to this challenge at the level of cities or states. California's made great progress. Certainly, as an American, I envy the UK's smaller size and its perhaps greater ability, notwithstanding, to make progress. I think, however, what's really important to remember is how easy it would be for us to waste a lot of time and effort trying to bridge, because at the end of the day, multilateral collaboration across national borders can only happen where there's an alignment of strategic interests. And when it comes to data, because of the power it conveys, I think the prospects for that are quite thin. So I think the most profitable innovation in policymaking is going to be national, regional, even in the case of cities in some cases.
So start small and go big as we learn. Phil?
So Rudolf, you just mentioned the power of data, and that's clearly going to increase. And what I'm worried about is we've already seen many scandals. Yes, we've seen data breaches, but what's more concerning is that we've seen the misuse of data by around the world, governments, private sector organizations, many different people. That concerns me quite a lot. And so, Maria, you mentioned there's already quite a lot on AI ethics, but really I think there needs to be even more focus on digital ethics and how does data, ethics, privacy, AI, all of this emerging tech, how does this all come together so that we can come up with, I mean, we're already started on the journey with UNESCO and the KSA AI ethics, but I think we need to push that much further to figure out how are we going to use this technology for good, really.
It's further integration of those ethical principles that come for different technology into one domain of digital ethics. It makes most of sense. Stuart?
Yeah, on the point, really, can you sort of bring a global community together and get to an agreed outcome? You know, bearing in mind what I said before about aim for principles, not detail. So just keep that in mind. Yes, you can do it, but it may not be the right thing to do. So a good example would be the EU GDPR. The EU GDPR has been held up as the gold standard for data privacy regulation, and countries that don't have it are criticized. So America still has, at federal level, a sectoral approach. But you know, does the GDPR work? You know, we're copying it, it's internationalizing, but is that the right thing to do? Because, you know, one of the criticisms that people have about the GDPR is that it is so overly ambitious and so overly, it so overreaches the power of the system to be successful that it's not achieving a huge amount. So the lesson you take from the GDPR is, yes, you can globalize at detail around a single thing, but when that's happened, it may not have actually been the right thing to do. So I think that's the point I'd seek to make. Why would we want to globalize around the detail?
So a lot back and forward to fine-tune the best approach in each context. As we are coming close to our panel and to the day, I would like us to close on a high. And in a world of privacy eroding, where we have more data being collected about us every day in every corner of our lives, there is a concern that privacy as we knew it will cease to exist. But perhaps there are reasons for us to be optimistic, because the whole aim of using those technologies is to make the world a better place. I want each of you to take 30 seconds or so to reflect on one of the most positive outlook when it looks at privacy in the world of big data and self-learning algorithms.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I think to comfort the current and future challenges, we need to shift from privacy by policy to privacy by architecture.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Rudolf.
Although I spend most of my waking days working on governance and multilateral governance, my hope is actually with the technologists. I'm hoping that technologists are going to find pathways of innovation that allow us to protect privacy in the ways we want to, despite the systems in which we're embedded. I know it's a high hope, but I think it's, from the technologists with whom I've spoken, it's possible. So I'm counting on them to deliver.
Technologies, it's on you. No pressure.
Yeah.
Phil.
So I think one of the things that makes me positive about this is I moved here 5 years ago from the UK. At that time, I was leaving GDPR behind. I actually thought that was it. I was going to do something else. But then since then, we've had laws, privacy laws pop up in almost every country in the GCC and the wider region. And I think that is a really positive shift, and there's a lot more happening in this area. So that actually gives me a lot of hope and positivity that things are moving in the right direction, particularly in our region.
Exciting to hear. Stuart, final word.
I think that we should not fall into the trap of believing that privacy has been constant or there is a single definition. This topic changes, it ebbs and flows. So against that backdrop, what we might lose needs a point of reference. If you look at what we may gain, we've seen outside here at this conference, we will find the cure to cancer in these data. We will find the answer to climate change in this environment. That the overall price that we will pay by not embracing AI is going to be greater than the gain we will take from simply trying to hold on to a definition of privacy that itself changes every day of the week.
Great thought to close our panel. Thank you very much for your contribution to the panel. Join me to give a big round of applause to my fellow panelists and hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
And to you, Maria, thank you very much, and to your panelists. Goodness, what a day. A day full of wonder, full of excitement, a lot of mental gymnastics, many questions asked of us as people about our responsibility when it comes to the way in which we choose to deploy artificial intelligence. What a really exciting and inspiring day, and we even got to dance a little bit. Thank you once again for joining us on this day, the second day of the Global AI Summit, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Until then, have a good night.